Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome to twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn livestream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. Hello, Ma Bailey, and David Sucks, and I Llama. So, how you doing today? Huh? We had our first big snow. We had our not our first big snow. Our first big snow was back in, late August? No, we had a big snow in, like, November, and then we have just somehow skated by here in Michigan in the hand. Is that how it would look on a... Yeah, that's how... Right about here, and on the globe, that's, like, all the way up. Very high. We have somehow slid past without any, like, cumulative snow. And even through December and early January here, we've gotten by with relatively mild temperatures for our usual winter. Usually, this area of Michigan actually gets colder than a lot of the places that are, you know, nearer to the North Pole than, well, they're basically the North Pole. We get incredibly cold temperatures in January in this region comparatively to places in Europe that are much higher on the longitudinally than we are. And we've managed to slow by. We finally got some cumulative snow, and it was immediately, like, we got a big accumulation, it's 4 inches, something like that, immediately so warm that it's all started to melt. But, I say that simply to lead into just to preface that I shoveled snow today. I shoveled snow today, because you can't just leave it like that. I mean, maybe it'll be gone by tomorrow, maybe it won't. You can't just leave it like that, because this mail person is going to come. So it's the only reason why I would bother. I'm not leaving the house ever, you know. But so I had to shovel down this in, like, the porch, and then down the steps, and then out, and then around, and then come, and then the little slip that postman uses to get next to my house. And then, like, I had to shovel, like, little paths so that they could get from my neighbor's house to my house, because otherwise that's how they usually walk. So I shoveled today. And because of that, you guys get a live stream where I'm going to program. So, you know, I've got good news and bad news. So I've got many bad news. The first bad news is that because I shoveled snow today, my middle back, if I move any other way than I'm moving right now, goes, "Ah, what are you doing?" So we can't move is going to be a thing. So I'm going to sit here and we're going to code, which is the good news. And the bad news is that it's Python. It's programming. So we're gonna do today. I Llama also not doing great. Had a friend gaslight me after months of ignoring me. They just pretend like you're not there, and then they pour gas all over you and light you on fire. That seems like maybe they're not a friend anymore. I don't know. But yeah, that's what we're going to do today. And what I have done just in my, spare bits of time here, which I have nothing but in this life anymore, is I have been working on a design document. And, like, I started writing this out just to see, like, well, how would I do this so that I could figure out my way in to sort of rebuilding everything from scratch that I'd already done in SplitRP. And this is the program that we're talking about right here. This is what I, had made previously, was this program. It functions, but not reliably enough even for my taste. I do not recommend the use of it for speedrunning and cluster truck, but it functions. It had the general concept there, and I made it very pretty, I think, anyway. I did a thing. I made it in a design, and all of this is, all this, like the library that I'm using in order to make all of these buttons that animate when you mouse over and then click and it slides. All of this is me. There is no... I wrote the fucking library. I got very into this. But so that's the program, and we just come up with a better way to do it. I've come up with a better way to do it. So I've been, I started writing it out just to get an idea of if I were to do it, what would it look like? And then I spent the last 2 days, couple hours here and there, just sitting down thinking about it and going, oh no, that would be a problem. All right, so if I did it that way, no, because, oh, but that won't. And so I've basically created a design document here where I've already built the thing in my head. And now it just needs to be turned into code, which I think is actually the best way that I've ever tried to write a program before. Like, from in the future, from now on, I'm just going to be like, okay, I'm going to write a program. And that'll be the process. I'll just sit in a chair for like a couple of days, just thinking of, no. No. Thank you for the subscription, Papa Pickett. Were you in the Discord server earlier? Thank you. 4 months streak. Was it not Papa Pickett? Why do I know Papa? Wait, I'm just gonna open Discord. Why is it that recently I swear that's not Discord. I swear I was just atting a Papa Pickett at some point. Was I not? I remember. Oh, it was Puff Poof. It was Puff Poof. You can see how I could confuse Puff Poof with Papa Pickett. Potentially perilous pitulation. I don't know. No, I was not. It was a Puff Poof is what it was. Thank you very much, Papa Pickett. 4 months now you've been subjecting yourself to this kind of a thing. So, before we do any coding, because I don't even want to get into it, I just kind of want to just bask in the glow of this work that I've done. So before we get into it, I am going to walk you through my design document. And wouldn't it be nice if I could zoom it, but I don't. Can I? What is this? This is search. I've right-clicked. I don't see that there's any way to really zoom the text here. I go to view. Is there a way that I could, so that you could read it easier? It's fine. You can read it, I'll read everything to you. So, SplitRP Rebuild Concept 2. The first thing I did was lay out how the files are going to be laid out. Like, what would be the way that we store the information that we're going to need, and by figuring out, that, I had to reverse engineer. I just started a place where, well, what information do I need to be able to do this, and then I could sort of build out to the processes to do the thing. And then you jump back and forth as you go, oh, but I need that. Oh, no, I don't. But so I laid this out. So this is basically what the file would look like. Oh, Jesus Christ. What have I done? So in the globals for a config file, so this would be a file that contains the data that's needed to run the speedrun, because I'm writing this thing in such a way, I wrote the last one with the concept as well, that you could call me Sick Boy if you wanted to. Thank you, Sick Boy, with the subscription. Damn. And we're just getting started with the hot, sexy code descriptions. Already throwing money at me, and I haven't even taken anything off. Thank you, Call Me Sick Boy. Welcome to the Big Dick Club. Papa Pickett and Call Me Sick Boy. Welcome to the Ronin Pawn Big Dick Club. 4 inches, heading your way soon. I forgot I'm going to do that from now on. So the idea here is that I'm writing this in such a way that, yes, I'm going to be building it out to run in Cluster Truck, but can I make it generic enough that it can run, that other people could take it and create, pattern files, create configuration files that would run on their own game? And the answer to that is, fuck yes, I can, and I've already done it, and I'm going to walk you through it. I got Prime just for you. Oh, thank you, Call Me Sick Boy. That is a very good idea, actually. You know, if you want to support someone on Twitch, it's going to cost you $5 already. Then, you know, Amazon Prime is like $12 a month. I've got it. And you get Prime Video, so there's like a bunch of fucking things that you can watch on Amazon Prime Video. And then you get the free shipping for when you do that, and you get a $5 Prime subscription. How can you go wrong? Unless, you know, you're going to go bankrupt if you spend $7.50 too much, in which case you should probably just do the Prime subscription. But other than that, how can you... It is a good... I use it. And you know what I think of, too? I've got the Prime subscription. Why don't I sub myself? You know? Why don't I do that? Because it is 2 different accounts, I believe. So I could sub myself. And why don't I do that? It gives me $2.50 back out of the 12 days. It'll only cost me 10. Super Will, welcome to the Big Dick Club. 4 months, you get 4 inches, Super Will. 4 months, trade it in. Thank you for the subscription. Oh God, are you ever gonna get started in describing this? I don't know, my back hurts. I'm just gonna rub my titties for a little bit. Talk about the Big Dick Club and the 4 inches that everybody's gonna get. What? Who? Yeah. So, this is the file. This is going to be the file that you would write that would be like clustertruck.cfg, you know? And it would be just for clustertruck, just for running it. So in the globals, or just in the sort of generic definitions, we're going to have the screenshot area. And this is going to allow you to, 1, reduce the area that is ever being screenshotted, because this would be a global declaration. If you want to take a screenshot that's going to be over here, and then you can't have a screenshot area here that's this small. But this could reduce your global screenshot area, which would reduce the amount of time it takes to take a screenshot, because that's not in my control. I can't do anything about that. That's going to be a library that's doing that. That's just built into Python, that someone's built for Python, and we're trying to pick the best one. But so that'll allow you to resize the screenshot area to what you want it to be. It will also allow you to be able to manipulate an already written, you know, config file, so that if you like, if I wrote this in 1080p, I know this because I've had this experience writing the other SplitRP. If I wrote this for like 1080p, and then somebody ran the game in 4K, it's the same screens, but they're in different positions and they're sort of laid out a little bit differently. So if there was a situation where I could just like translate all of my calculations to the right, to more the middle of a 4K or something like that, screenshot area would allow you to do that, because all of the declarations of where we're going to be, you know, looking for the screenshot are going to be based off of that first screenshot. 800 by 500 is not going to be a place on the screen. It's going to be a place in the image that we've taken from the screenshot. So having this here gives you a lot of, you know, viability for changing things around later without having to rewrite everything from scratch. Can't believe I joined exactly as that was occurring. What was I manipulating my tits again? Feels good. You ever do it? Just grab the tit and just kind of shake. Just work it out. Work it out. And then do the other one. You don't want to be uneven. Oh, God, my left arm is... After the snow shoveling? You know, I'm smart. I know how to snow shovel. You shovel from your dominant hand to start with, and then you switch. And I've done it from the non-dominant side that I'm, you know, fine with doing that. It doesn't feel awkward at all anymore. So you switch so that you don't fuck it, you know, one thing up individually. What I've done, though, is I've fucked up everything, you know, uniformly. So there's that, which is why we're coding today. Pawn tips on beating alcoholism, please. Okay, so what you want to do is you definitely don't want to, like, watch content, videos, movies, streams where somebody's drinking. Because that's just going to encourage you to. You know, if you're trying to get off of smoking, don't watch Mad Men. It's just not going to help. It's not going to help at all. You're going to watch it and you go, oh, I want to do that. So definitely... God, that's so good. Definitely don't watch anybody who's, like, an alcoholic themselves or who's drinking heavily in front of you. That's just going to be discouraging. Actually, Pony, if you're serious, I could get some tips from Greg Aubrey, you know, of, do I have the song of, of Superbomb that I played the song there? My buddy Greg, he, stopped drinking for a very long time. He had his first drink in, I don't know, over a year or something on New Year's, I think, is what I heard. But he just, you know, he used to drink regularly, daily, and just wanted to stop, especially for like helping to lose weight and things like that. And you know, he figured it out. He worked it, and I don't know how he did it. If he slowed down and then came to a stop, or if he just cold turkeyed it, or generally speaking, you want to make a change in your life and do something, you know, reward yourself for it. And you can do that as simply as like hanging a calendar, and you know, and that calendar is just dedicated to marking it, and fucking mark it. Be like, boom, no drinks today, yeah, and have like, you know, don't make it. You want to reward yourself. You don't want to penalize yourself necessarily. It can be very, you know, once you start penalizing yourself, it gets easy to be like, oh, fuck this, rip the calendar down, throw it out. So, you know, having different colors for like, I did a whole day I didn't drink, and then having another color for like, I only had a beer or two, or, you know, whatever you do, that kind of a thing. But, you know, that's one something that can help if you want to get out of a habit or get into a habit. Brandon, my other friend also from Superbomb, he said he used to hang a calendar, and then he would mark off each day that he had like a whole bunch of stuff. Like, did I brush my teeth, you know, after dinner? But he like, did I work out that day? Did I go to the gym? And he'd have a color pen for that. Boom, I went to the gym that day. Did I, you know, write for 15 minutes today because I want to, you know, he's a writer, so he wants to like, so did I write for 15 minutes today? And he had like a fucking rainbow sheet of like the things that he did so that he could, you know, one, reward himself by, I did the thing, boom, I get to put the thing up, and two, be able to look back and see, you know, and feel warm feelings about how much he'd done, and also be able to see what it was that he was avoiding or lacking or not doing enough. So that can be helpful. Not for me, but someone I know who I'm trying to, oh, sure, Pony, it's not for me. Do you know how to get, like, you know, a shampoo bottle unstuck from an anus? It's not for me, but I got a friend. They're in bad trouble. Help me out. And sure, Pony. I remember that story of when you were homeless and the alcoholic guy you knew, so thought you might have a few tips. I mean, me personally, I've never been through alcoholism. Certainly known my fair share of alcoholics, you know, functioning alcoholics. So it's like, what do you need to fix? I don't understand. No, I can't speak from experience around there. I can speak from experience of taking on new things and throwing myself in, but I feel like I'm a bad example, you know? Not necessarily a bad model, but just a bad example. There's certain things that they either came easy to me by nature, or they came easy to me because I'd already done them and hadn't realized. When I was a kid, when I was very, very kid, you know, when I was very young, I was obese. I was way too heavy for my height. And I was just, you know, I was getting into computers, so I was sitting in front of the computer. Nobody else was into computers at that time, so I was sitting in front of the computer, and I'd just be like, Mom, chicken nuggets. You know, I would chicken tenders, and just, if I was hungry, I'd just go out, I'd heat something up in the microwave, boom, I got it. I'd walk out there, I'd grab Pop-Tart, boom, pop it in. And at some point in my, like, schooling career, I just got so sick of being the fat kid. And feeling like I was unattractive to the opposite sex when I wanted to be attractive to the opposite sex when I was attracted to the opposite sex, that I basically became anorexic. And I don't say that lightly. I think in retrospect, I was anorexic. I started working out every single day, no less than an hour. I had a regular workout routine, which was, first I'd work out my head, arms and chest, and then legs and something else, and then bounce back and forth. But I would work out every single friggin' day. If I missed it, it was very, very rare, and it was because I was out doing something else. If I was home, I was fucking working out for at least an hour. And then also, I stopped eating, except for one meal a day, one big dinner. And I got down to 116 pounds at one point. And so, like, after having done that, after having had the experience of being, like, just addicted to the process of, like, I'm sitting in front of my computer, I'm doing something, I get the slightest pang of hunger, or I just want to distract myself from what I'm doing, and I just, like, mindlessly get up from the computer, walk out to the cupboard, open and grab when I was standing, this is an experience I had. I found myself standing in front of the cupboard with the open, like, tin-sealed tinfoil bag that they put a Pop-Tart in, opened in my hand, pulling it out. I found myself right here when I had already decided I was going to be on a diet. And I just didn't notice it happening until that moment. Like, I'm on a diet. Like, that was, once I had that moment of realizing how automatic it had become, how it was just a thing that I did, I didn't have any involvement in, like, that moment sort of just broke me, and I knew, like, from then on, I had control over that, because it was like, oh, God, I was just aware of it, and I would starve myself. So when I look back at the various things, throughout my life that I've either decided to start doing and do consistently or give up that I was doing consistently before, I feel like I'm a bad example because it's always felt easy for me after that experience of starving myself to death. I'm just a very over-the-top person. If I'm going to do something, I'm going to fucking do it! Or I'm just going to kind of half-ass it. But there's no middle ground there. I'm not going to, do it. I'm going to fucking do it! Or I'm going to just get it done. There's no middle. So, I don't know. I don't know if my recommendations would sail for anyone else. Let's see. For a moment there, I was glad I showed up and immediately felt better about humanity. And then you said penalize. We use Python at my work now, says Turk Razor. I have fallen in love with Python. I'm in love with the language. I'm in love with writing the language and working in the language. I don't like having to turn it into something that I can give to someone. It's very hard to turn a Python script into something that's executable. I believe you can just run Python as an executable on, Macs, on Apple, but you can't do that on Windows, and trying to package something that you make in Windows and Python into an executable is just fucking hell. I've done it a couple of times, and I still don't know. Every time that I have to do it again, I'm like, it's just magic, you grab the purple liquid and the yellow liquid and you pour it together. Too much yellow this time. I still can't fucking get it to work. The IDE we use is called Spider, though. Maybe that helps. Is that something that helps to... I mean, that's your development environment, but does it help with, exporting to an executable so you can distribute? Because that's the biggest problem here with Python for me. Fat Boy Club says David sucks. Yeah, I was a big kid, and then I went the opposite direction. And now, I have put on at least 10 pounds in the past 2 weeks. So we're going back. I'm on my way. I'm like 155. I haven't been 155 since I was overweight. I haven't been 155. I'm 5 foot. I'm 6'2". I'm 5'8", maybe. It's hard because it's like the people around you, especially in your family. My dad wants to say that he's 5 foot something, and then it's like, well, I'm a little bit taller than him, so I guess I gotta be this, but Dad's probably not right about his height, and everybody wants to be a certain height, so the people around you say this, and then it's like, I can't even, if I had an accurate measurement, I couldn't say it aloud, and then I'd forget what it was. So I'm guessing I'm around 5'8". And my, the weight that I want to be at, that I would prefer to be at if I weren't, debilitated by disease, is 135. 135 would be fine. I'd prefer to be 132, 133, that kind of thing. But right around the 130 is where I've been ever since ever since, 1, I went anorexic, and then 2, I finally woke up from anorexia and, learned to be comfortable in my own skin. 130-ish was where I wanted to be. Worked out well for me. I was slim. I was buff, When I was 116, 118 pounds in high school at my lowest weight ever, I was fucking ripped because I was working out every day. I was like fucking Bruce Lee, a bullet it would just stop because I was 118 pounds and I was fucking, but I wasn't fucking, I was Bruce Lee, where you can't really see it, but goddamn is he tight. What was I saying? I don't know, something about being shot? Yeah, so shoot. But yeah, that's been low 130s has been my comfortable thing. Since being more and more homebound with the disease, I've gotten comfortable with being 140. Between 140 and 145. The fact that I'm at 155 is incredible. I have been eating 2 giant meals every day. I think it's just, you don't know. Because, like, the pain is just always there. So you don't really fucking know if it's you're eating because you don't want to feel the pain. But I know that eating makes you feel good. It releases happy juice into your brain. So I think I've just been eating more and more because, you know, I need some happy juice. Yeah. But, you know, there's been days where I just don't eat at all, and I never even really feel like I need to eat, and then I go to sleep. Like, maybe I have to munch on something just so that I don't get, like, the brain fucking, I need sugar up there kind of thing, but eating 2 giant meals a day, I'm killing myself. I'm just packing on the pounds at this point, so we're not going to hit 160. I absolutely refuse to do that. I will put it under control before I hit 160, because, especially with my non-motivity, I don't need that shit. Let's see. We used to work in a language called R, which was a real bitch to work. R? I've never even heard of R. Not L, not Kira, but R. Okay. Unfortunately, my issue is not freaking doing it, says I love. Wait, what? Doing what? Shit, I've been talking so long, I don't know what I was talking about. David Six says, I was picked on for being a fat little boy in kindergarten, so 2 second graders picked on me. Long story short, they tried to beat me up, so I repeatedly kicked them in the groin. Oh, that's a good way to go about it. That is a good way to go about it. Fuck them up, you know? Hey, fatso! And then be like, bum, 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 bum. Fuck you, asshole! You know? I mean, if they're picking on you because you're fat, fuck it, use your weight. Use your fucking weight and be like, oh, you wanna, okay? You know? You gotta just, like, take your power from the ground. You know, I learned this while I was golfing. You gotta, like, use your fucking weight. You don't use your arms to swing. You use your fucking body, and then your arm follows through and just makes that final connection point. The arm whips the foot into the balls. It's just, you want to, like, you know, with your whole body, just leans back, and then, and the leg is the last thing to come through, and it just, and then a pop, pop is the ideal sound you want to get. Spider is good for that. Exporting Python? I would like to be able to export Python to an executable. If you want to make a Windows distributed exe, I would just use C. Yeah, well, I'm in love with Python. I'm in love with Python. I love the way that it codes. I love the way that it works. I love the tabbing. I love the spacing. I love the simplicity of it. What disease do you have? Big dick syndrome. Huge cock. Just massive priapism. I have I have myalgic encephalomyelitis, aka systemic exertion intolerance disease, aka chronic fatigue syndrome. The first of those is what I go by at this point, myalgic encephalomyelitis, because it sounds like a fucking condition, and it sounds like something that you don't make assumptions about. Oh, so you're fucking tired a lot. Which is why the name has changed so many times, because people who have this condition, and it's undiagnosed. I don't know that I have it. I'm pretty fucking sure that I have it, but find a doctor who can diagnose it in my I don't want to. Some people have lean muscles, making it easier to get shredded. I got that bulkiness, so I got to work for it if I want to get ripped. Yeah, the thing is, like, I never bulked. I never bulked. I was, you know, working out every day. I was just eating, you know, a couple of seeds that I found on the ground, just Buddha style, you know, that kind of thing. I was eating 1 big meal a day and just working out every day. I never got, like, bulk. You know, I just got, you know, there wasn't any fucking fat left, so it was just vacuum formed, you know? I had fucking abs. But I was never satisfied with my body, and that's how you know that, you know, you've got an eating disorder. If you're just never satisfied with you're down to 118 pounds, you know, and I can bench press 160 as a small dude at 116 pounds, I think you've got an eating disorder at that point. Let's see. For me, PyCharm was a bitch for using math things, and I used Anaconda with pre-installed programs like Spider and Jupyter Lab. I haven't tried any of that. I just, you know, I wanted to try Python. I downloaded this, and I just stay here. And, well, when I need to pull in, that took me a minute to figure out how you fucking pull in a library from outside, but I figured it out, and now I just try and stay here. Don't use much of this. Funny thing is, they got expelled for trying to beat me up. G'day. I could tell a story. I need to actually start on this, don't I? No, you don't. Fuck it. So one day in gym, at lunch actually, which, happened in the gym at lunch. We had a guy who was in like our little clique, our little circle in middle school, who was a major like player for one of the teams, and I think it was the football team. He wasn't like a big guy though, so maybe it was baseball. I don't remember, but he was part of our clique, which was weird to have like somebody who was, in sports and important to like the athletic department, and people cared about this person as part of our little group of the people that I hung out with. But he was, and we had this other dude who was just like this dark Weasley asshole, which was more fitting for our group. He made sense to be there. He was this just dark Weasley little asshole, and he just decided one day he got something in his craw about this guy. And dude's just eating his lunch, and guy comes over and just starts like berating him, just verbally, just, leaning into him, making just fun of him, calling him names, shit like that. And finally, dude just like grabs his tray, gets up, moves to the other table across the way, sets it down and eats. And we're all just sitting over here where our little group was sitting, and he's gone over there. Just to get away from this fucking asshole. Asshole gets up, walks over. Now it's just the two of them over there. About 45 seconds goes by, and then dude gets up and just fucking decks him. And then I'm just like, I'm jumping on the table and trying to watch because it's a middle school fight. And everybody's just rushing around, big crowd. Yeah, fucking kick his ass! All that kind of stuff. So I'm just up there trying to see because I'm back where we started. But, so he was, an important part of football or baseball, something like that. I think it was football. Skinny dude, but it's middle school, so what the fuck does it matter? But he was a important part to the athletic department, so he kicked the shit out of this kid. And we all got called into the vice principal's office to say what had happened. And we told the story accurately, which was that dude, like, came over and started fucking with him and just talking shit, talking smack. And he got up and just like left and went and sat over somewhere else. Dude followed him over. He kept talking smack. We weren't over there, so I can't say what he said at that point. And then he just got hit. And so basically, vice principal fucking suspended the dude who got his ass kicked for 2 weeks, and didn't suspend, like, maybe he wasn't, I think he suspended him for like the 2 or 3 days that were before the next big game. Because they wanted him back for the meet, for the match, for whatever they were doing. But yeah, the guy who got his ass kicked got suspended for bullying, and the other dude got suspended for defending himself, if anything, for like 2 days, 2 or 3 days maximum, if there was any suspension. I don't recall entirely, but he was not gone. He was not gone. The other dude was gone for a while. The other dude might not have come back even, if I think back about it. He might have gotten suspended that time, and then his parents were like, fuck this, and pulled him out. I don't know. Just looking at chat now. Have you ever seen that one video of some 12-year-old heavy kid getting made fun of, and he just picks up the bully, flips him upside down, and drops him in like 2 seconds? I haven't seen that. That sounds good. I would love that, just fucking, hey fatty, you fucking fat, you big fucking tub of lard, and then it just like boom, boom, boom. Yes, I am. Huh. When I finally started like working out and dropping the weight, the one thing that I had from moment one was one, I'd always been an incredible like soccer player, football. I'd always been an incredible soccer player, even as I put on the pounds. Like I couldn't run as fast anymore, but I was still just excellent on the field. So there's that, but I just had strong legs from being a heavy kid. And when I started working out and stuff, there was a day we went into the workout space in like junior high or something like that. And I was still heavy at that point, but I was starting to drop the weight. And they put every single 45-pound weight, which was the max, it was the largest weight that they had, weight plate, every single 45-pound plate that they had onto the leg lift machine, and then put on the next heaviest weight, as much as they could fit onto it, onto the leg lift bar as well. And I sat back, and I pushed it up, and I was like, more. And we ended up with all of the weight that you could fit on that bar that they had, plus as many kids as could stand on the bar. And looking back, we probably, you know, almost broke something and got someone very injured, if I think about it. But as many kids as would stand on the bar on the machine, and I fucking lifted them like, you know, nothing. Like, I could do that. How many reps do you want? Papa Pickett says, my wife has chronic fatigue syndrome, found out after she had a bout with viral meningitis. Oh, well. And, you know, here's the thing. Like, I'm going to say that with viral meningitis because typically chronic fatigue syndrome, myalgic encephalomyelitis, systemic exertion intolerance disease, all names for the same thing, comes on after a viral something. And, you know, the supposition at this point is that is a genetic condition that is, that tends to be triggered by a viral infection. Most people have, what is it? You either have, I can't remember, but I don't even want to say it, but there's like 4 or 5 different things that in almost everybody who has, ME, SEID, CFS, you will find like the traces of the body's response to one of these 4 or 5 diseases. So it tends to kick on right after, you know, a viral attack. So very interesting. It's also interesting to note that nobody knows shit about this disease. Nobody has done any research. And, you know, globally speaking, probably 10 million, like there's estimated 2 to 3 million in America alone. America's not that big of I mean, it's a big country, but it ain't, you know, just multiply that by the surface. You know, take that population density and apply it to the rest of the planet and extrapolate from there. And nobody knows shit about it. They just haven't done the research. They said forever that it was just, it's an in-your-head disease, you know? And right up until like 2012, 2014, there was still studies coming out basically reinforcing the idea that it's an in-your-head, you know, it's just, you think you're sick, but you're not really sick because we can't find any evidence of it. Their recommendation for treatment until like a recent study came out and said we recommend graded physical therapy and, you know, psychological therapy, you know, see a shrink and start exercising more so that you can get yourself out of what is ostensibly just depression was the treatment. And that was an accepted study like in the 2010s, in 2012 to 14, something like that. And it was in fact the patients who, just talking to each other, eventually said, this is bullshit, this can't possibly be true. And they eventually forced the university that had, you know, the research facility, which I believe was associated with a university that had conducted the study that came up with that results, to release their data, their raw data, and then they reverse, you know, engineered it so that people could reverse engineer it. And they looked at it and went, oh, well, here's how you came to those conclusions. You changed your fucking definition of being, you know, well again, 3/4 of the way through so that you could bolster your fucking figures. And it was found out that for several years, people were being told, you know, modern science has studied, and this is the best thing, and this is what you should do. And what they were telling people to do was the worst thing that you can do if you have this disease. But somebody wanted to publish a fucking study and seemed like they'd done something positive, I guess. And so here we are. That's the state of medical, like, understanding of science and research's understanding of this disease circa 2014, circa 2015. They don't know shit about shit. They have enough tests now to have proved that it is not an in-your-head fucking condition, but they don't know nothing. So, I remember that video now, straight up picks him up and yeets him into the concrete. Know a kid who's literally too shredded right now from working with farm animals. Hey, time for Epic. Hello. Welcome. Okay, so should I talk about this? Because I need a live stream break already. I haven't even gotten past the globals. Because we've been talking about everything else. So we got the screenshot area. Then we got pattern resolution. So the idea here, I've got this in the old SplitRP as well, is that when you write a pattern, when you write a config file like this, you note whether or not you built it for, you know, what resolution you built it on and for. Because if we wrote the resolution at 1920 by 1080 and you load this up onto a 720p, you know, situation, 1280 by 720, then this patterns will probably still work. All I have to do is, divide by what I need to divide by. So if I do 1280 divided by 1920, then I get that, and then I use that to divide if I can convert all of the numbers in a file based on the difference between the resolution you're at and the resolution that it was written in, and it'll probably still work, was the idea with SplitRP. And it did. Mostly a little bit kind of work for a lot of people in a lot of different resolutions, and there were certain resolutions where it didn't work. This method that we're going to get into here that I've come up with now is so much better for that. It's going to work way better for it still working at different resolutions, so it should come out very nicely. Dragon Realm says, just because there's no evidence doesn't mean there isn't anything. It's probably a problem with the brain or something. I don't know. I'm talking out my own ass here. Yeah. There's little bits of knowledge that I have about, from literally reading fucking studies, because nobody knows. Doctors don't know. You try and find a doctor who knows about this shit. If they are either pretending that they know about it or they're an expert in it, and there's no middle ground. They either just read a website before they came in to talk to you and now they're acting, or they treat people regularly with it and they know things. There's no middle ground. But here's, you can, in the blood, the red blood cells of someone who has ME, a normal, a healthy person's red blood cells are able to, under stress, produce 200 to 250% of the energy. They can convert oxygen to, they can give energy out at that rate under stress. Like you suddenly need strength, 250% for a brief time. Someone who has ME, their red blood cells are 150% max. So what are they doing on average in the first place? But there's that limited overhead. They've chemically tested that and gone, okay, here's a difference that we can test for in people who have ME and people who don't have ME. And none of the tests are perfect. Some people with ME will have, better blood response, and that's the problem for testing for this, is that the standards for creating a medical test are they have to be 98% accurate or something like that. It's really, really high. So if you come up with a test that is 95% of the time correct, it's not a medical test. It can't be used as for diagnosis, which fucking sucks when you have a disease where they don't have a test for it yet, but there are tests, but they're not good enough because they're 6%, under the limit. Another thing is in the, intestines, in the digestional region, there are certain microbes that are supposed to be there, certain microorganisms that help in breaking down, that either, I believe the colonies are significantly depleted. Either that or they're not, the colonies are there and they're not doing their job. I can't remember this in particular, but something there is you're either not breaking something down because, the microorganisms aren't doing their job anymore, or they're just not there in the plenty that they need. Blech. So there are things that are physical and chemical, and they've actually found it out. But ask a fucking, doctor, and they don't know that shit. Because you've got to go and find the fucking research studies that are being done in university and read those. And they haven't necessarily been replicated by anyone else, so take those with a fucking grain of salt. There's the amount of money that goes toward, HIV and AIDS and things like that per year is fucking incredible. And this isn't to say that that's not a significant problem. This is to say that HIV and AIDS, people who have these, now have, thanks to the amount of money that's been going toward these problems for, decades, they now have, lots of fucking medications and lots of options, and their lifespans have been, extended massively, and their quality of life has been raised massively for living with this disease. And yes, keep driving for, outright cures and things like that. But meanwhile, we have conditions like my mother has Sjogren's syndrome, which is probably why I have ME. Also a genetic autoimmune condition. And ME, we have conditions like this where the amount of money that's going in is a couple million a year that's being devoted. And then we've got AIDS and that's getting hundreds of millions per year. And the people who are in my boat don't have anything. We have nothing. We have well, you're in chronic pain and you're limited to, you can't do anything anymore in your life, so you're kind of stuck in your house, and that's going to suck, so you're probably going to be depressed, so here, take some antidepressants, here's some generic opioid pain medication, but we got nothing specific for you. And it's like, okay, is it possible that we could, like, mindfully try and redistribute the funds that are going toward trying to help different things, and just like, okay, AIDS, you guys are doing pretty okay over there. We're going to just give you this much to try and keep pushing for, like, the cure and improvements on things. Over here, people who have nothing, we're going to give you a little bit more this year. That's what I'd like to see anyway. But that would require, a society that's sort of working in unison together, where people aren't just giving money toward what they want to give money toward, but we're like putting our money in a place and going, okay, let's all figure out, let's think about this and do what's best for everyone everywhere. And that's not going to happen because that's fucking socialism. Let's see. Talking about testing for ME, it's the decreased efficiency of the red blood cells of people with ME. Do you think the physicality of the disease plays a part in the overall funding the research receives? There is a problem amongst a lot of diseases that fall into this category. It's not just ME. A lot of diseases fall into this category, but it's it's been just Millions Missing campaign is sort of a public action. I don't even know if it's a fundraising thing, but it was a public action to get the message out. Because yes, it is also a huge problem for people who have conditions like this, that they can't get out and fucking hold picket signs and be like, I'm being underrepresented. There are days where you can't even pick up the phone to call your senator and say, I'm being hello? You can't even, there is a limit of energy, just generally speaking, when you get confined to your house by a disease and now you need to be represented. Now you have to reach out to other people who don't have your disease to do the representation on your behalf. And that's hard to do because you don't have the energy to reach out to them, and then you got to find people who are actually willing to do it. So yeah, just having a voice, having people who will speak on behalf of those who have these issues. Hypothetically, things get better with the internet, but you got to have, I've still got the energy to fucking do a show and live stream and talk for hours on that. So hopefully that lasts in perpetuity, because if not, I'm done. I don't know, what am I doing? Why am I breathing at that point? Oh, did you guys know we nuked Japan because the British like tea? Is that how that worked out? Jesus, this is depressing. All right, well then let's talk about code. Also, since it's a chronic, people underestimate the general problems of it, like it's not something others can see, so people are less empathetic of it. They don't know too much about it. Depressing but fascinating. Yeah, that's another thing, is they are diseases that you don't tend to see. My mother with Sjogren's syndrome, for years, she still faces it now, but she's gotten more open about, like, just showing her disease just because she's fucking sick of this treatment. But, when you finally get a day where you feel like it's time to go out, like, I can go out, I've got the energy, then, like, my mother, she would fucking, she feels like she's got the energy, she's gonna go out, and she's gonna, she dresses herself up, and she puts on the fucking makeup, she looks good, she walks out, and you don't see her looking ill. But she is, and even though she's having a good day, she's in pain currently, and things like that. So basically, the world doesn't want to see you, looking, people won't take you seriously if you just hunched over and shit like that. They'll think, what a fucking homeless bum, what are you on, drugs? Last time I had an episode in public, somebody thought I was on fucking drugs. They offered me, an anti-opioid prescription. So if the world sees you like that, they assume not that you're in a bad condition because of a medical condition and that kind of thing, but that you're on fucking drugs. And then if they see you, cleaned up and looking, then they're like, oh, you don't look like there's anything wrong with it. It's a problem. Okay, so pattern resolution tests. I described that. That's for the thing. And then first test select. We'll come back to that. So we're going to, in our files for this Autosplitter, we're going to have image objects. We're going to declare, very simply, we're going to give a name to an image. We're going to say where that image is, and then we're going to declare the percentage rate that we will require when it gets compared against what's on the screen in order to cause a match. And we're going to have a percentage for what we need in order to unmatch it. Because the way this is going to work is the program watches your screen and takes a screenshot and then compares it to the image that you've got in memory, here, level select 1, an image that you've taken beforehand. And when it compares it, it's going to say, okay, is this, is this better than or equal to 82% of a match? And if it is, then we got a match. Once you've got a match, the system is then going to continue taking screenshots, but now it's just going to look at the screen just for that, just for what it matched. But it's going to be looking, there's other details, but it's going to be looking for that to see if it doesn't match it. So it's just going to look for what it matched before and waiting for it to stop matching it to know that I should look for something else now. So that's why we're going to have an unmatched percentage. And the unmatched percentage is typically going to be less than the match percentage, because when you get a match in a game, especially in Cluster Truck, where things are moving and things are changing and things are scrolling on, the first match you get will probably be very similar to the frame that you've got stored in memory. It'll be, over 80%. But then, if you're on that screen for a while, and there's like the fucking leaderboard slides in, and it's tallying up your score, and numbers are changing and shit like that, it's going to drop down to, below 60% possibly. But it's still the correct screen. Having these two numbers allows us to force a very specific, like I want this to be a match, like a high percentage match. And then, once we've found it, I will not unmatch it until I have a very different screen. And that's going to give us like maximum, control over these two things happening. And it's going to give us very just variable. We can change it really easily if it's not working. If we're not getting, I need a lower match in order to make sure that I always catch it. I need a higher unmatch in order to make sure it's going to be very flexible, very flexible. So that's the idea for the image object. And having it as an image object means that if I wanted to have the same image, but I wanted different match values for a different, portion, because I've thought about a lot of different things, you just copy it and give it a different name. Just copy paste. Have a second image object that references the same file, but it's image select 2. And then that one could have a different set of match variables. So maximum flexibility here. Then the last thing that's going to be in the config file, because we haven't even talked about the code yet, really, we're just talking about what's going to be in the config file, is the actual test objects, or the tests themselves. The test is going to get its own name. It's going to declare which of the image objects it wants to test against. So this could be image select 1, image select 2, image LC. We could have a whole bunch of different images in this list. These are the things that we'll be testing against, looking for a match. When we find a match, we want the ability to send a piece of code to LiveSplit, because this Autosplitter is just here to enable LiveSplit. I don't want to replace LiveSplit. I just want signals to be sent to LiveSplit when, on conditions. So when we get a match, we can have a code that would get sent to LiveSplit. And you'll see this down here, start//n. That would tell it to start the run, and the // it might be something else, it might be /r/n, but that's the return code, and you have to put that in. So you can send whatever LiveSplit code that you want to send when you get a match. But remember, we also, once we've got a match, we do an unmatch cycle. It's where we're just looking for, to match these again, whatever's here. We're looking for the match there, but we're looking for it to not be a match anymore. It's got to be less than the unmatched percentage. So when we get an unmatched percentage, then the unmatch here is going to say, what should I test for from here? Each test is going to point to the next test. It's going to say, once you complete this test, if you unmatch from this test, go over there. So when you get an unmatch, we're going to test to see, we're going to point at the new test. The next test is going to be test menu. Like this is test select, so we'd have another test, it'd be test menu. So now go over there and do that one. But before we do that, we're going to basically run one test against test menu, against its, standards, and see if we do actually get a valid connection with test menu. And if we don't find anything in that test that matches immediately, then that triggers a no match state. And in the no match state, we're going to basically drop through to another test that you can point to without any qualifying, without any standards whatsoever. So in order to successfully unmatch and go to test menu, we actually have to get a successful test out of test menu. So the idea behind this is, imagine I'm playing the game and I go into the level select screen where it's got all the 10 levels that you can go to. And the Autosplitter is watching. So it sees that, ooh, we're on test select screen. It goes into the unmatched thing. When it leaves, when it detects that that we're no longer on the level select screen, now I'm going to have it look for test menu. What it's going to be looking for is if I went backwards, if I hit escape from the level select screen and went back toward the larger menus. And if it sees that, then we don't start the run. Then what we want to do is, from test menu, we want to immediately start looking for test select again. We want to look for the level select screen. But if it doesn't see anything, if it doesn't get any match when we leave test select, that means that we started running the game. There's only two places that you can go from the level select screen, and it's either, into playing the game or back to the menu. So by virtue of, if we can't find the menu, then we must be playing the game. That's how this is going to go. So we've got all the fucking flexibility here. We've got the ability to force ourselves into a certain test, when we match something. We've got the ability to force ourselves into a test when we don't match anything. We got all of the things going on here. And I will talk about that more when we get out of this section. But, so under there is also going to be no match send, just like match send. When we detect a situation where we haven't matched anything coming out of the unmatched cycle, we can send a signal to live split, and that covers all circumstances. Those two circumstances where we can send, either we're sending a signal when we match something, or when we have unmatched something and found nothing. That covers every single possibility, because you are either entering something that's been detected, you got a match, so it's going to fire it, or you have exited something that you previously detected and you don't know where you are now, which is also an event that you might want to send a signal on. So in this instance, this has been written as though it actually is the test select test object, where we're on the level select screen, and I'm going to, once we unmatch it, first we match it, then after we unmatch it, I test for the menu. If I don't find the menu, then we send the start command, because we must be running the game, and we tell it from now on, I want you to look for LC1, in other words, level complete screen, because we're in the game, now we're going to be looking for the level complete screen, which is where the splits are going to be sent. Hello! So that's my incredibly long-winded, how many of you did I drive away from chat by explaining just this section over the course of 15 minutes, verbosely. Also under the test object, optionally, would be these characteristics, which will limit this test area to within the screenshot. This is all around the screenshot that we're taking, to an area within that screenshot. So if you got whatever size the screenshot is, then 800 pixels in, 500 pixels down, a width and height of 300 by 200, or however a bounding box is actually done in the libraries I'm using, whatever. But we'll have, that square. So you can limit all of the tests to occur in a certain area, which will help with, the speed of the processing. You can limit the color. We want to be able to limit it to grayscale, black and white, and strip. I'll come back to that later. And then we want the ability to resize the image that we've taken. So we took the screenshot, maybe we limited it to an area. Now we're going to shrink that image, potentially. These are all options. The big thing about shrinking an image is that it's, one, less pixels to, consider and analyze and things, so it's better for processing if you do shrink the image. And you'd want to, in the process, we'd do the area first, and then we'd do the resize, and then we'd do the color. In fact, yeah, let's do it like that. Because then there's less and less area to have to work with. But with resizing, the big thing that finally clicked with me after writing my own, blur algorithms in order to make sure that my math and my comparison values were, loose, because I didn't want them to be perfect, because if they're perfect, then then, you know, if the screen shakes a little bit like it does in Cluster Truck, well then, you know, the numbers are going to be really, it's going to look like it's not as much a match as it is, if, you know, looking at it visually. With resizing, that is a blur. That is a mathematical blur. You are reducing the fidelity, you're taking pixels out, you're merging pixels together. You know, if you got a white and a black and then you shrink it by 50%, now you've got a gray. So, you know, it's reducing the fidelity, and therefore mathematically it is blurring our figures so that we get more, you know, easier numbers. Numbers that aren't like, well, this pixel is completely wrong, but this pixel is right. You know, instead we'll have merge those two together. This pixel is halfway right. So that's just the files. Now we know how the files are built. Then here's where the program actually starts. We can rip through this now. So first we're going to front load. This is the actual code, or what's going to happen to the code. We front load things. We adjust all the pixel values if the pattern resolution is not equal to the screen resolution, which was up here again, 1920 by 1080. If the pattern was written at 1920 by 1080, and I'm running the program on a 720p 1280 by 720 thing, then we'll shrink all the pixel values to match to that. Then we pre-process and pre-calculate, if we're viable, for all the test images. We'll just do it like that. So every test that has, you know, it says I'm going to use the image at image select 1, and I'm going to use it with these options. We don't have to process that on every fucking iteration. We need to do it once. So we're going to pre-process all of the images for each test and each image so that it's just done ahead of time. And then when we go to do comparisons, we can just grab that pre-processed, ready-to-go image every single time, make a copy of it, and use it without having to process it again. That's just obvious thing that needs to be done. And then, having front-loaded it, we will start the boot. And the boot is going to instantiate the seek loop, which is down here, in no match mode using first test from config. So I said I'd talk about first test. It's just up here, we're saying what test to start on. So, you know, from the test objects, load this one in. Now the concept of no match mode is that if we had not found a match, presuming we had had a test before, in this instance we're booting in so there was no test, which is why we're forcing it, but if we had done a test before and we matched it, went into the unmatched cycle, and then didn't match any of the things that we said we wanted to match, you know, potentially coming out of the unmatched cycle, then that's a no match. And that means that you fall through into the test that's declared by the no match test. You go to that test now, but you are immediately in the state of seeking. You're looking for a match, okay? And the reason why, you know, I make a note of that here is because in the other situation, where you made a match, went into the unmatched cycle, and then you matched coming out of the unmatched cycle, you matched with what the unmatched test is supposed to be, then that needs to basically skip the match cycle and go straight into unmatched because you know you're there now. You know, if I was on level select and then I matched, you know, the menu screen, then I know that I'm on the menu screen, so I don't have to search for the menu screen again. I'm there, so I will be in, you know, unmatched cycle on the menu screen test as opposed to the seeking or no match cycle that you could be in there. And then we've front-loaded it, we've booted the program, now we're going to get into the functions. Screenshot. I need to write the screenshot function discreetly with generic methods so that it can be modified internally within the function that I'm writing if and when a better method comes along or I need to change it because some people can't use it on their operating system or things like that. So I want all the code to work, and whatever goes on inside screenshot in order to get that screenshot is only of concern to screenshot, so that if I have to change anything, I can just change how screenshot generates the image, and my screenshot function just hands that out, and the rest of the program doesn't give a shit how it got it, just so long as it hands it out in the right function, or in the right form. And I made a note here that optionally we can restrict the screenshot to a bounding box area, which is what's going up here in the globals with screenshot areas. So the screenshot itself could be in a smaller area, and then you could also crop that area within the tests. And then we get into the interesting stuff. So the processing engine, actually this isn't the interesting stuff. Processing engine just needs to receive an image and the options, you know, for area, resize, color that we've defined. and I need to decide whether to pass that discretely, and it's just like a fucking global function that you could throw anything at it, which some people prefer, or I could pass the options as just a reference to my test object, and I'm just handing the test object across, and then the function itself says, okay, what are the, test object dot options dot something like that, and gets the data out that way, and so I'm not really passing around the data, just the reference. And then I also thought about the idea of possibly making this function so that it stores the last methods that were used and just uses those until those methods are explicitly replaced. And in that way, you only send, a change of how much you want the image resized or color spaced differently or something once, and then the next time you load a test in, it sends its new data through to change it. But you don't, it's all stored locally so that it doesn't have to think about it, doesn't have to access it. I don't know. Doesn't really matter that much in modern computing, but it's something that I noted for myself. And of course, the options in the processing engine are to crop the image to a bounding box, process the color channels to grayscale, black and white, or channel strip. And this came up at the last live stream where I talked about the possibility of this code, where we actually wrote some of this code and played with it, which is the idea of stripping off one of the channels. In any color image, you have a red, a green, and a blue channel. So you can get a grayscale image just by grabbing the blue channel, but it will be a grayscale representation of just the blues. So grayscale is more accurate. Black and white involves a threshold operation of deciding where, on that 0 to 255 grayscale, you want to decide everything below here should go to black and everything above here should go to white. And then channel strip would be the option to just rip off one of the channels or two of the channels and use those. And this code should be flexible enough. I want to write it flexible enough that it will allow you to process full color images if you want, or, just have a couple of the channels left. And we'll see about the channel strip thing, but that'll be the most difficult part if it gets used at all. But the other thing shouldn't be hard. And then, of course, optionally resize the image and then return the image. And that's all that function needs to do. And then we're into the compare engine, which will receive two images. One will be from the test image that we've pre-processed during the front loading. And then the other one will be the screenshot, which we've just pulled and then pushed through the processing engine to conform to the test image specs. And then we will composite those two images by subtraction. Pixel minus pixel, which zeros the pixels that have the same values. It's basically a difference map. So the idea is if you have two images and they are exactly the same, and you subtract each pixel's value from the other pixel's value, then it's 127 minus 127, and then it's 12 minus 12, and everything comes down to 0. So if you have 0 across the board, then you have a perfect match of an image. And any difference that remains comes out, in the wash that way as well. If you've got just a little bit of a difference between two gray shades or two colors or something like that, then it'll subtract and it'll end up with 12. Or it'll end up with like negative 12. Now the thing is, for some reason, with NumPy, the library that I'm using to do this math, and that I'm using to store these image tables, I think NumPy is the one that's doing this, I don't have to worry about absolutes. So I don't have to worry about negative and non-negative numbers. Positive would be the non-negative. I don't have to worry about it. It just gets handled for me. If it's negative 12, then in the file it just ends up as 12. So all the absolute values just get taken care of in that process, which is great. One less, two less lines of code, I guess. Not a big deal, but it's neat. So once we've done that, we will sum all pixel values of the composite image. So every single pixel, whatever the value left over, will be added up into just one big long number. So we're tallying all the differences there on a scale from 0 to 255 per pixel, and then we end up calculating the actual percentage likeness of these two. It really is difference to start, but I reverse it so that because it's how I want to think of it. But we calculate the likeness between those two by simply taking that number that we have returned after we summed up all the pixel values, dividing it by the color depth, which is to say that there are 255 0 to 255, so it's 256 different shades that it could be. So we don't want it to be represented on a 0 to 255 standard. We want it to be represented on a 0 to 1 standard. So we divide by 255, and then we've got each pixel will be worth 0 to 1. And so if it's half the same, then it will be 0.5 as opposed to 127. That's what we want. So we do that, we get it down to 0.5, but then we need that by the number of color channels. So do we have red, green, blue? Is it just grayscale? Did we just use green and blue? Did we just use red? If we have 3 color channels, then we need the number of, we need all of that reduced to a 0 to 1 thing, and then we need to divide it against the number of color channels, because that's thrice the number of values we're expecting, and then we need to divide it by the entire number of pixels. So if it's 1080p, 1920 by 1080, and that reduces all that huge number down to a representative number that is a percentage, that is 0 to 1. So 1 being, actually this would be describing differences at that point. So 1 would be total difference, 0 would be no differences at all, I think, which is why we flip it. Then we do 1 minus that value. So if it's 1 and that's total differences, then 1 minus 1 turns it into 0. I might have done this backwards in my head. Anyway, we flip it and then we multiply it by 100 and we end up with a percentage result. Instead of a, 0.86, it's now 86%. Or instead of actually a 0.24, it's now a 0.86, and then it's an 86%. You see. Okay, I'm back. What did I miss? The boringest explanation that anyone has ever received that nobody wants to be here for. So then we get to the actual interesting part, okay? I've over-described all of the simple shit, functions here. Now we're into the seek loop. So this is where everything actually gets done, because these are just functions that are going to do what they need to do. The seek loop takes the screenshot, requests the processing of the screenshot using the optional values from the test, so sends it off to the processing engine sends it back to us processed. Then we request the comparison of that processed screenshot against the match images that are in current test, so we send it off to the compare engine. Compare engine hands us back a percentage result, so that we know, okay, those two images are that much similar to each other, and then we simply test against these values from the file, the match percentage and the unmatched percentage. On no match, if we're less than the match percentage, then we just move on. We loop, we go back, we take another screenshot, and we do all the things again. On a match, we send the match send value to LiveSplit. So what we've defined in the configuration file, we send the message to LiveSplit, if there is one, to say we made a match. So if you want, when it makes that match, for it to fire a split, it'll fire the split. Then we fall into our unmatched cycle, testing via the same methods that we've described here, this whole process, but now we're just testing for less than the unmatched percentage instead of greater than or equal to the match percentage. So we begin that unmatched cycle, and this is the unmatched cycle. On match, loop, because if we're still matching, we're waiting to unmatch what we've already matched. We're waiting to not be on the screen that we know we're on, that we were on last frame anymore. So on match, just loop and keep doing the tests until we're not. Once we unmatch, we immediately test the current screenshot against the unmatched test's images. So the test that's referenced here under unmatched, test menu, we need to immediately test the current screenshot, not a new screenshot, but this screenshot that we've already got that's pre-processed, it's in our hands, against that new test that we're about to send ourselves off to, because we want to know whether we should send ourselves off to it or not. So we test against that. If we don't get a match, then we send the no match send signal to LiveSplit. So we've got another signal where now we know that what has just happened is we were matched to the image that's in the current test, and we have just unmatched it, and we have no idea where we are right now. We have no new match. So that's an opportunity to send a signal to LiveSplit to say, okay, now do a thing. And it's going to be very important to the way that this runs. And then after we've sent that signal, we load the no match test into its seek cycle. So we load up the new test, and it's going to be the one that's defined in the file under no match. So we go to test LC1 instead of test menu because we didn't find a match. Unmatch is the positive value. This is the negative value. You know, we go to this test if we get an unmatch, if we get a match coming out of the unmatch cycle, and we go to this one if we don't get a match coming out of the unmatch cycle. So on match, we send the match tests match send to live split. So we send the signal. If we do get a match, then we send the signal that that match is supposed to fire when it gets a match to live split, and then we load into the unmatched test in its unmatched cycle because we already know we're there. And this sounds very complicated because I'm horrible. I'm horrible at saying, you know, because I've made it sound complicated, haven't I? But this just gives us every single thing that we need to do. And I'm going to show it to you right here. These couple of lines here. Is it these? Or do I have it down here? No, it's down here. These couple of lines. So, when we start up the program, we will force ourselves to, we'll force the program to think we've just done a no match exit. So we don't know where we are in the program. What test are we supposed to be running? We'll tell it what test we're supposed to be running. We run that test. And then, I think everyone left. That's cool. We run the test. And then, let's say we got a match. Then the live split action, the action is sent to live split. It fires off. Then we go into the unmatched cycle. So we've sent the message to live split. We matched. If there was a message, we sent it to live split. Now we go into the unmatched cycle. We're waiting to fall out of that match. Then, when we fall out of the unmatched cycle, we test to see if we can get a match for our unmatch. If the place that we're supposed to be going is a place that we can actually, you know, if we get a valid test out of that. And on success of that, then we would take that success and we would enter into the new test. The new test would immediately fire the match because we know we found it, and then it would immediately go into its unmatched cycle. And then we would test for its unmatched exits. Now, if there's no match found, then the no match action fires, and then we're into the no match exit scenario again, and we're doing the test, and then we're looking for the match, and then it goes into the unmatched cycle, and it just, those two scenarios cover every fucking thing. It took me 2 days to whittle this down to what I believe now to be the simplest implementation that allows for the maximum flexibility so that you could take this code, you could take this concept, this program when it's finished, write your own config file for your own game, and be able to do every fucking thing that you possibly could do with any, you know, Autosplitter. Using these methods without making them any more complicated. Like, my original plan involved more shit was going on, and then I developed a second plan that's been deleted completely, where even more shit was going on, because I was like, no, I need to cover that scenario. No, I need to cover that scenario. And I finally whittled it down to this. We've got 74 lines of a design document that has fucking everything that it needs to say in it, and that covers all possibilities. I just had to go to the bathroom. Well, you probably should have just left, because I don't blame anybody for leaving. I'm listening to myself talk and just trying to stay awake here, for fuck's sake. We got 11 viewers. It's 8:50 p.m. I'm talking about Python, and I've been talking for ages. But that's it. Like, that took me, you know, yesterday and today, just little bits here and there, a couple hours here, a couple hours there to write this all up, and it's just concise, it's clean. You write the screenshot function, you write the processing engine function, you write the compare engine function, and then the seek loop, like, comparatively to what I have going on in SplitRP, if I open that up, cluster truck splitter, is that it? Open it in a new window, and then I'll be able to close it. Like, here's SplitRP. I'm just going to go to the part where the actual test is being done. Is that new SplitRP? What is this? Roulette select, running, ready, test active, main loop. Yeah, so this class, this Autosplitter class, is, I think all of that is the Autosplitter class right there. All of that. And all of, like, I mean, some of this needs to happen and stuff like that, but the concepts that are going on in there are all contained in this small loop. The other one was manual, like I was forcing it to do this, like there was loops inside of loops inside of loops, you know? You would search for something, and then when you found it, then you dropped into an anti-search, and then the anti-search would... Now the config files, like, handle the passing on themselves, and it's just, you know... Where's the... This process is just repeated. Here, it's repeated here, it's repeated here. It's gonna be so much fucking simpler. Now you need to assign it story points and schedule it for the next sprint. Story points? What? I'm on a mission from God. Am I? I see you use tkinter, so I want to look through the code there because I don't know much about tkinter. Yeah, I wrote that library. I wrote the library. GUIable. So I wrote this library, and there's a couple of deep bugs. I don't even remember what they are at this point, but this library enables all of this to happen. I've got a box that has no top to it. You know, I've made my own little top here, so it has no top to it, but I grab it anywhere, and it's draggable. I've got these, you know, mouse over events where it changes the image of the buttons. When I hit that, it does that, and that's the wrong one. I click it, it comes back up. If I move it off screen, watch over here, it leaves the screen. Like, all of these things had to be forced to take place in tkinter, because of the way that things operate when you're not using, like, a window that has a screen, that has a top bar that's the kind of window that it expects to be. I've got fucking moving settings things. I've got all these. You mouse hover over them, and then you click them, and they change. I got that. I got this thing. You click, and then you press a key, and you assign what button it's supposed to be, and all of this was my fucking library. I got way too deep into tkinter. I wanted to create something that made tkinter viable without using the many other, you know, libraries that people have done to do that. And I did. But there's a couple of deep bugs in places that I don't even remember what they are now. But yeah, the GUI for that one is just a mess of fucking code. I mean, this just feels like HTML, is what this feels like, just to instantiate that. But because of the library, it only had to be all of this. And most of the, you know, laying things out is happening right here, positioning things and telling them. And then there's like some custom animations and things down here, but that's the old SplitRP. The new SplitRP is 74 lines. Just needs to be turned into code. And last time that we pulled this open, this is what we did. If I run you, we get an open. Let me just try running that again. Stop and rerun. Oh, okay, so it's still running. It just did a bullshit error. That apparently it's still okay? Is it? What are you doing right now? No, you should be printing. You should be outputting something. So what have we done here? Color gray. So I'm guessing I didn't convert a thing. BG equals CV2 color. It goes to color gray. BG is equal to CV2 dot CVT color. CV2 is what I'm using for... Okay. And then we resize that image. And your problem was on what line again? 35? Really? This is just Bootstrap. So BG is cv2.imread images lc1.png1. It doesn't complain about reading it into memory. but it complains about converting it to grayscale? Why would you do that? And wasn't it working last time I was here? Did I leave it in a broken state? Be a U-card? I don't know what you mean. Empty and function, CVT color. So the BG has not been properly read in? Like it didn't complain on trying to read it in? BG equals, and then it's using BG, that's the source. Show this in Explorer, please. And there's your problem. Is this not where I was actually working before? Then? Because we ended on something else. We ended with something working. Was I still fucking around in no green screen chroma key? Or is that what I'm in right now? New window. I think this is what we were using. Run this. No. No, that was the code. Was it? Are we taking the screenshot? We are, but we're using MSS? No. That's not where we left off. Is it in... Is it in the cluster truck splitter and I created a new one? A new window. New SplitRP. No. Oh. GUI, config handler, settings, timing, GUIable, to do. Bottom detection only. I mean, it doesn't matter. We're going to rebuild it, but I had integrated the other screenshot method somewhere. Don't tell me I wrote the code in here somewhere. No, I wouldn't have done that. We had a version of this that was working, you know, with cluster truck and just feeding us out results. It won't be any of those. Is it just that I don't have it open, maybe, from you? Main one. MSS. No, I'm not using... There it is. No, we are using the right one. Okay, it is this. Fuck. So it's D3D, because I'm not using the screenshot function anymore. And then we're doing the displays, we're doing the capture. Screenshot is equal to MSS.MSS. We don't actually need that. Right? Well, go ahead and just tab it out. Or comment it out. Set the resolution. BG is equal to CV2. Start time. And then when we grab the screenshot, FG is equal to D3D. Get latest frame. Yes, yes, yes. So why you know? What's your problem there? Well, the images aren't there, Fawn. Well, why aren't they there? Yeah. Oh, I moved them, didn't I? Did I move something around? I must have moved something around. Scripts? Where is the directory? I just have trouble believing that I didn't... I know I pulled it over and that we had it working. Okay, let's go to PyCharm projects, and then from here, images. Yeah, those aren't that doesn't include the image that I'm looking for. ABBA? That's ABBA, all right. Okay. I don't know why I have a fucking picture of ABBA. Cluster truck spitter. I don't have any falsies. Won't be under UI either. We had made... Did it delete it? Tell me it deleted it. Because I had made a directory with images. I had taken a screenshot of cluster trucks, level complete screen, during the live stream, put it in the right place, referenced it in the file, referenced it, and now it's not there. And I don't see it anywhere here either. And there's nowhere deeper to go there. Or lib, we could go to site packages. And there's no images directory there. So it's just like gone. And I don't know how we ended up in a place where it's gone. It's fine. We'll just do it again. Can I get you to... I shake you, and then don't know why you popped up. Give me cluster truck. Do that. So we're going to have to open cluster truck sooner or later anyway to start playing with this, to start actually coding. So I'm going to pop it open. We're going to go into the level select. Can I get everything to come back up, please? No? Cool. Just bring it all back up manually. Chat. You. Okay. Alright. Cluster truck. Cluster truck, ladies and gentlemen. So, I'm going to run through here. And I'm just going to... I just want a screenshot. Right now. Okay. Hopefully I grabbed one. Let's get GIMP open. I'm going to have to... I don't know. Actually, maybe we didn't need it. But let's paste as a new image. Yeah, okay. That'll work. The time doesn't necessarily have to be in this image, but fuck it. So we will export this as a PNG, and I'm going to have to send it to wherever the fuck it is that you are. So back to you, virtual environment, yes. Go there, and then create a new folder, images, and then lc1.png, export, standing for level complete. Now we've got that, and now when I start up the engine, close you down, don't need you anymore, close you down, don't need you anymore, run you. Now it's got a file to actually reference, and it's running. And it's running. And showing us the percentage match values that we have. And if I pull it over here so that I can see it, and you guys can see it over there, and let me go in, we now have a 94% match rating that drops down to a 73 when the level complete screen starts coming in, and we are looking at and processing the entire fucking screen right now with this code as we left it. And we're going to see the frames per second dip as I actually start playing the game, because now it's trying to share CPU resources, which is why we need to optimize this. But we go from a 33% match to a 92, then immediately starts getting worse as things like move on to screen, 72, 72, and so forth and so on. So this is why we need to, have the higher percentage value, the match percentage, different than the it's not a match anymore percentage. Alright, shut the hell up. And we need to optimize this code so that the frames per second doesn't drop, which we are going to achieve by simply working on a smaller, scale, a more concentrated area. Man, I love Python, says Aperture Combine. Well, you got here just in time, because we're actually going to start doing something instead of listening to me talk about doing something. Actually, we're probably going to listen to me talk. I like to talk. We could talk. We might even go to a live stream break. Are you comparing the whole screen? That's probably not necessary, is it? Yeah, at this point, I think I am comparing the whole screen. I'm taking a screenshot of the whole screen, and I've doing the comparison against the whole deal. These processes, when I'm not actually having to take the screenshot, they run at hundreds of frames per second. But when I have to, grab the screenshot as well, there's something about like the transfer between maybe putting that in memory and then something accessing it from memory and pulling it out, because if I have like a saved image on disk, then I can run the processing and everything else at 300 frames per second or something like that. But it does get slowed down. It drags us down to, below 60 frames per second and sometimes down to 30-some frames per second during the gameplay. So yeah, we're going to pick the areas on the screen that we want to compare against, that we want to process, and that'll make it a lot easier. Would there be a problem if the user is using a different resolution than your screenshot? Asks Miriaz. Potentially, but also potentially not. In the design document here, we're going to be using pattern resolution so that the pattern that we're writing in the configuration file is written at 1920 by 1080. If you start to play it on a screen that is running at 1280 by 720, I will just take all of the values that we have that are, screen position values, and I will divide them appropriately to reduce them to the size, that should work on your screen. And because this is a very generic sort of a process that's going on, where it's doing a difference map by subtracting one image against the other to find out what the differences are per pixel, and doing so on a smaller version of the image that's been shrunk, so like more of the pixels are going to conform to each other. Like if it's close to what it started, if they're close by the eye, then they're going to be close once you shrink them down by the computer's sense as well, by the math. Because of all that, something, and it'll work. It'll be because of that, changing the resolution will be less of an issue, because it's going to be shrunk, it's going to be processed, it's going to be all those things. It'll make it easier. It'll return better percentage values for us. Very, very fucking simple code going on here. Most of this I can just get rid of. But what we can do immediately for a little bit of testing there would be, we could take the background and we could reduce it. I mean, we've done this before, apparently, but we'll reduce the background to 720 by 1280. So we'll just be doing a 1280p, corner here, and I'm not even going to try and center it anywhere. The foreground screenshot, that's not going to be, well, I'll leave it there in case I need it later. Once we get the screenshot in, foreground is equal to that, we gray it, we would actually reduce it first. So we'll do that as well. Same code here, where we're going to do the foreground is equal to that side, and then we do the color and all that sort of thing. So we'll cut a little bit of it off, and we'll run it again. And now we're up to 140-some frames per second. Right now, the way this works is actually the screenshots are limited to the frame rate of the screen. So what we're doing at 140 frames per second is we are processing the same screenshot multiple times. We're pulling the same screenshot several times before the engine that's giving us the screenshots can slide a new one in. So we're looking at the same one several times. But with that running, I can go over here, and actually for me to be able to see it, I need to drag it over there. And we'll start out, so 27% match, and then we start playing the game, we're down to a 20% match, we're running through, we put it in, go from an 18 to a 96% match, and we're bottoming out on our frames per second, like our lowest there was 75 or something, so that's fine, that's a-okay, and a lot of those frames, we're just, once we, write this up properly, it's not going to be bothering with that. Like, it's not going to be doing 104 frames per second. It's going to process precisely 60 frames per second on my 60 hertz monitor, is what it's going to do. But this is the whole deal. This is the whole shebang. This is all it has to do, and it already does it more or less. Lean out of the way so we can see the immediate changes. Yeah. And that's just limiting it to 1280p. We can limit this a bunch more. A bunch more. You know, on the image that we just took, we could be looking at, in the past version of SplitRP that I was working on, we used to just look at a pixel row. And that pixel row was like across there. And I was looking to see if I had the right, you know, black, then white, then black, then white, and I was doing a whole bunch of stuff like that. And that's all we needed to look at before, and that was 99.9% accurate. So with this method, we could just look at, you know, this part of the screen right there. It doesn't even have to be that, you know, just something like that, or we could look at down here, or this stuff. It's going to be great. The end screen is entirely grayscale. It probably won't be any different, but just take a third of the time. We are grayscaling these images in line if I haven't changed, or if I... Yeah. We're taking gray FG. Well, actually, are we, though? So FG, FG. Gray FG comes from FG. We do it BGR to gray, and then we resize it. That's the wrong way to do that. We can make it better right now. Do the resize first and then the recoloring. No, because it's less. Ooh, I don't know. Because you're thinking like the resize, it's going to consider 3 color channels, or it's going to consider 1 color channel. And whereas the grayscale conversion, I think the resize would be more problematic, like heavier than the grayscale conversion. I think you do the grayscale conversion first. We could absolutely test that, though. I'm just thinking how to optimize it, but I don't know. Yeah. And that's going to be a big part of this, too. In the design document that I wrote up today is we want the colors, the options available to whoever's writing the pattern file for whatever speedrun they're programming this for, to be grayscale, black and white with a threshold, and possibly just channel strip, where you just rip out just the red, or just the blue, or just the green, or just the blue and green. You know, whatever works for somebody. I want to give them all the options, because this won't just be for Cluster Truck. It will work for Cluster Truck. I will be designing it first and foremost to make sure it covers my needs and our needs in the Cluster Truck community, but I'm trying desperately to keep it generic enough that you'll be able to write, you'll be able to use this for possibly any other game, the way that I'm writing it right now, the way that I've got it in my head. I'm thinking, I don't think that there's any other, thing that you could possibly want. And you will have control over things like how much processing power that you're going to, you can decide to zoom in on a certain area of the screen and strip it to grayscale and then shrink it down and then, do the comparisons on that. You'll have control of optimizing these processes so that if you want to, you could do the whole damn screen at 19 by 1080p, but maybe it only runs at 30 frames per second and consumes 10% of your CPU while it's doing it. But if you're okay with that, if the people playing your game are okay with that, then fucking have at it. Have you run any profile with it to see where, most of the processing is going for the code? I haven't, but then again, this is all the code we've got, and it was just sample code to see if it works, see if the concept works. So we'll build it out, and honestly, I never used any sort of a profiler before. You mean to show, CPU consumption versus memory usage and things like that? Or do I get more specific information about what kind of calculations are taking up during the CPU or so? I've never used a profiler before. But yeah, this is all the code that we have right now, just a proof of concept. When we come back, and this was, written a week ago, 2 weeks ago or something, just oh, does it work? Yes, it does. When we come back, I think I'm going to actually start writing this damn thing. It'll show exactly which lines are most heavy on the CPU. Oh, okay. It'll show where bottlenecks are. Okay, cool. Yeah, that would be very neat. So yeah, we're gonna do a live stream break because I've been here for Jesus Christ. It seems like I looked over a minute ago and it said like 45 minutes, and now it's an hour and 45 minutes. I'm gonna take a live stream break. I'm gonna pee. It's gonna be 7 minutes. So take this opportunity to get some food, to pee as well, to do whatever you're going to do. And when we come back, I'm gonna fucking settle in and start actually coding according to my design document. In the meantime, enjoy yourself a little bit of the old jingle jazz from Quantum Jazz. 7-minute live stream break. Don't go anywhere. Pawn not out. Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and I return from reminding myself why I'm not downstairs recording the coming sketch for this week's Harvin Pawn show on twitch.tv/HarvinPawn like I should be, like I meant to be doing today, and why I am instead, that was in time with the music, sitting here programming. Oh my god, just getting up and feeding the cats and stuff, my back. The center of my back. You know, it wouldn't be bad to have this music in the background, like this kind of music. I just might queue up a bunch of this music and just leave it going. Have a little something back there, you know? They're gonna fucking get on me for main stem, but maybe not on the bus, and Dance of the Stargazer. Just some nice, you know, Jazzar kind. Well, Jazzar isn't the same style, but we'll fucking queue up some long ones of those. Just queue them up and leave it going in the background for us. I rarely ever do that. On cue, on cue, on cue, on cue. Yeah, that's enough for now. Maybe. Yeah. Okay. So, what are we talking about in chat? I wonder if there's any anti-cheat functionality I could add. I wonder. Actually, this is probably going to make it easier to cheat, if anything. Because this is going to be functional. A big part of this is that it needs to be functional on pre-recorded runs, so that we can retime all of the runs on our leaderboards by IGT, which will be time that takes out the level complete times. A big part behind this is that two things. One, the last run that I had in this game in Winterworld, yeah, well, then I'll just pause the queue while we're actually in the game. The last run that I had here in Winterworld, my PB that I just posted on YouTube at youtube.com/RoninPawn is 0.6 seconds difference between world record by IGT %. I took it into the editing bay, you know, I was editing the video for the big half-hour dick joke that it is. You know, I decided to pull down the world record and compare those two. When I cut out the level complete screens, the way that the IGT, the program I have in mind would, it would be 0.6 seconds difference. What it actually is in, you know, real-time difference is like 3 seconds difference. A huge amount of time in our runs is lost to whether or not you can get to the bottom of the screen and click the next level button, you know, super fast. You get in here, oh god, come on, don't do it that way. Just run it out. You get in here, and you run through the level, don't fuck it up. Well, I haven't run it all today, I could be, but you get in here, and then you gotta pull, as soon as the mouse becomes available in the middle of the screen, pull down, hit the next level button as quick as you can, and first off, there's the amount of time it takes you to hit the next level button. You can do it perfectly and spend like 2 frames plus load times, and that's the other end of this issue. Because when I click the next level button, which is going to be right, there's, on my system, about 15 frames between each load of the level. And that's just on my system. On someone else's system, it can be more, it could be a little bit less. On an even more optimized SSD scenario, and I've got an SSD, but I've seen, you know, people who get it down to 12 frames, or, you know, you can get it faster than that. And maybe I'm exaggerating, maybe that's level load times when you're first coming in, but anyway, you know, there's level load times involved, which means that you have a dramatic, you know, benefit if you have the money to have a big, powerful computer that can crank out the next level load really fast. You can also, you know, benefit yourself by turning all the graphics off. And that kind of sucks, because it's a pretty game. Who doesn't want to run with all the graphics on? So, this takes out those 2 factors. Next level clicks will no longer be an issue. I can actually build this program to automatically click the next level button for you when you hit the level complete screen. I did it in the last version. So you could just turn that on and just run. But it will also record. It will record real-time and IGT % time at the same time. That's a functional live split. I don't really have to do much except for understand how live split works and which signals to send it. And that happens. It's going to do fucking everything for everybody. But in terms of anti-cheat, it's going to make it easier to cheat, because you'll be able to, like, create a fake run, time it after the fact, and then record the timer as it's timing it after the fact, and then lay that over. It'll be easier to cheat, if anything, once this is done. Is IGT just the sum of times at the end of the title screen? Ah, cool. Yeah, what it will do is live split. It will actually pause timing once you hit the level complete screen, and that's why we're doing this. That's why I'm doing this by, you know, screen monitoring. It's going to look at the screen. As soon as it sees that white level complete screen, it will pause the IGT % timer, the game time in live split, but the real time will be running. Live split never stops the real time timer once it starts it. So it'll pause that, and then when you get out of the first frame where it sees that I'm no longer on the level complete screen, boom, it starts the timer again. So it just doesn't add that time. And you get perfect, crisp splits that start on the first frame that you're actually in the level and end on the first frame that you're no longer in the level. Whereas right now, the current splitter, it splits your time when you click the next level button, and it's using signals from the game. You know, it's a DLL that's put into the game to send out those signals to live split, and it works very good for what it does, but the game itself gives, like, shitty versions of when you completed. First off, all of that time that was you're on the level complete screen is part of the time that we, you know, record as that split instead of when you actually hit the finish line, because that's just how it works. So you click the next level button, it goes on, and then it marks your next split before you're into the next level by, you know, a fifth of a second or something. You will be waiting for the next level to load by a fifth of a second. What's the code doing against the stocks? Oh, well, let's actually turn it on. Oh, it was on. No, it wasn't. We'll turn it on, and we'll go back into the game. I mean, right now it's running, so it's comparing this image. In fact, this image, we just made a save of it. It's comparing this image that's stored on the hard drive against what it's seeing. So right now, what it's seeing right here, it thinks is 69% similar to that screen for whatever reason. Because it is, mathematically speaking, once it's grayscaled, it sees it and says, well, that's 69% the same. It sees this and thinks it's, well, I can't see it because you guys can see it over my shoulder there, but I need to see it there. So now it says it's 76% the same. I'm going to go out to the level complete screen, and now it's 21% the same. Pop into the game, and it jumps down from, well, it's still around that low 20 mark in terms of similarities. And then when we cross the level complete screen, when we come into that screen, boom, we're 94% similar. 92, 93. And we're just exporting the values once every second so that it's not just spamming, just flooding the console there. And then over time, we actually got down for a moment to 59% when this graphic was, like, coming in from the side. So that's an issue. Well, but it's not an issue because we can just lower our unmatch value below 59%. We can put it down to fucking 50%. And then when I come out, we're immediately down to below 20%. And then when I pause, we're back up to 75%. So this gives us all the options. It gives us all the options, and where we've got issues, we can actually just create another test to run. We can be testing for the existence of the pause screen so that we know, oh, that's the pause screen. What do I do? Don't do anything. It's just the pause screen. Okay. I'll put us back into searching for the level complete screen, or it's part of the level complete screen to test for the pause screen, and it sees the pause screen, and it's like, okay, that's part of level complete. Don't worry about it, or something like that. What is the threshold for the split that you put in the config? So far, it's not running on anything. This is just test code. That is, these 64 lines of code, most of which are fucking commented out, are all we're running right now. But what I have in mind for it is values like this, like we need a match of at least 82%, and then that's a hard match. And then when we go to unmatch, when we're trying to break and know, okay, we left the level complete screen, something, significantly lower, and maybe I need to drop it even lower. Who knows? But I'm ready to actually start fucking coding this thing, because this test code is all well and good and fine and lovely and whatnot. Can I just duplicate this? Possibly from here? Yeah, I don't see the duplicate thing. Whatever. We'll make a new one. Give me a new file, and we'll call this, you know, SplitRP. And it will be a Python file. I should have done splitrp.py. There we go. SplitRP, drop all that code in, and here's where we're going to start developing. So, we're not going to use MSS for right now. MSS was the library that was doing our screenshots for us. It's good, but it's not as good as this D3D library that does the same thing. The D3D works differently, though. So, we'll see about that. I'm going to... I don't remember. How do you do, like, carry on this? Can you do, like... No? I don't remember what Python's, you know, how they do the keep commenting it out. So I'll just put comment marks all the way there. Show image we will not need for this. Declare variables, set print options, I shouldn't need that. D3D, that's where we're going to be doing the screenshot. We're going to start out simple. We're going to try and make the simplest version of this that we can. And since I got all this code, you know what, since I got all this code on the other side of things in the main one, we'll just delete anything that we're not using, including importing MSS, and we'll get down to the simplest version. So don't need that. Reading that in from memory, well, for now, I don't know, just keep chucking things away. It's going to be hard. You know, when you try to get into a project, it's the hardest fucking part of it. And then making it small, and then that's for calculating, and then in range of, we're not going to do that. We got a while statement going on right here. Apparently we don't need this one. NP array, screenshot.grab. Nope, don't need that. And then similarities. I mean, if we're not using it currently, then I guess I don't need it. And then out is equal to cv2.resize out 960. Yeah, we're actually not using either of these presently. We're printing the output in the thing, so we don't need the output. We don't need the show image. Okay, so our code that is doing everything that we've been doing it so far is 36 lines. And do I need that? I don't need that either. So it's 34 lines. Block comment here. Is that how that works? So if I did... Oops. No. Am I doing it wrong, or is that not work? 3 quotations is for documentation, but who cares? I don't know. Anyway. Alright, so, back to the document. That's where we're going to start. I'm not going to worry about the files and the configs and stuff. We'll get to that later. What I want, straight off, is I suppose, let's just functionize what's easy. Let's functionize the comparison engine. So we want to receive 2 images, composite them by subtraction, do all the... It's a very simple thing. Like, it takes more lines to describe it than it takes to actually write the fucking code. Because the code's all happening right down here. Basically, it's this. So let's functionize that. Function. And we're just going to do functions to start. We'll get back. We'll come back to object-oriented pro because it's going to take me a minute. It's been a long time since I coded, so I'm going to be forgetting like formatting, how to fucking instantiate. I'm going to be forgetting all kinds of shit. So we're going to make a function, and it's going to be called. What was it called? It's the comparison engine. So compare. And yeah, see, I'm already forgetting. I already don't know how to fucking start a function off. Function, compare, function. Do you even do that? Oh god, I just need some of my old code at hand that I can... Okay, it's not what I meant to do. New SplitRP engine. I need one of my old things. I need the old cluster truck splitter in a new window. Define compare. Thank you. Define, and then And then you just fucking, yeah. And then classes are like that, and then the colons, and yes, it's all coming. It's not coming back to me, but it will come back to me. Define, compare, and then with that too, when I want to like define what comes in, we're going to want image 1, image 2. And the images coming in, all we really need to do to them is, I'll say, out equals image 1 minus image 2, and that will, you know, combine the two on a pixel level. This is great the way that NumPy just handles this shit, or OpenCV. I don't know who's handling it, but one of these libraries is just handling it. I can subtract, you know, a table that contains all of the image in it from another one, and it just subtracts them. So comparing them will be as simple as that, and then actually out image is equal to that, or I could just do don't do that. We'll make a new image. Out image is equal to image 1 minus image 2, and the out sum, I'm just calling these things as specifically as I can have, is going to be np.sum of the out image. So it's going to add up all of the pixels that are in that out image into one final value, and then we're going to do the out percent is going to be equal to, and it's going to be equal to a gifted sub by Dramatium, by ECLGMG, Dramatian, to IXW1234. Welcome to the Big Dick Club. You got a big dick. Well, this is the best stream I've watched in a while. Really? Oh, thank you so much. Oh, wow. Thank you so much as well. Aperture Combine, you probably do it more efficiently if you wanted to. We'll get back. We'll get back to you. So out percent is equal to, like, I could put all this in one line is what I could do. But I want it to be legible since we're just getting started. Out percent is going to be equal to, it's all down here. Just take it. And I don't even need to do the fucking percent math. We could operate on this on a, you know, decimal level, or, you know, where it's just 0 to 1 instead. But so it's going to be this, and then out sum divided by, it would actually be the pixel depth, which we would, like, ideally I want to figure that out. How do I get to that? And get that information, and then divided by the number of color channels as well. So color channels would be like, let's see, color channels would be equal to the length of image 1, potentially, right? No, that would be the pixels, so it would be image 1, 0, and then you're into the pixel, and then the length of that would define, you know, blue, green, red, because it says BGR, not RGB. So the color channels would be that, yeah? So divide by color channels, and then divide by, you know, the resolution. The resolution is going to have to be determined, so, there is a thing for this, actually, isn't there? In NumPy. Where you can just get these bits of information out. It's either NumPy or it's OpenCV. God, I hate feeling like that. Like, I've known this in the past. How is the image being stored? A 3D HWC NumPy array? That's what I'm guessing, is that it's... So it's going to be by and then, oh, you're right. So it would be like that, wouldn't it? So it'd be the height of the array, and then the width on each line would be long, and then once you get down to an individual pixel, then there would be the depth of blue, green, red. I think so. Shape. That's it. Image.shape2. So what we want here then is image1 dot, let's do res is equal to, in fact, put that back then. Yeah. Res is equal to image1 dot shape. Is it going to be np dot shape of image1? Yeah. So then I should be able to do res like that, and then we got the color channels, and then but color depth. The fuck do I get the color depth? NumPy color depth. Maybe it's OpenCV. How to get bit depth of an image. CV image depth. So can I literally just do depth is equal to CV2 dot depth? Oops. No. Image1 dot depth? I mean, some of the things CV2 dot CV image? NumPy indexing is weird and doesn't work like 0, 0, I don't think. It's like image1 dot shape colon 2 for height and width. You think so? Okay. You know what we're gonna do, just to fucking find out, is we're just gonna have it do some prints for us. So print np dot shape of, well, we don't have an image1 yet, but we'll do np dot shape of bg. And then since I just opened this, no, don't want to run main1. We want to run SplitRP. 720 by 1280. That's right. I got to remember it's height width and not width height. But okay, so that comes out. So res 1 and 0. So that's good. And then how the fuck do I get depth? CV2 dot CV, no, color. Okay, that's the question. Image depth, CV image dot depth. See, that's in a different language, in Python. That's I just want to know how many, like, how we're representing it. You know? Like, I need this to come back to 256 or 255 is what I need to result. You know, what's the scale on which we're doing it? And this is, you can check the data type and then find out it's integer. I could just assume depth. In CV, what I need is an images, like 255, or, because you can also represent images on a 0 to 1 scale kind of thing. Is this what I'm going to have to do, is, you know, search it for uint8 and then be like, okay, well, uint8, that's 255 then. It's one way to get her done, I suppose. Which would be data type. You know what? Since I don't know, currently, 255. And is 255 I want to divide by, not 256, because the maximum is 255, and so if we're dividing 255 by 255, we get 1, and that's correct. So, 1 minus the outsum divided by the depth, divided by the color channels, divided by the res. Res is equal to... let's do this. Again, just going for like maximum fucking legibility at this point. I just want everything to be readable. So let's do pixels. Pixel count is equal to... So you're divided by pixel count. So outsum divided by depth, divided by color channels, divided by pixel count. I think I have to do it like this in order to get the right value. That should accept images now. Oh, you can always convert to uint 8. Because I'm in uint 8, you know? I'm in... Well, what is uint 8? I'm in the 0 to 255, and what I want it is in a 0 to 1. I want every color represented by 0 to 1 when I do this math. Okay, I'll just keep that in mind for later. But so we've got this compare function. Well, true. Let's see, so we're doing the conversion, and then... With that, see, I've just made these 2 lines of code into that entire fucking function, just because I want it that way for now. So compare. Wait, what am I doing with it? Similar percent. Yeah. So I want similar percent to be equal to compare, and that'll be BG and FG. And that's fine for now. And then does this still run? Operands cannot be broadcast together with shapes. Sorry. Where are we at? Line 39, line 25. Are you not converted correctly? BG gets to gray, and then you get resized to res 0, res 1, res 0. Oh. Well, no, that should be fine. And then FG gets color space converted. It gets resized, and then similar percent equal to compare BG, FG. But I mean, it's looking like it's telling me that one of them didn't get dropped in color. Oh, because I'm not using the final fucking things. I am a git. I'm not still working on BG and FG. I'm working on... has BG been converted? Yes. No, small BG. Small BG and small FG. So yeah, they were of different types. And then object of type uint8 has no length. Okay, so the color channels thing didn't work out. It's none percent. That's because I didn't actually return. Return out percent. Okay. It thinks 99%. That's definitely not correct. So here's the problem, though. Like, actually, the shape thing, or what was it that I was about to say? So we got the depth, we got the res, we got the color channels. The color channels thing, if we have reduced to grayscale, then it will just be height, width. But if we haven't reduced to grayscale, it will be height, width, color channels. You know, height, width, color channels. You know what I'm saying. So I did this previously in older code. I remember doing this, where, you know, you do a test, and then if it fails, if it gives you back a uint8 error, you know, like you can't look at the length of this, then you know that then it's a grayscale image. We'll come back to that as well. I just want to keep it simple and get something working here. This is definitely incorrect. Definitely incorrect that we're coming out. There we go. Now we're getting the right sort of values. Whatever value we were getting out of color channels was fucking things up. 30? I don't know. It seemed to match a lot more than that before, didn't it? Is it staying at 30? It's changing a little bit. Move things around. I've somehow broken everything. You can check the length of the shape. If 2, it's grayscale, 3 is color. There you go. That would work out pretty good. Yeah. Test length of shape. Later. Why is it... Like, okay, so I'm going to push this off to the side and see, because it was far happier with these numbers before. And now it thinks 80. Am I not flipping this? I think I'm not flipping this. That's a 92. Okay, something I've done is the math is now wrong. The math is wrong. So what have I done? So we're doing the pixel count, res 1 times res 0. You need to flip before convert, just the channels. Sorry? Like, we want the out sum, which is being summed correctly, and then we want to divide that by the depth, which we're just 255, so now we're down to a 0 to 1 scale on that, you know, numbers. And then we're dividing by the number of cover channels, which should be 1, which should do nothing. And then we should divide by the pixel count, and the pixel count should be res 0 times res 1, as long as the MP shape is the way that it is. I don't know. You're gonna commit sewer slide? Don't slide down the sewer. Why does that not work and this works? What the fuck is the difference between, except for that this is like nicer. 100 times 1 minus sum of out divided by the resolution. Like what I've built in there. You know what you would do with this, actually, is you'd do it this way. You'd do that. Yeah. So then I would end up with what? So 100 times 1 minus the sum divided by the depth divided by the pixel count times the color channels. So in this instance, we will get 1 minus this value. This value needs to divide against this value first, and then we can subtract 1 from it in order to flip it around. It's still telling me 30, and before it was a lot happier with this screen. It thought it was close. Make sure the pixel values are correct before math. Pixel values? Might be 0 to 1 already. Oh, no. No. They're definitely 0. It's definitely on the 255 scale because I haven't changed the, NumPy just keeps outputting that way. I just don't know why I'm getting these completely different values. Color channels is 1, pixel count. Print res. I don't want to do that every time. Well, apparently I'm going to do it. Print res. How do you do the print F thing? Yeah. Print F res colon pixel count. Like that. 90, 160, 1440. Yeah, 14,400. That's right.
Those figures are all correct.
How do you make coding entertaining? I don't know. If you figure it out, you let me know. Especially when you get stuck on some little bullshit nothing problem here that I've created for myself by trying to like extrapolate every little bit of data that doesn't need to be extrapolated from a function that was working fine before. We're comparing small bg with small fg. Am I correct on that? Gray fg and then small fg, and then small fg is the one that we'd want to compare because it's been resized, it's been color changed, and it's been limited down. Yes, it's been all those things. And the small bg has been resized, it has been color changed, and it has been limited down. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Having that res is well, it should be fine though, shouldn't it? Because that's outside the function. You can make coding interesting by creating some ludicrous, complicated thing in Scratch, which is for kids. Hey! Or you could just, every time somebody subs, you'd go off on a 5-minute rant about, welcome to the Big Dick Club, Rodent Ball with the giant cocks, and you could do that too. I just don't know why things have changed. You don't run anymore for some reason. I don't know how I broke you, right? One is not allowed to run in parallel. Well, no, stop the other one and run it. No, you're working fine. So this is saying that it's 69.4 similarity with this screen. And then when I go over here, still it's 69.4, more or less. And then when I run you, all right, now I've broken everything. How? FG wasn't loaded in. Run it again. And then it ran. All right, well, that's good. I don't want that anymore. Get rid of the, wait. I do want that. I don't want this anymore. Because we've confirmed that. That's correct. See, this says 30, and then this says 69. And you're not allowed to run in parallel with the other one, but you are? What the fuck's going on here, fellas? Speed debugging is a bad idea. Like coding interview questions. How did I end up with the wrong... So outsum. Outsum is the sum of outimage. Outimage is equal to image 1 minus image 2. Is it as simple as I'm subtracting them in a reverse order? And if that's true, then that's problematic immediately. I don't want that to be the case. That's the case. That's the case. That's why my numbers are I thought this was taking care of, like, absolute and relatives and stuff. Maybe do abs val diff. can I do that kind of a process on two images compared against one another? Like, this is concerning because, you know, I figured one minus the other one, and it was just giving me the difference between those two, but I suppose, you know... NP dot, is that a thing? Absolute value? I'd have to look that up in NumPy. How does NumPy do this? NumPy, absolute difference. You want the absolute element-wise difference between both metrics, you can subtract them with NumPy and use the NumPy.absolute on the resulting matrix. Alternatively, you were required to do so and you could zip the dimensions together and nested list comprehend. Ugh. X minus Y. So why am I getting differences? Like, this is what I'm reading here is suggesting that, like, it should be the same, but I'm getting a different value depending on which image comes first. Okay. Let's do, so, just absolute the value that I get out. Absolute of NP sum out image. Just on the sum itself. And it did that again. Just means that the thing is... Alright, so we're getting 69.4. And then if I do this, we're getting 30 again. Like, that's the thing, is there's non-negative... Like, negative numbers are not allowed in an image. And NumPy recognizes this as an image file, so if it comes, you know, if it subtracts 80 minus 100 and it comes back with negative 20, then it's going to be 20. You know, it won't put in a negative 20. So how am I getting two things? Out image is equal to, you think I can just absolute the images themselves? Still getting 30 instead. We flip them. It flips. NumPy is nice like that. I mean, we still got the inverse difference. We got 69, and then we got 31. That is what we're getting, right? It is a properly inverse difference. So change this around to image 1 minus image 2. 30.2. No, it's not. Is it? 2, 1, 30.2. 69.4. When I add those together, I don't get 100. Order matters. Yeah, I mean, image 2 minus image 1 seems to be working. It has been working for us fine for what we want. We are creating basically a difference map of these two images. So we're subtracting one image from the other and leaving the original image behind. The idea here is to... You know, if we had two images that were exactly the same, we subtracted one from the other, then everything would end up zeros all the way across it. So, if I have a black image and there's a white dot in the middle, and I subtract an image that's also black, but no. I subtract an image where it's white and then it's black, then that doesn't help me either. I'm trying to like find a hypothetical in my head where I can try to understand why it is that I'm getting two different values out of the out sum here. Because if you're getting rid of the, like, simple math, break it down to simple math, okay? If I've got 10 minus 255, yeah, then I end up with negative 245. And if I've got 255 minus 10, then I end up with 245. So if I drop the negative, I get the same fucking number. So why am I getting different values out of this depending on how I subtract them against one another? What is it mathematically that's going on here? It's allowing two grayscale images that are fundamentally just, you know, a long string of numbers from 0 to 255. And it's automatically like absoluting them as far as I could tell. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's fucking not. Maybe that's the thing. It's just not. It's not absoluting them. Maybe what it's doing is actually overloading the 255 scale. Huh? You know? Maybe it won't allow negatives, but it will allow 290. So if you subtract two things, you get negative 290 and it drops the negative, then you get, you know, 290. Hello, Mumsy. Hello, Mumsy. Oh, Mumsy. So what if you, if I print, like, print the out image, just like the 0. And I'll just run it for a moment. Yeah, start up this time. And then we can see, and we'll see if anything's coming out. We can see the form of that. Boom. 92, and then it gets down to zeros, and it comes into a 255. Okay? And now we'll reverse it. 92, moving down towards zeros, and then a bunch of 255s. And now we've got a bunch of zeros. Some kind of order thing? Remember what I said we wouldn't need? We need it. So here's what I want to do. I want that show image thing, and then I want you to show image the out image. And let's see what the fucking difference is. So, here's the... I'd like to sort of rescale that again. So let's do that. Just add that code in real quick. Because I was doing it down... Well, no, that's in a alternate life you were doing that. Well, then it's still in here somewhere. Or I rescaled the... Yeah, fuck. It will immediately break the program, too. But, okay, so we saw the one, and then let's see the other. Yeah, see, now it's inverted. It was blacks for whites, now it's whites for blacks. So it does matter. I just don't understand how it matters. Does somebody understand how it matters? Am I, just tell me I'm stupid, but then explain it to me. Why it is that I get... Like, this is the whiter one, and then we take it away and we see the differences that way. You can't do that. That's racist. I can... And then I flip it, and instead I get one that's sort of more... It's a black background. 255 minus 1 equals 254. Okay. And then 1 minus 255 equals negative 254. You can't have the negative, so you get 254. Unless it is converting... Is there like a deep fucking conversion process going on here? Yeah, so I would presume that it just... Or it just goes to 0. If it's negative 254, maybe they just slam it to 0 instead of being negative. There you go. There you go. But we still want to do it this way, is the thing. So it's concerning for me that it's going to be like that, because we're going to get completely different values depending on which way we do it. It might just clip to 0 and 255. Yeah, if it goes below 0, then it's just hard to 0 all of a sudden. And so you get more blacks when you do it another way than you do if you do it the other. It's concerning, but we still want to do it this way. We want to take advantage of the fact that NumPy will just fucking take two things and merge them together like that. If I were to convert the space... Yeah. Maybe we don't use NumPy. I found a post on Stack Overflow that says subtract on images is subject to integer overflow. Try a different library, OpenCV. All right, well, we've got OpenCV in here. You know, NumPy is just handling this, is what I assumed. But if I've got an OpenCV, like, absolute difference function, let's look for that. OpenCV, absolute difference. We've already looked at it, but let's look again. Absolute difference in Python images. Python example, program Creek for absolute difference. How long code examples are from? You can... Oh, God, I hate this fucking page. Go away, program Creek. Never come back. I just don't like it. I don't like it. It's stupid. Stack Overflow. Let me just fucking try and whack it in there anyway. You know? So out image would be equal to cv2 dot absolute difference. And then what values do you want? Talk to me. You want source 1 and you want source 2. And then show the image out image. Does it actually give me an image back? Is the thing. Alright, it did that. Don't worry about it. Did that again. Hey. Now that gives us a mostly white with black text in the foreground, and then if I do image 1, image 2, same thing. We got the same result off of CV2 as absolute difference. Okay. 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 So if I pull you out, and then we do the summing, now we're getting 33 instead of 60 something. The other one was like better for us. Let me pull this back over so that I can see what's going on. Go over here. No. That went to 86%. Great. Okay, so it's 24. Drop it. We're now 81%. Similar. You think so? 97. Let's watch what happens over time. 94, 95, 92. I go back into the level. I mean, if it's accurate, then it's accurate. And that's what we deal with. 75. Oh! Stay alive. You don't need to come through here fast, Mr. Speedrunner. You just need to come through here alive. So we're seeing low 80s. We spike it. Oh, we got up to a 90 for a second there. But then 97%, 98%. I mean, we're getting it. It is the absolute difference, apparently. I'm willing to trust it. You think we got that? You think that's it? That'll do us? What do you think? Is it functioning? CV2.subtract. It worked now? Just assume the images are what they are. Might want to leave a note about it. Yeah. So... Absolute difference. Because... NumPy... didn't do. Does NumPy have an absolute difference function? I didn't even look to see how many frames we were getting. It's entirely possible that CV2's absolute difference is, you know, higher, gives us more frames or something. See that we dropped down here 68 at a point there, 68 frames per second. That's fine. We're still doing a fucking 720p image area, and we're going to be doing a lot fucking less than that. Okay. So we ran into the first issue. We did create a little function that puts out a comparison thing. It is a ridiculously overwrought function that is still not anywhere near being what it needs to be. You get the absolute difference, and then we sum that difference. We need a method of detecting how many color channels there are in there. Let's do that right now. So color channels would be equal to... Oh, I love the way that Python does this, like, this value if this, else this thing, but I can't remember how to write that way right now. But we were going to say, what? If... No, we want to support the idea of being able to shove in, like, 2 color channels. We want to be really fucking weird here. Maybe we don't. We just leave it there for now. And we come back to it. If condition result else result, I think. Yeah. Or is it... It's this equals this if this condition else it equals this. I think that's how it goes, right? It's this is equal to this if condition else value. So it just slams to a certain value if it fails that. That's what they do. That's what I like here in Python. All right, fuck it. What's the other thing that's in the plan there? It's the processing engine. So we need crop, color channels, and resize. Okay. And this is just very early code. This is not going anywhere. So define processing. We want the image that you're going to hand in, and then the options, which are going to be in order of what we'll do first. Crop. In fact, can I do this? Crop equals none. And then we decided color before resize, because we think that the resize will have less... The resize is a larger process than just stripping color. Color is, if you've got 3 channels, you're just like taking the 3 fucking, you're taking those 3 channels and summing each bit and then dividing by 3 if you got 3 channels. So I'm thinking that we wanted crop, and then important thing would be color equals none, and then resize equals none. Yeah? Yeah. Are we assuming the resize is always downsizing? Yes. Because it could enlarge too. It could, but we're going to assume it's always downsizing. Because there's no virtue to doing that. It just gives you, I mean, if you want to write one that does that, by which I mean if somebody at some point wants to write something, then you can. Idiot. So in the processing, very simple, like everything that I'm already doing here. So we've got is equal to this kind of stuff. So just grab some of this and drop it over. So, if crop is not none, or rather, yeah, FG. No, I don't want to do it there, do I? FG. I just like that it's all in one line. FG is equal to FG crop if crop is not none else FG. I think that's how you write those. So it's like FG is equal to FG crop if crop is, and then but you would have it go to something else because all you need to do is, you know, if crop is not none, then that, you know. And if you want to be nice because it's Python, then you do it like that. It's not needed, but it's a nice way to do it. Wait, could make a function that just takes the dimensions that you want and the image. Just takes the dimensions you want and the image. I mean, I just want this all in one place. I want all the processing to just be like this because it's one line otherwise. But I want it all, you know. I'm thinking it's in the direction of I want this all to be objects. Not necessarily all objects, but I need it all to be insulated so that the program, if it changes later, if I find a better way of doing something, all of the better ways will happen inside a function, a discrete function, and the data will still be passed to the function the same way that it always was. So it's just like wrap it all up and then pass the data between them, and the data will never change, but maybe the way that we do it does. So FG is equal to FG crop. That's not going to work either, FG crop, but I'll just do this for later. Think about it, how I'm going to pass the data across. And then, you know, if color is not none, then FG is equal to cv2.cv2 color, FG, and I'm just going to keep that handy also. And then resize. If resize is not none, then FG is equal to cv2 resize FG, 2 resize 1 resize 0. I'm going to do 0, 1. I'm going to have to think in height width instead of width height, so I might as well do it that way with interpolation of cv2.interarea. Yeah, sure. And then return FG. Now the problem here is going to be, how do I actually pass the crop values in? You know? And the easiest way would be a bounding box, a B-box, but I don't know what the format of that is because it's been so long. So B-box? OpenCV to a B-box? Like there is a standard here that somebody sets up, and it's either OpenCV or it's NumPy or it's fucking something else. But I remember there being a B-box. It looked like we had more, did we? More reasonable results. Oh boy, wanted to help and learn, but I fell asleep. Good luck with the rest. I'm gonna go to bed. All right. Have a good night. Nero Hikari. Damn friggin' with your in it good say same forward backward. Yeah. How to select a bounding box in OpenCV, C++. This tutorial, no. I just need to know, like, the format of a bounding box that people usually use. Is there, like, a bounding box fucking properties? Python bbox. Is there just a Python bbox? Bbox and PyPy, a library that is intended to know. Matplotlib. How you fall asleep with this wild content. I mean, this is the data that we need. 0720, 01280, but how do I pass that shit across? You know, you can pass it across as a fucking string. It's going to be coming in. It's going to be coming in as a string. You know, from the config files and shit. You know, it would be out here, and it would be area like this by X by that. But I'll have broken it down. I'll have brought it in once I did the file load stuff, and then I'll have this. I mean, it's just gonna end up being like crop 0, 0, right? I mean, that's what it's gonna end up being. Yeah. Crop 0, 0, crop 0, 1. Can I do that? Yes, I can. And then crop. One, 0. Crop. 1, 1. Is that basically what it's going to end up being? Split the string, convert to hints, make a 2D array. That's, yep. Convert to ints, make a 2D array. That's basically what it's going to end up being, right? It's going to be the first value is going to be in 0, 0, and then 0, and then 0, 1, and then 1, 0, and 1, 1. Which would actually mean, could I do... So then the color needs to be passed across as like this. cv2.color bg2 gray. I don't know how that works. Can I just pass it across as a fucking string like that? I suppose. bbox is an OpenCV. Constructor is xy width height. Ooh. Ooh, Dropsy Jones. So it's xy width height. That's what I thought it was going to be too. Instead of being like, you know, the first x, the first y, and then the second x, and the second y. So then the question becomes, how do I fucking access this? Like, I need an example. Like, can I use a bbox and just plug it in to this operation? You just find out, right? So, you know, can I do that? Can I just have a what's in it? It's OpenCV, so cv2 dot bbox. God damn it. It's just really annoying because elsewhere in this code for the old one, I fucking implemented this in places. I swear I did. Swear I did. Swear I did. It's in the facial detection stuff. Don't know if you can just use it. Yeah. Fuck it. We're sticking with the easy thing. Which is just to pack it up into a... I mean, it could be a 1D array even, but we're going to pack it up like that. 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0. And then this, I'm going to assume that I can just pass it across in text, and then fill that in text, and then that probably won't do, because it can't. No. What does CV2 BGR2 gray actually reduce to? Because that is a global thing. So CV2 dot where's fucking, now I can't see it. BG color, what is it? Okay, color. I still can't see it. BG2 gray. It's just going to be a number, you know? So, CV2, which means I can just pass along a number, but I need to know what it represents. Oh god, fucking Program Creek, go away! I wish I could just, like, tell Google never give me a result from this shitty website. Because this is just, it's a constant, and it's been put in there so that you can have text in place of, you know, a numerical value. Or some kind of value. So what does it represent is what I need. What is equal to? Does AdBlock work for Google Ads like that? Oh. But it's in the results too. When you go searching for results like this, fucking this shit comes up. Nobody wants it. Is that thing still running in the background? No, it's not. If I dug into the library, I could probably find out, but I'm not going to do that. Yeah, okay. Easy way to just make it happen for now. If color is not none, then FG, and then like... If color is equal to, you know, and then we do this. I mean, basically we make a case setup, right? Color is equal to 0, then that would represent gray. So then if that's gray, then just like that. And then we'd have the other, you know, things. The other possibilities. And otherwise, it just won't, you know, if color is not equal to 0, then it just won't bother with that. Yeah. And then we put in the other possibilities that we wanted, which was, you know, it can process color if it wants to, ultimately. We want to get there, but for now, for today, what did we want? We want processing engine, grayscale, black and white, or channel strips. So black and white gets more complicated. Ooh. More problems that we can just not deal with? How about that? How about if we just not deal with more problems? And then with the resize, if the resize is not none, then the resize will just come across as and then we'll resize it to those values, which will be height followed by width. Okay, so then for the processing, in order to get this done, we would have FG equal to processing the image, followed by, we want it cropped, and we want it cropped to, I need to build this ahead of time, but it would be 0, like this, 0, 720, 0, 1280, and then the color would be, oh no, that's, yeah, color 0, and then the resize would be to actually our res 0, res 1, which I'd rather just send across, well, I can just send it across as res right now. I don't think you can do that, but not sure. Why not use the constant in your if statement? If color equals color BGR to gray, They just pass it in using that. As a text? As a text statement? We could just do gray. If it's going to be text, I'll make it really fucking clear, and I'll just take it straight from the, straight from the config file. I'll make it really fucking easy for the end user to say, grayscale, and then we'll just search for the word grayscale in the end. But for now, does that work? I'm not sure that I can do this. Right in line there. But we'll find out. We'll find out. But so if that were working, then I wouldn't have to do this or this or this, and then I would actually send in FG instead of small fg. And okay, cv2.color bg2. What did I do? On line 41. Oh, okay. Don't know why that's there. I just dropped something out there. What else we got? 53. FG equals processing 0 res. What's your problem? Unbound local error, local variable FG referenced before assignment. Sorry? Local variable. Ah, because I'm calling it FG instead of image. You get. Image, image. Image. Image.
Image.
Could just do a replace. Fimage. But, you know. Okay, now what do we got? OpenCV, error, sizes of input arguments do not match. On line 32, where we do the absolute difference of image 1 and image 2. Crop is not none, image equals image. So we replace image there, and then image, replace with image, and then images, and then we return the image that we have right there. Show image. Image. That is wrong. It's gone. Okay, well, maybe that's what it's been doing the whole time, actually. Yeah, well, maybe not, though. So what have I done here, then? 0 by 720, 0 by 1280. And I'm doing 0, 0, and 0, 1, and 1, 0, 1, 1. And I'm sending 0 by 1280, which is 0, 720, 0 by 1280. That should be correct. The OpenCV constants reference, Dropsy fucking Jones. Alright. So, what the fuck was it? And for gray. BGR to gray is 6. You fucking boss. You fucking boss, Dropsy Jones. I want to gift you a sub. I can't really do that, but you fucking boss. Boss, baby. I knew it was just going to be fucking constants, you know? And he's just, I'm talking about right there. So, how do I just, you know? Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fucking bookmark this as the CV2 constants. Thank you, fucking thank you. All right, so what am I doing right now? I'm not like, you know what? Show image. Can we, before I do that, would you mind doing a show image BG? Ooh, small BG, right? That's what we're ultimately doing. Small BG. Yeah, they're on different angles for some reason now. So the crop is coming in incorrectly. Image is equal to 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1. And I'm passing them across exactly the way that I used to for FG. So you're confusing me again. You know what? Just fucking print crop even. Zero 720, 0 1280. Just like we expected to put it in, 0 720, 0 1280. Okay. Well then. I'm just confused as to why. Zero 720, 0 1280. Huh. I mean, I know the fucking solution. I'm just confused as to fucking why. I think I know the solution. I don't know. I'm just gonna switch them. Yeah, that didn't do either. Am I still using, like, the wrong thing or something? Put this back, because it doesn't make any fucking sense that would be. Is it just that I'm using the wrong thing? FG, processing, 0 720, 0 1280, 0 res. And then similar percent equals, compare small bg off of FG, and FG is that. Show image FG. And then remove it from here. See what we get back. Yeah, it is that, and it's showing me... It's like 0 0 to 0 720, and then 0 0. I'm thinking about it wrongly. Why are you thinking about it wrongly? Because the way that this works is you're taking an array apart. So what this is saying is I want the first 720 spaces, and then I want 1280 of those. So the 720 rows, followed by 1280 columns of the... Hey Ronan, don't suppose you mind if I work on some Python code of my own, checking out your stream, do you? I just need to have my code, watch your stream for a bit, if that's okay. just have your AI. It's a bad idea, because I can't even get fucking this thing working. Simple thing. Like, this confused the shit out of me when I first came to it, and then I got it, and it was like, I got it, now I understand it, and then I don't. Again, it's very, very easy, and I'm confused again. This should resolve to 0, and this should resolve to 720. And then this should resolve to 0, and this should resolve to 1280. Zero, 720, 0, 1280. I'm going to do what I started to do before and changed, but I'm going to print them all out individually. You know, at some point you just got to, like, get really fucking deep into it and question everything you think you know, and I like to get there as quick as possible. Crop is a list, right? Yeah, I mean, at this point it's just a list of fucking values for us. Just happening to be, you know, built in a certain way. 0, 720, 0, 1280, yeah. So what I don't get is why I get BG here. And I tell it to do by 0720, 0 by 1280, and I get this. You know, which is the correct orientation. Excusez-moi? Oh, right, because we were looking at that when we did that. Is that, it's squeezed too. Like, it's not just shrunken, it's squeezed. What the balls is going on here? Is it not in that? Is it in the fucking resize? Is it in the fucking resize? And that's why I'm confused as shit. Because it's actually the resize. We just put in res, and the res is 90 by 160. And I've been using res 10 everywhere else. Yep, it's in the res, it's not in the fucking thing, isn't it? It's the fucking resize. So, god damn it. Let's do 01. Let's do 160 by 90. And then, and then where else do we mention res? In fact, where do we mention that in particular? Pixel count. Res 1 times res, I don't mind there, because it's just a multiplication, doesn't fucking matter. I will change this in case we end up using it again elsewhere, but we probably won't. And that's it. Then now you fucking work. It did. It does. It is. Okay. It was in the fucking resize the whole time. That's why. That's why. Why? Because that. God damn it. It wasn't the crop. The crop was working perfectly. It was the resize, and it was, yep. The fucking height versus width, I'm telling you. Height and width, and then the other part of it is fucking BGR instead of RGB. Everything ends up upside down and backwards. And you go to right, and you're confused as balls. Balls are confused, man. So, right now, this is just standing in for, like, our bootstrap type stuff. In fact, that would all be bootstrap, too. Get rid of you, and, like, declare variables, sure, we just load you in, bootstrap it, you read it in, then you change the color, then you do the thing, and then what about you? There's resolutions and BGs and stuff. Yeah, alright, you can stay there. I don't fucking care. Wait, no, BG, that's, you need to process that down here immediately. That's all bootstrap, and then I don't see any reason right now to maintain that, so I'm going to make that BG, and then wherever I've used small BG, which is just here, we're gonna go to BG. Sure we still work. Sometimes it fails for no particular reason. Alright, let's get rid of the prints. Don't want the crop anymore. Don't want the show image either. And get her going. Okay. Running at 140 some frames per second there. Pull it over. Take her for a spin, even though we know nothing's changed. Let's go back out to you. 73% match. 82% match coming into here. 77, 78, 4, and then boom, 99. Pretty impressive on the match, but I'm not happy that it also matches this. That said, we can scan an even smaller area, and we could consider color, you know, and we're building it, I'm going to build it anyway, to support that. So boom, we crossed the goal line, we had a 98, I'm sorry, I started speedrunning. We'll stop. 97, and we come back in for a 74, So we could actually consider color alongside the rest of this stuff in order to make it, you know, even more accurate. It's a pretty nice 11.0 anyway. And then even when the things start coming on from off screen, we still stay in the high 90s, and then when we drop out, down to the 80s. All right. Okay. Okay. Hey, you're getting speedrunning in this coding stream. Damn it, my peanut butter's in your chocolate. Your chocolate's in my fucking peanut butter. Get. By the way, this is how much CPU we're fucking consuming just sitting here. 40%, now 20% of that, a little less than 20% of that is the live, well, no, around 20%, up to 22% of that is the live stream. And the other 16, that's this program right now running. We turn it off. Yep. But again, we're doing way more than we need to do right now. We're doing larger areas, and we're multi-scanning the same frame a lot. And we're only going to scan one, you know, frame once in the end version here. So how long have you been coding, Ronan? Let's see, we started at 3.5 hours, but I just talked for the first hour. 2.5 hours. I've been playing with programming since I had my first computer. When I got my first computer, I'm not old, but my first computer came with DOS. And I think Windows I think they had Windows 3.1 on there as well. But I mean, the computer booted to DOS, and then you start Windows from DOS. DOS right up. So, you know, one of the first things I did was I popped open, just looked at all the different programs that came with it, popped open QBasic, which came with a number of games, Snake, which they called Nibbles, and it had a game where you typed in the angle and power and threw the banana, you know, the banana chucking games, the two monkeys standing on the tops of the buildings, and then you type in the angle, and then it shows the banana, and then falls and hits and that kind of thing. So QBasic, you know, just showed you the code, and then you hit run. So my first foray into coding was changing the words in Nibbles that, you know, used to say play game and do this and that and the other thing to, you know, donkey nuts. And no, I was younger than that. I was. But yeah, just changing some of the code around and seeing what would happen. He got his computer 3 hours ago. Python is just weird with implicit broadcasting. Huh? What's an implicit? Gorillas! That's right, gorillas! It had gorillas, and it had nibbles, and so I played with that stuff. And that was also how, because I would ultimately beat nibbles, in fact, maybe I had beaten Nibbles, and then I went into the code and found out that I had beaten Nibbles, because when you get to the last level of Nibbles, it just continually loads the last level of Nibbles until you die. So that was, you know, another thing. I got to go into the code and find out, oh, okay, fuck you guys for not just saying congratulations, you beat the game, and instead just leaving me here to do the same level over and over again, waiting, maybe if I do it 10 times, maybe if I do it 20. No, I don't think I ever did it 10 times, but not knowing whether you've beaten the game or not was the thing. So, we've got this compare process, we got this processing process. These are both shitty placeholder versions of this. This can be a one-line process if I want it to be. This is ugly as well, but it just gives us, you know, it's in a thing. It's wrapped up in its own fucking function, and it's separate off. The screenshot deal now. This is a question for me, because we've got this library that's doing the screenshots for us. This D3D. It's using DirectX in order to monitor the thing. And the way that we've set it up is that we're actually instantiating a capture which runs constantly. So it's sitting in the background, and it's just every time that there is an update to the frame of the computer, it grabs that new frame. Maybe it grabs it from memory. Maybe I don't know how it does it, but it grabs it whenever it updates. And we can change it so that we're just grabbing a screenshot each time, but that's slower. Like, this process for this DirectX thing is just running parallel. It's running concurrently. It's just happening in the background. It's a non-blocking process, so it's doing its thing while we're doing our thing. It would be great if it could do its thing, and then I could actually, label, if there were a way to know that the frame that it's handed, like, it won't hand out the same frame twice, that would be really nice. If there were like a stack that it held things in, and then if it went to hand me the same frame, it would become blocking, or maybe not become blocking, but it just, like, I would know, if it would say, you've already looked at this one, if I could do something like that. But I think for now, what we're going to do is, instead of instantiating the D3D capture, I think we're just going to use D3D screenshot. And the idea then here would be, for now, it will be an object. We'll make a screenshot object later, but for now, I also want a screenshot function, basically. So screenshot, screenshot. And don't really need to, well, I could have an area. For it to screenshot. That's one of the options. For now, I don't think I really need any of that stuff, so this will be declared when we start it up. It creates the thing, and then it sets the display, and it's all ready to go. And then for now, this will be as easy as d3d.screenshot. So it'll be like return, d3d.screenshot, and that's the whole fucking thing. I just want to know that I've got a method here that if I come up with a different way to do screenshots, then I'll be able to do those screenshots. And we could write this in with the D3D thing. Could you find a frame rate that you could hard lock the game in using the NVIDIA control panel? The game won't run, I don't know how that works. No. They can use a sleep timer to pace out the frames exactly so No, I'm not doing that. I'm definitely not doing that. People get pissed, Imagine if you can run the game at 144 frames and I lock it down to 90, and, people be fucking just hate mailing me. What was I gonna do? I was gonna look up this D3D shot, I think it's what it's called, D3D shot Python. And this would be a lot easier if somebody named Dropsy Jones in chat just went and did the work that I needed to, just looked for the things that I always overlook here. But, it's as simple as this to put a screenshot is just, instantiate it and then do the screenshot. There's how you can put it to disk so that you'd save it somewhere, I guess. Put it on the hard drive as opposed to into memory. I just want it held in memory. Screen capture for 5 seconds, sure. Second monitor for 3 seconds and grab the 4 latest frames as a stack. Yeah, okay. Already done that. Frame buffer. The thread safe first in, first out way to hold a certain quantity of captures and is implemented as a collections DQ. By default, the size is set to 60. You can customize it when creating your D3D shot. RAM usage. Screenshot every. So I could limit the number of screenshots that come in using that method, and then I could check it. So there you go, actually, without having to, stop the game from running, I could do that. I could tell it, screenshot every, and then 1/60th of a second. And then I could lock my methods down to being 60 frame per second accurate. What were you looking for, though, Pawn? I was looking for regions, actually. I think this is it. I want, an area kind of a thing. So if you only capture a 200 by 200 region offset by 100 pixels from both left and top, you would do 100, 100. So this is going to be X, Y, and then, oh, this is X, Y, X2, Y2. So you're saying, yeah, starting pixel and then ending pixel and then draw a box between them. Right? Because you're saying 200 by 200, that's width and height you're talking about, or height and width, offset from the left and top. That's a really weird way to say that, considering who you're talking to, you know? But this is top left corner, bottom right corner, apparently. Have like a pause thing or sleep and have it look at the next screenshot. I have a riddle. Time.time equals time.time. Is it true or false? Is time.time equal to time.time? Because it depends on the... Oh, God. Depends on the fidelity. Depends on the number of clock cycles and how quickly. But that would be one statement. But those statements would... So it would depend on like how quickly... It's going to be the same. Time.time is equal to time.time. That's my guess. It's true. Because it's not going to give you... Even if it was on nanoseconds, it would take time.time the same nanosecond as it would both. But I like the riddle there, Plato. It's false. Assuming time on the system is provided with sufficient accuracy. I'll bet anything that it's not. That you can't get that accuracy in the same line of text. That time.time will be equal to time.time. Create a D3D shot instance. Yeah, we know how to do that. So this is what I was looking for, though. So d.screenshot, and then it's this whole thing. It's region. I have to state region, apparently, in order to get access. The loop I wrote, it is 90% true, 10% false. So I'm only 10% wrong. Yes! Yes! Wait, are you on an AMD CPU or an I'm on AMD, so I can't talk. What are you doing? So, screenshot area, D3D screenshot would be region area. But the idea would be, like, if area is not none, then return the region. And then it would be... That can just be passed like that as an array, and that should populate all of them? I don't know. We'll come back to... I'll just leave it there, and then one day when I break it, I'll be like, oh yeah, I forgot to fucking do that. Else return. Oh yeah, else, colon, right? Return the thing without it, though. Do I still have it in memory? I don't. On the clipboard, rather. So D3D screenshot is area equals none. So then in our code, FG will be equal to screenshot. And then the processing, and then we get the percentage, and then those things. And go. Yeah, you see how significantly our frames per second drop now that we're calling it directly. Well, that said, our CPU performance is better, significantly better, because that process isn't running all on its own in the background. It is being called once per however often we call it. Yeah. And we're not multi-processing things. We get the screenshot, however long that takes, then we do the processing, and then, yes. So that's the thing that's happening. Which is all well and good. As it is, because we're still doing a fucking 1280 screenshot, and that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous, is what it is. So how do I do this again? Like,
Crop.
crop. So what I want to do is make this easier to deal with. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to set up here, crop is equal to, and we'll be like, you know, let's say 100 by... How much area do you want to be looking at here, Quan? You still wanted a 16 by 9? I mean, the resolution is 160 to 90 right now, so I'd have to change that. Let's look exclusively at some random corner. So crop is equal to right, it's that, and then this, and then so that'd be, it's 100, and then 400 would be, so you get the thing, right? And then we'll also start at 100 here, and this would be, I don't fucking know. Well, neither do I. Let's do 200 there. And then since that should be 300 values and that should be 100 values, then $30 by 10. That's not a lot of. You know what? What we could do is just compare it at its full res. Okay, nothing seems to have changed. It's using this crop value. And then when I pass this along, I'm passing that along, which means something's fucked. Like, those two shouldn't have agreed with each other. Oh, is it because they both got shrunk to the resolution? Yes. Right. So you need to be using crop as well down there. And this is like the global crop instead of the, you know, or the public crop as opposed to the private crop. But, FG. Like that. You just use the word crop is what you use. I'm just playing with it now. Okay, so we're up to 60 frames per second, having cropped down there, and we're not shrinking it at all. So at 60 frames per second, we're probably limited to the frames. Let's find out. Let's find out if it's just barely keeping up. Like when I start running the game, that should consume some of our frame resources, you know? And it does, and it absolutely does. Okay. Wow. 100% match on that sumbitch. But I think we were getting a lot of not helpful matches out here as well. A lot of not helpful matches out there as well, because it's just looking at like a corner up there and then it's converting it to gray, so it's mostly white, and yeah. Yeah. Okay. Gotta sleep now, Pawn. See you in the next stream. I've learned a lot. Have you? Good night, call me sick boy. Who needs multi-threading? All right, let's do, let's find out a place that we'd want to actually kind of look. How about... I'm not sure how much this stuff moves over time. Like, it moves to... Let's look at that. Oh! Still alive. Still alive. Okay, so final score doesn't move, then style points slides in, like, it shakes a little bit, but it doesn't, like, get pushed off to the left. We could just look for this little area down here. And then if you mouse hovered it, though, that would fuck it up. We could have a second image of that mouse hovered as well. We could look around that area, I suppose. See, this is where you have to actually start making decisions and shit. And, not necessarily happy with that. Let's do... If I just did that. That'd be ridiculous, right? That'd be ridiculous. I couldn't just do that. That would be ridiculous. Let's do an area like that. So, position 244 by 725. Okay. In fact, those values will be visible here. So, crop, we want to do 244. And then we want that, is that correct? We want that for 334 worth. $578? Am I doing this right? And then, that's the width, and then the height, but you need the height first and then the width. Right? Alright? So you'd be here, and then this one would be over here, and then you would start at 725, but I want 725 plus 200, which means 925. Is that what I'm looking for? Looks right, I think. You don't know. None of us actually know. Frames per second down to 57 for some reason. Oh, well, I'm resizing it, and I'm resizing it upwards. So the actual size of that without doing any resizing would be 334, 233. No, I was just resizing it in a horrible way, basically. 34 by 233. And now we're pegging out at 60 frames per second. Get a low match there. Move you over here so I can see it, then go back into cluster truck. Now have a 96% match, and when we go on to, well, let's back out. Let's do that. 34% match immediately. Back out to you. 63% match. Start running. Okay, very, very wildly variable figures. And we get here, and suddenly, like, massively close match. My question is, what the fuck is this image of? And we can find out pretty goddamn easily by just doing a... Where do you want to do it, Paul? Do it here. No. Do it well true. Calcs plus 1. We do the screenshot. We do the processing. Show image. I want to see BG. And then I want to see FG. Okay, so it's not quite the down that I expected, but it's the area, right? Isn't that what I marked off? Not quite as low. Ah, but, you know, the screen shakes a little bit, so who knows? But so, yeah, we got that. Go back to this, and then where's the screen? Where is it? There it is. Okay, so that's what it was in the BG, and then what we took a picture of was right down here. Okay, so it's monitoring more or less the area that I was hoping for. It's not doing any resolution change. It's not scaling anything down for us. Which at these resolutions, who knows if it's even fucking needed, basically. Running poem, why are you resizing? Why resize the image when you could just resize the comparison image once at startup? Well, I do. resize the comparison image once at startup. Right there's the comparison image once, and then BG is done. On the foreground, I am resizing it on each screenshot if, I need to. But I was just saying, maybe we don't even need to at these small sizes in order to get the, in order to still get good comparisons and stuff. Plus, I'd have to do the resize. These values, when they're presented to the user in the config... You fucker. These values, when they're presented to the user in the config file, would want to be, like, ratios as opposed to strict pixel values, is what I'm thinking. That's what I'm saying. I do everything on the BG side if possible. Well, they have to be the same size to compare one to the other. So the BG will be done ahead of time. It's all being done in the bootstrap here. But the live thing, if we want to resize it, it has to happen then, and then they have to be the same size when they are compared against, and there's a function to the resize thing, which is to, mathematically blur the numbers that you're comparing against. By the way, hi, CG. So if I were shrinking, if I had a larger image and I were shrinking it down, then, we, end up with less pixels to have to process. That's somewhat of a concern, but more of an issue. Like, it's very helpful because, a lot of the pixels get squished into a smaller space. They get merged by a, built-in fucking process. So there will be... It'll be easier to find matches, basically. I'm saying the FG size is whatever it is, and the BG gets matched once. Interpolation is expensive, that's why I'm asking. Yeah, it's not a big deal. I wouldn't be doing it. But the inter-area method here on the resize is not a huge overhead there. And I want it as an option. And the reason is because if I start with a 1080p image, if I had the whole fucking screen I was comparing, which was where we started, we were doing 720p a minute ago. If I have that whole area and I'm comparing it against one another, the way we're doing that is just with a difference map. And the difference map is subtracting one image from the other. So every pixel value gets subtracted from the other. So if I have all of that area, then I'm going to get more pixels that are more different than each other because of the fidelity of that. So when I crush it down, the only virtue of that resize, the biggest virtue of that resize, is the mathematical blur. That it interpolates, it does the things, and it's a very fast process. We did some testing weeks ago now. So it does that, and basically I get the mathematical blur of pixels that were near to one another end up becoming, if this was a black and that was a white, now it's a dark gray. So I get, the smaller it gets, the more easily we get the matches. So it's another way of controlling, of having some control over the resolution, the fineness of the matches that are required. Cubic interpolation is slow. Yes, it is. The inter-area thing is apparently like their fastest version of resizing, and it works pretty good. What are we hitting right now? Oh, right, I've still got this code in here. And we're doing just a tiny area presently. We're just playing around with it. But, so if I take out the show images, just confirming that it was actually doing it where I wanted it to do it, then we're pegging out about 60 frames per second, and the slowdown, the major slowdown here is going to be taking the screenshot the way that I've just set it up to do it. But let's go ahead and run on that a little bit more just to get some experience with it. So right now, the match of this area to this image that we're comparing in memory is 33%. Now it's 34%. Go back out to here, 63%. We got a 70, we got a 77, a 52, a 79, but when we actually hit the level complete screen, we jump up to a 97. So we can set the percentage value required to consider that we've matched level complete to, 95% or higher, I suppose. Oh, that came in as a 93. And these measurements are being, taken once a second, so who's to say? It's kind of giving me the average. So actually that probably was a 97 and not a 93. That was the averaged percentage over an entire second. Kind of have to sit there for a minute to see what it's actually saying about things. God damn it, boy. Run it. But we definitely get some high values here, some high match values. The larger the area we could do, or we could actually process it in full color, as I mentioned before. You know, the smaller the area, then the less work it's going to take to do something like full color. Through here we could choose a different area of the screen to monitor. Gets up to a 97. If I sit there, it's a 97. If I do this, it's down to a 90, because we've gotten over the main menu area, and that's turning that gray. When I come off of it, it's back up to a 96. We're just watching this chunk right there. Come in, back up to a 97. I mouse over it, down to a 90. Come back off of it, 96. Premise is functioning. Premise is absolutely functioning. Pull you back over. So what is this? Says Thomas Cat. Autosplitter for ones. What does an autosplitter do? An autosplitter would communicate with live split, which I think I've still got. Yeah, it should show up there. So this is live split. It's the timer that we use. So this is watching the screen right now, and the idea would be that every time that I cross the level complete plane, when it detects that we have hit the level complete screen, it would send a signal off to that program telling it, okay, we just went from one level to the next level, mark the time, and then pause the time until we actually start the next level, so that we're not recording the time that we spend in the level complete screen, for reasons I've spoken to many a time. But that's the basic concept here, is this program is watching my screen, trying to figure out if we're on a certain screen, and if it is, then it can send a signal to that program to have the most accurate timing, right down to the fucking frame, is the idea. Oh, I wasn't watching, by the way. Exit. When we were running, yeah, we do drop frames per second, because the CPU is being consumed. Now, we can return that to the way that it used to be. I can turn D3D capture back on, and then when you ask for a screenshot here, I can basically disregard the area. Yeah, that's what I'd have to do for this right now. Like, here's what I'll do then. I'll do ding, 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 ding. And we'll just do, when you ask for a screenshot, I will do D3D dot get latest frame. I will return that to you. And I won't even care what you're asking me for in terms of the area to get, to pull in the screenshot, because we're not using that function right now. Yeah, I'll just disregard it. For now, just to see the frame rate go up. Yeah, so now that we're doing an incredibly small area and we're not waiting each frame for, you know, it to come up, it's now just grabbing as many frames. We're processing the same frame many times, basically, because we're just asking it for the screenshot and it's handing us the last frame, but it's only grabbing a frame, you know, 60 times a second. But now we're doing our processes just, you know, as quickly as we possibly can. And because we are, you know what? The CPU isn't going crazy. I'm shocked that we're not, you know, that we're chilling at 30% CPU, just sitting here. Because it's only like 8% CPU overhead right now. Crazy. Wondering if there's a way to limit the calls to the compare. Sorry? Automated timer segments, okay. I'm wondering if there's a way to limit the calls to the compare. Just so that we're not asking for comparisons until we've got a new screenshot, right? That's what you mean? Came from Apollo Legend. Says something. My subscribers are welcomed to the Big Dick Club. I still won't read your name out. Yeah, so when we get in fact, let me just watch this. So, because I need this over here if I'm going to see how fast this runs. So we're like 1200 and then we start running the game. And drop down as low as 550 frames per second or something like that. Yep. So divide that by 60. 550, and that'll tell you how many times we're processing the same frame. Right? 550 divided by 6. 550 divided by 60. So 9.16 times, almost 10 times we're processing the same frame. Hit this. So you know how... Wait, okay. Let's see. You know how every frame updates your comparison to the screenshot. I retract my objection about the interpolation. Like, every 5 frames being compared would be sufficient and less CPU intensive. Huh? It needs to see every screenshot, and it needs to compare it in order to, yeah, for accurate timing. You know, I'm not gonna give up, Jesus, 5 frames? 5 frames would be 20, 5 out of 60, right? That's huge. That's, I mean, this game comes down to single frame finishes. I have taken the world record by a single frame. But yeah, where do we go from here then? You know, because we've got the plan written out here. We've got the whole fucking plan. It's just how deep do I want to get into the plan right now? What am I willing to do? I think I'm willing to take another live stream break and come back. And then look at where we want to go with this. Because I think like a big thing to answer right now is how are we going to get the screenshot? If we want to do an area, while I'm still got it in my head here, looking at D3D, can I update that? We saw, where was it? It was regions. So can I update regions, like, during? Can I do a region on a constantly grabbed thing? Can I ostensibly, you know, remove it? Or, I mean, tell it just to grab a certain area, and would that help it at all? I mean, I don't know the way that this is working. It's using DirectX in order to monitor. So would it be of any benefit to it? Wouldn't affect our frame rate, would it? Wouldn't affect our frame rate at all. We're not limited by it 60 frames per second. Which it's coming in at about 58. When using NumPy, apparently. Capture accepts 2 optional quargs. Target FPS, how many captures per second to aim for. The effective capture rate will go under if the system can't keep up, but it will never go over this target. It is recommended to set this to a reasonable value for your use case in order to not waste system resources. Default is set to 60. Region, a region tuple. See the region section under concepts. It's difficult to trying to capture at 60 frames per second, assuming you're using D3D shot. Yeah, that's what we're using right now, and what I've been doing is, you know, my question is, can I reduce the region using this method? The method that we're using right now, it actually just runs itself. It's a non-blocking process that just runs in the background and does its thing. Instead of grabbing a screenshot, we're telling it to generate a stream of every frame that comes through, and then we just ask it for the last shot in its buffer. You can just feed it the region. So at any time when I send across the... Because I won't be calling screenshot, I will be calling... What are we calling right now? That's the wrong one. We're calling get latest frame. So if we get latest frame and I say region is equal to... and then... I don't even know about passing that in there. So, but... Let's do that. You do it at setup. D3D shot capture region equals. Okay. Now. Okay. So that's going to help for my master, for my global screenshot area thing. So we can limit that if we want to. Okay. But I'm not going to fuck with that then. So I would have to, because we're going to want to be able to test from different areas. We're not going to just test from we could potentially just test from a specific area, but for the purpose of like fully testing this and testing its functionality for things other than just our own use case for cluster truck, I'm not going to limit it that way. So apparently we're just going to go ahead and run this at full 1080p. It is a process going on in the background that doesn't seem to be hurting us any. I wonder what the CPU overhead of just it is my curiosity here. So what if I were to just take the screenshot, don't do the processing, don't get the percentage, and just set... No, it'll just exist there. It'll just say none, and then we'll get the calcs. But I just want to see what the CPU difference is. So right now, sitting here, doing what it's doing. Once it settles back down from opening up the task manager, we are 30%, 29%, if I recall correctly. Yeah, 29 to 30%. So if I start this back up without any of the processing happening, get latest frame, got an expected... yeah, sorry. Sorry. So pull that out and do that. Oh, you did die on that? You did die on similar percent not being defined. Alright. Well, then just get rid of all that. I just want to see the CPU consumption. Okay. Still basically just chilling at 2930. So in other words, my processing is doing nothing at this scale. The scale that we're affecting things right now is apparently having no fucking impact whatsoever. Maybe 1%, 2%. Even though it's running thousands of times on the same fucking image that it pulled just a second ago. It's having no overhead on the CPU, or almost no overhead on the CPU. Look at GPU utilization. 15%. Let's stop. Okay. Now let's try with my things actually active and see how it affects the GPU, if at all. %1 difference, if any. But yeah, it's looking like 1 to 2%. So my processes aren't consuming much at all, and what's going on is that the DirectX tie-in is taking 10% of our CPU. Not even that, really, 8%. Something like that, I'm guessing, because, overhead of the live stream, when I kill this application, we go down to 23, 22. So we're probably averaging around 22 here. So 22 to 39, there's 7 to 8%. And all of that so far is the direct 3D thing at 1920 by 1080. Look at the GPU specifically, the GPU tab, memory bandwidth. That's the other bit, your streaming, yeah. I'm happy with this. We have, like, there's no significant overhead to my processes, that are going to be, you know, weighing things down. And the idea here is that we package up screenshot into its discrete function here. We have an area that you can pass in. I can't think of wanting anything else from a screenshot, you know, function in future. So if it is just screenshot and then there's an area that you can reduce it to via a bounding box kind of a declaration, I can change, you know, out the library or the method for getting the screenshot, and the heart of the, you know, the core of the engine, the program won't work anymore. Or, I mean, won't not work anymore. It will continue to work. I can just rip it out, and so long as I'm handing you back an image from the screenshot, no matter how it does it, you know, no problem. That's what I want to do. That's what I'm trying to set up here today, is making sure that each one of these processes is built in such a way that we can rip out the guts and do it completely differently. I mean, this can be one line if we want to. I just wanted to see everything moving and see all the wheels turning so that we can go toward plan 2. But I think I'm ready for a live stream break. When we come back, we can try and move forward on this. I'm just going to rest right now with the get latest frame thing, and then maybe when we come back, we'll look at what we can do to limit how often we grab a frame. I mean, we can just tell it to wait and only grab one once every, you know, 60 frames. We could do a sleep command to stop things, or we could just, you know, tally up the passage of time, that kind of a tally to ourselves. You either block with the sleep command or, you know, that kind of thing. To know if region will make any difference, the documentation said that it performs a full capture, then crops the region, probably lowering the frame buffer will be more impactful. There's no reason for it to be 100 for our purposes, says Dropsy Jones. The frame buffer, so it's storing 100 frames backwards by default? I remember reading about that. Buffer. Bugger. No. Frame buffer. So when we create it, we can set the frame buffer size to something lower. It should really just be memory overhead, right? But we will see. So capture output numpy frame buffer size equals I mean, for our purposes, we are processing these frames just fucking several times a second. Having a frame buffer of 2 would be adequate. Let's say 5. Yeah. You run fine there? None type, hang on, let me just restart it, because sometimes it gives us an error. Because it starts up. Did we pick up some more frames there? No, we were hanging around this area, weren't we? I think. Why were we getting the frame per second drop before? Is that because it was the full screenshot? When do you mean? And now we're using a region? I am now... We were doing 1280 by... Or we were doing 720p. We were doing 720p earlier, for one, so we were down at like 60 frames... Or, you know, even... We were down around 70 to 90 frames per second at that point. And then now we're doing a small region. There's a lot of things. A lot of things. So we're using a region... but mainly because it's just such a small image that we're working on, I think. So if I put you back over there and we go down, we will still get this frame drop when we start running the game. Down to 500 and some frames per second, because it's competing for space on the first CPU. You know, it doesn't... Python does not do multi-processing. I mean, it does. You can program, but not. You don't just write something and then, oh, multi-processing, great. That doesn't happen. So we will always get this drop off, you know, in frames per second when the game is running. But that is telling me right there that we can do almost 10 processes at this. We could process 10 different. We could check it against 10 different possible things that it could be, and still not slow down or still not have a problem. Can we look at an interlaced image? Check out, say, only every other line of the image we were provided. Well, like, the big thing that happened here is that in my previous code, I did my own fucking shit, and I did my own functions, and I wrote my own methods, and I did, I came up with lines. If I go and look for this, and then I'll find this, and I'll recenter the image on that, and then I'll just do a pixel strip, and I got really efficient in terms of that kind of stuff. But, like, when it got down to it, when I started just working with the built-in NumPy methods and CV2 methods and things like that, they're just so fucking efficient. So if there's a way to change the image into something that's interlaced or something like that and reduce the fidelity even further, then, that's a possibility. But if the idea is to try and separate something down and do it manually, no. We're not doing anything manually. That's why this code is so fucking tight and slim and it's already working. Is because we're just doing these simple built-in math methods for the library. So I'm staying with that stuff. NumPy and CV2 are crazy optimized, and if I recall correctly, partially written in C or C++ for more speed. Yeah. They're definitely native in C or C++, one of those two. We could use pill to cut out every other line. I think at that point you're going for optimization. I mean, how many more 1,000 frames per second do we want here? I'm aiming for this thing to be able to run at 60 frames per second. And I'm not planning, at least in Cluster Truck, I'm not planning to do more than 2 tests, maybe 3 tests per cycle. So at this frame rate, at 550 frames per second, at 500 frames per second, we're fine. We got tons of fucking overhead. Really what we need to do is figure out how to limit the number of processes. But like I said, we're going to do that. We're going to come back from live. We're going to go to live stream break. We come back. We'll look at that. We'll limit the speed of the frames per second. Yeah. Oh my God. That's why I'm sitting in a chair and not walking around. My back is thrown the fuck out. I think it could do the math fast enough and then send back a much smaller image to rip out every other line. I mean, I could just make it a smaller image. Could just crop it more, right? Just getting an MVP is all that is needed right now. Over-engineer later. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But that's not a bad idea, Zaldek. Because I could take twice the size of an image. I could be processing, a much larger area, and then seeing the difference across a much larger area. But since the fucking, interlacing, since every other line has been removed, it would still be the same processing speed. That's not a bad idea. Interlacing is a good idea. I'm going to make a note in plans. Okay, I'm going to make a note over here. I'm going to say, what about interlacing? What about interlacing her emails? We're going to take a live stream break is what we're going to do. And when we come back, things. More of this. We're going to keep coding, and we're going to just move deeper into the basics here. I'm so fucking happy with my development sheet that I wrote up. My roadmap, what do you call that? Where you write it up and it's like describes everything that it needs to do and how it's going to do it, basically. That. If I could just convert my thoughts to code instantaneously, this program will be perfect and be shipping tomorrow. We will be back in 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Pawn not out. Hello, I am the Ronan Born, and welcome back to twitch.tv/RonanBorn live stream here on twitch.tv/RonanBorn. It's the coding. I'm just gonna leave that stuff playing in the background, very weakly, I suppose, just a little bit. I got a queue, it's running, let's let it run. Until we start getting into playing the game again, and then I'll turn it off, and then I'll forget to turn it back on like I did before. So I said, before we walked away, that we were going to come back and we were going to, like, you know, reduce the number of processes that we're doing and just not bother. Let's not bother not bothering. This is not the right code, by the way. This is the code we're working on right now. Well, this is the plan for the code we're working on. This is the code we're working on right now. But let's not bother, because so long as the frames per second are still showing, then we've got an idea of how much any new shit that we add is pulling it down and putting weight on it. And also, I'm just more interested right now in objectifying, in creating the objects that I had planned for the tests, in particular, the images and the text. So in the plan here, I've got an idea for, you know, this is basically how I saw it being laid out, all of this, in a config file. So I have image objects and I have test objects. So image objects would have these qualities, and test objects would have these qualities. And I really like the idea of making the test objects. I like writing classes and stuff. I realized that I liked writing classes when I was working on the first SplitRP. I had always, like, been standoffish about object-oriented programming. When I started doing it, I got so into it that I wrote my whole own fucking library for T. Kinter called GUIable, because I was just enjoying the, you know, inheriting and just setting properties, and then, you know, you make one class and then you make another class that is a, you know, child of this class, inherits everything from the class above it, and then adds features and shit. It's cool. Fucking cool when you get into it. Let's see. The screenshots are very different, so, like, I'm wondering if there's a way to utilize that to only check the difference of the images fewer times. We gotta be checking it every single frame, just once per frame, but just once. Let's see. Can we get info from the GPU as to when it's rendering/render to frame, and then use that as a signal to take a screenshot? You know what? I think the D3D shot is basically already doing that. It doesn't bother taking a screenshot until there's one ready. And what we're doing is we're just pulling the same screenshot about 10 times a second from memory, and then it updates that last screenshot for us and finally hands us a new one. So we need to limit that eventually in the final one, in the final product, but I'm thinking for now, leave it as it is. Run and pawn. Easy way to limit it, maybe. If it hasn't captured a new frame, it will return the same image from screenshot. We can do a shallow comparison, pointer comparison, to check if it's equal to the last image we got. If it is, wait a bit, try again. If not, process it. Absolutely. That could work. I don't know how you check the equality of the two images in, you know, especially efficient way, but fuck, probably just rely on OpenCV or NumPy or whoever ends up handling that to just fucking handle it, and probably just, you know, be fine. So we could definitely do that. But for now, I'm thinking we leave it there just so that we've got an idea of those frames, and if we see them start dropping below 550 when we're running the game, if they get down to the 400s, it's like, okay, now we know we've put a little bit more weight on there, and at least we'll know that things are changing. I think is equal to will probably work here, but not sure. Not used to GUI stuffs. What, Pycuda and stuff like that for playing with the buffers, playing with the GPU in Python is a bear, though. There may be a way to do it. Yeah, I don't know. So, I'm gonna need to, like, just get my idea of how to write classes again back in mind. Class, self, init, self, yeah, okay. Okay, so how do I want to do this? What do I want to start on? We should make an image object class first just to get her out of the way, even though that's not what I'm, you know, excited about. So we'll leave you up there because we shouldn't need you in the last version of this, but it's just a convenience thing while we're developing. Class, image object. And the image object is going to, we're going to need to name it. On the fly, that's going to be an interesting problem to solve. We're going to need the name, the file, the match and unmatch percentage. So name, you know, just call it the file. Name the file, match, unmatch. Yeah? And do I have to put self in on that? I do? No. You're doing it wrong, Pawn. Oh, right. That's got to be in the init. So we've got the image object, and then you've got the find, the init, self, comma, and then all of those things would come in additionally. So these are the things that we want you to declare when you are creating an image object. I'm not sure how the name thing is going to fall out, you know? Yeah, I have no idea how that's going to get done. But in any case, so once we've got, you've handed in those values and whatnot, then we want to say self.name is equal to the name, and self.file is equal to the file, and self.match per. Match percent, self.unmatch percent. Yeah, and these are equal to match and unmatch. And you know what? Just for the sake of, like, things should be legible, especially at the class. I swear I was holding down control. Especially at the class level. Match percent, unmatch percent. So you hand those in, we store them locally. Match percent, unmatched percent. And, you know, what else needs to happen here? Possibly nothing. Yeah, nothing. It's just having a nice object that you can reference. Possibly nothing on that. Nice, concise object that contains all the data that you want. Run upon frame.ctypes.data equals old frame.ctypes.data is the pointer comparison I was referring to, assuming you're getting NumPy arrays like you are. So ctypes.data is equal to old frame.ctypes.data. Okay. Okay, I'm only tangentially aware of ctypes, but I know that they're used a lot of places. So ctypes.data. Alright, so I can apply that just to the image as it is. You know, the array that is being called an image as it is, and just access the ctypes.data. Okay. Custom stuff is a doable edge stored. Okay. Let's see, so class, now we got test object. And that's going to have a lot more going on and be a lot more interesting. That's what I really want to write. So the test object is going to have all of these characteristics, potentially. Over here, let's just drop that shit there. Okay. So how much of this is going to come in on the first thing? Like, the name, match images. Like, when you instantiate this, it's just all going to be the code interacting with itself and shit. Yeah, match send. Unmatch tests, because they could be multiple. Guess. We're not going to need that for Cluster Truck, but I think I do want to support it for other people developing their own solutions to have multiple tests that you could try and match to. We'll see how that goes. The no match test, and then the no match send. This is a lot already. ctypes.data is the address of where it's being stored. Oh, really? Oh, so you're just checking to see if it's the same thing as it was the last time. I see. So it's the memory reference. That's neat. That's a good deal to know about. Do ctypes work on outside of the Windows environment? Because I know there's a lot of stuff when you get into ctypes. When I got into ctypes, when I started like accessing things under ctypes, there was a lot of stuff that was saying Windows only. Windows only. Yeah? Is that yeah to the it works across OS's ctypes? I'm sure there are specific things that are ctype, but that bit should be universal. Okay, cool. So yeah, now we've got all this optional shit. But all that, does that all need to be there? Here's the thing, alright? The things that don't need to be there would be like match send is equal to none. Unmatched tests, you don't necessarily need that either. No match test. I think you do need a no match. No, you don't. Necessarily. Only because you can have the no match drop back into this test. Yes. And then the no match send could be equal to none as well. But you need to have your name and your match images, absolutely. And then up here you need your name, the file location, the match percent, unmatched percent, absolutely. So those don't have to be defined. And then I'm thinking the optional stuff can be defined after the fact. You know, since they are optional, you instantiate it with these qualities, and then once it's instantiated, you say, alright, now, you know, add, like, here's the other information that I want you to have. It's just, I hate having a run-on fucking line like this. But I guess that's what we're doing. So give me a comma, and carry on, because it's just easier to send it all in, I suppose. So then, bbox, crop area. Crop area equals none. Resize. Size image equals none. Like scale image? I think I'm gonna end up going with scales as opposed to like a direct thing, so it's gonna be like, you know, 2 to 1, 3 to 1, that kind of thing. And then color proc color processing equals none. Yeah. Okay. So that's all of the things right there, right? It's all of my things. I haven't gotten rid of them. Do that, and then self.name equals name. Self.match images equals match images. These are going to be processed more though, right? Because we're going to get match images in in a text, just text with comma delimited. We'll come back to that. We'll think about it later. And then match send. Yeah, I mean this is just ugh. It's the kind of thing that you do. It's equal to match send. I don't think that there's a way to like just tell it to, you know, assign these things. And you want them to be accessible once you've created the test object. You know, you created a object called bleh as a test object, and then you want to be able to say bleh.name is equal to, that kind of thing. So you need these stored in that way. Self.unmatch tests. I hate it being unmatched tests. I don't think that's going to last, but we'll see. You know, that it's plural, that you can do more than one. I mean, it makes sense in one sense. It's one part of my head and then not in the other. So self.nomatchTest is equal to nomatchTest. The way that I had called these before, though, was just unmatch, and then this was no match, and they weren't referenced to... They didn't specify themselves as what they are. This is better language in terms of legibility. But it is longer-winded, isn't it? Where's your forehead? It's under here somewhere. Anyone think we could get this running in wine? Well, if you start writing this right now, I have no doubt, much like when I go speedrunning and my competitors all show up to fucking do what I was doing in the first place, I have no doubt that you will end up beating me. Self dot scale image is equal to scale image self dot color proc is equal to color proc. Alright, so, but more so what we need to do now is go back and say, for the things that can be nothing, match send is equal to none. Match send could just be equal to nothing. Because that's what I would do. I would put a, like, qualifier in here that says if there's nothing in the match send, then just turn it into a, you know, empty text string. No match send can be the same. Unmatched tests. So the idea here would be if self.unmatchedTests is none, so self.unmatchedTests is equal to name is equal to, I mean, we could do that. We'll do self.name. We'll be self-referential in the instance here. We already done that, so unmatched test is equal to self.name if self.unmatched test is none, else unmatched tests. So that's the kind of statement that I love to write in fucking Python. I love that that exists. It's a declarative, this is equal to this if this is this, otherwise that. Which means that self.unmatched tests will be equal to unmatched tests if the condition isn't correct. I fucking love that about Python. Put it all on one line. None of the fucking, and then colon, and then this and that and the other thing. It's fucking beautiful. Coding is like 90% Google. I agree. Self.nomatch test. We're going to have a similar thing going on here. In fact, I might do better just to do this. Self. And then change it to no match test is equal to self.name if self.no match test is none. Else it's equal to no match test. Yeah. So we can get rid of that. No match send is going to be fine. And then self.crop area, that can be left equal to none. That can be left equal to none. And that can be left equal to none because we are going to test for those things. Run and pawn. Await my pull request if I'm not too lazy. Zelda. God, no, Ronan, I'm a junior in high school. I don't know half of what you do to be able to write this. So, we've done that. Like, is there more to this? I mean, there is, because when we instantiate an object, we could immediately go through and process all of the match images according to the data. Yeah. Yeah, so define, like, process image. So we'll take it one at a time, and we'll take the quality of the, you know, just the image that you're handing, and then we don't need to know the rest of it, because it's all built into the class, so we can reference it just via self-references. Yeah. So process image, we go back to, no, it's in here. It's in here. So our processing here looks like this so far. So if crop is not none, image equals image, and then, oh god, I hate that. So if self dot crop area is not none, then this is just gonna be so fucking, look at this, self dot crop area 0 0 self dot crop area 0 1. I'm gonna split this right here. Self dot crop area self dot crop area. So we hand the image in. So the image that we've got, we need like our own image though. We need like we're going to be handing in the name of an image object, in fact. So image object. So how is that going to work? Let's see. If all of this is going on the master, or will it be a different branch on the GitHub? Well, I have very little idea about how to use GitHub and branching and all that kind of stuff. I've barely managed to like put up the first version of SplitRP. But this will, when I figure it out, if this comes out, if any of this ever happens, let's not get ahead of ourselves. It would come out as a branch for testing to start with, you know? And then, because I've never had an official branch, like I've never had a release version of SplitRP. I put it out as a beta for testing, and the beta testing proved to me that it's not good enough. So how am I going to do this? Because we're going to hand in an image object. I mean, we're going to get the name of an image object. Right? Because we're going to be handing across multiple... How is this going to be handed in? Because what we're looking at right now is match images. So when they're handed in, are we handing in the object itself? And if we are, then we would be handing them in because there could be multiple match images. In fact, I should change that to image objects. A list of match images. Here's the thing though, we're going to store the images in an image object, and then the image object is going to contain like the match percent and unmatched percent. And when we're referencing the image object through the test object, we need to have access to the match percent and unmatched percent of the image object. So we want all of that depth. We want it stored within itself. So when we're handing in the image objects, we're handing them in probably as an array of objects. Yeah. So then we pass in the image object that we're going to be working on. and then we need to extract the image from it. So our image is equal to the image object dot image. No, dot. See, that's just containing the data right now, but the image object should contain the base image itself. So yeah, that's the other thing that has to happen there. So we need to like self.image is equal to, and then load the image in using this code here. cb2.imread, and then it would be file, because the file would contain the whole location there. Yeah, and there will be, you know, fucking errors checking and all that kind of shit eventually, but we get the image in there, and then we've got image. And then down here when we load it in, we want our image to be equal to the image.object.image, but I want a copy of it and not the original. I don't want this to end up being a reference. So just in case, how do I do that? Is it just copy? I feel like it might just be .copy after it. As a function. I don't know. It'll probably fail, and then we'll know. But now we've got the image extracted from the image object. I hadn't thought about this. Because we want to store our own local version of that image. Copy.deepCopy image. Is that what it is? So would it be np.copy.deepCopy? You know, this might be right though, that it's supposed to be that. np.copy image object.image. I'm not sure. Gotta import copy. Oh yeah? np.copy.deepCopy, I think. But it didn't have that as a reference. Deep copy. Alright, but I'm onto a different like thing that I don't want to fall off of. And the problem is we want to process this image and store it in the test object because this image will have been processed based on the information that's in the test object. But then I need a name. So I will then assign the name of it to be the name of the image object. Yeah, that should work. That should work. So if, what do we got? Color processing. If color processing is not none, then image is equal to cb2.coloredImage, and then we're just going to do self.colorProc, because we now have the master list of what those values are for each different thing. So we can just hand that to the user and say, you know, 6 for this, 12 for that, and so on and so forth. And then they can have the options of color processing it in whatever fucking weird ways they can find that still work. Then you need to move process image to the image object class. And pull out the crop, area, scale, image, and color process into some class config or something. Reason why I don't think so, is because the image object I see as like a pure thing that can be accessed by any test. I could have multiple tests that use the same like image object, that use the same image, but that look at a different part of the image for a different reason, you know? So maintaining a root core original image from that image object I mean, this makes sense to me because when you initialize, you would initialize the image objects first and then the test objects. And the test objects, in the process of initializing, would call to the image objects that have been passed in through their instantiation. It also forces you to do that if you were coding on this base, but no one ever will. Why is match percent and unmatched percent on image object? Because that I figured, at least in my reckoning, I figured that would be, you know, sort of bound to the image, because I suppose that could be moved into test as well, but I figured, like, if you wanted a different test value, then you would just instantiate another image object. I mean, when it comes down to it in the config file, all that the end user is going to do is, like, if you want the same file, the same image, but you want a different value for it, then you make a different image object. It seems like a lot to pack into test object, because then in the config file, you end up having to specify, like, the match images or image select 1, and then for that I want this value for match, and this value for unmatch, and this value for match, and this value for unmatch. It I think it really just comes down to preference of layout and how the user is going to interact with it, but this seems tight. And if you knew that you wanted the same image, but with a different match and unmatch, then you just copy-paste that image, give it a different name with a different match unmatch. But I felt like the match percent and unmatched percent is going to have everything to do with, like, the fidelity of the image or something. I just felt like it made sense that this would actually be attached to the image itself, as opposed to the test. And then the test could do whatever it needs to do for that test. You know, for looking at a certain area of it, resizing it in a certain way, doing the color thing. You just contradicted the point. I don't, like, what's the benefit? Make your argument in full, you know? Because what's the benefit of me putting it over here instead of putting it over there? It's another fucking value. Like, if I pull the, you don't even want me to pull the match percent and unmatched percent and put it in image object. You want me to, like, store all of the processing in the image object, but I'm going to have multiple images that are going to go into this test object, and they're all going to be test according to the same thing, because the test, if I change the values, that means I have to recalculate, you know, the processing and all that kind of shit. So, like, the test needs to continue looking at the same spot, or else I have to look at a different spot in the background if it changes from one image to the next within the test object. This just seems, like, concise. My argument is that you're doing too much in one class, too many arguments, but that's not on what basis. It is a lot, but, like, what's the better way? There's a lot of information that needs to be put here. And when it comes down to my mind, that all goes back to, what does the user have to interact with? And if this is the file that you have to interact with in order to write a new test, then that's a reasonable number of things to have to figure out for your test, right? And then if this is what you have to do for your image objects, it's a reasonable number of things to do for your image objects. The only time that it's really going to matter is when a user interacts with it. Hello, world. What was I on to, anyway? What was the use case for the unmatch again? Unmatch is when you've made a match in your test, and now you go into the unmatch cycle where you're just looking to not make that match anymore. And then when you unmatch, the unmatch tests would be, as soon as you unmatch, you then test those tests. No matter what you have to do to test them, you test them to see if that's where you need to go next. And if you don't, if those tests fail, then you go to the no match. But if they succeed, if one of those succeeds, then you load up that match test. You switch into that match test. So each test points to the next, test. Each test object points to the next test that you would go to, is the deal. All right, process image. Y'all are pulling me off of, like, doing the actual work. Process image. What am I doing here? Because I've completely forgot. At this point, I was actually still in the process of just putting things over to if resize is not none. So if self.scaleImage is not none, then image is equal to cv2.resize image, and then it would be self.scaleImage 0 self.scaleImage 1, and that is doing it by specific, that is pixel values, and I probably want to do it by, you know, ratio instead. Better way than match, unmatch, no match. All right, let me. Sorry? Oh, I hate it when people try to speak in code. Class test, define check self. Check self. Alright. Raise exception, abstract class instantiated. What? So that's just junk code that doesn't need to be there? Alright, class or test. Self.tests equals tests. Test and self.test if test.check. Return true. Raise exception, abstract. And test. Not test. Image. That's fun. That's interesting. That's Boolean logic. I forgot to make all of them inherit. Alright, I'm gonna go back to it. CG, you weren't really here at the beginning, right? So I'm gonna walk through this once again. So we imagine, in fact, I've never walked through this, so we'll walk through this. We imagine that we start up the game, and we need to find the level select screen, okay? We're not on the level select screen, we just opened the game. The splitter is looking for the level select screen, looking for that screenshot. It's looking for it, it's looking for it, it's looking for it. It's currently in the no match, you know, state, or you can just call it the seek state. So it's seeking for that match. It finds the level select state, boom, cool. Now, if we go forward into the game, then we now have no match to anything, because we can't have an image of the game. So if we go forward into the match, into the game, that is like an event upon which we need to start the timer. You're going to leave without me explaining it? Well, I'll finish anyway for the other people. So if we're going to go into the game, we need to know when something doesn't, you know, when we found nothing. That is an event, because that's how we're going to test for whether we started running the game. But we can also go backwards out of the level select menu. So we need to be testing for the ability for if we land on leaving the level select menu. So we have a test for that to look to see, is it the menu screen? So we've got an image of the level select we look for, and then once we found the level select, we're waiting to leave the level select in an unmatched state, just waiting. Once we find out that we're no longer on the level select screen, we look for the menu screen. And if we're on the menu screen, then that's an unmatch. That's an unmatched state. It's a matched unmatch. It's hard, you know, I'm trying to find words to say that. So we got the menu, we matched the unmatched, so now we enter the menu's unmatched cycle. Now we're in the menu, we fire any code, we send any signals to LiveSplit that the menu test tells us that we should fire, and then we go into the menu's unmatched cycle because we know we're on menu. We wait until we're no longer on menu, and then, you know, if we go back to, like, the options menu, so this is a different menu, then that's no match, and then it will have to fall out of that and go looking for the level select menu again. So we started on level select, we went to menu, we went to the unmatched state for that, then we backed out into another screen that we don't recognize, and we need that to fall its way back to searching for the level select menu. So basically, if we're looking at the menu, we should already be in level select. We should be looking for the level select, but this is the way to do it. Seek level select. So we end up, looking for level select. But, okay, start again at the very beginning of this premise. We start the game up. We're looking for the level select menu. We find the level select menu. Then the next thing that we find is nothing. It doesn't match any of the other tests. That means that we've got a no match, and that means that we send the start signal to live split, because we need to know that there's a no match going on. Then we need to start seeking for the level complete screen, because we know we're running the game. So we're looking for the level complete screen. So we fall through as a no match state. We don't fire the, starting the match principles, the match action for level complete, but we fire the no match action for falling out of level select, and then we drop ourselves directly into looking for level complete, looking for the match. When we find the match, then we've hit the level complete screen, and we fire the signal that goes to live split for that event. And then we enter its unmatched cycle. And then there's all these alternate scenarios where you're on the level, or you get to the level complete screen, but you hit pause. You could hit pause while you're in the level complete screen. And I don't want it to unpause the timer, because the whole goal here is to pause the timer while you're on the level complete screen. So if you enter the pause menu while you're on the level complete screen, then you need to keep the timer paused. So we need to be searching for the pause menu, and if we hit the pause menu, all of these different conditions have to be accounted for, and the way that I figured out to do it was to have what I ended up calling where is it? Pull it back up. One entrance, two exits. So there's one way into each test, and there are two ways out. The entering each test puts you into, you enter the test, but on the way out of the test, you can either exit the test by getting a match or by not getting a match. And in either, if there's no match made, then we need something to happen. If there is a match made, then we don't need anything to happen in that match, because when we move to the next test, that is going to fire the, I got a match. So it will fire that for us. It's a bit of a mess. It's hard to explain in words, isn't it? But I tried. This is dumb to ask, but what are you building? It's nice to meet you. I found your Rodent Pawn Twitch channel. It says, Jesus Christ, that's a long name. Eneltech Mark Gas 12 ban. I love your content. SplitRP coding my speedrunning Autosplitter in Python. Please keep it up. It's a fucking bot. I guess I need to Google what Autosplitter means, says Plato. It is a thing to automate timing your splits in a speed run. Yeah. So here's live split. It keeps record of what we're doing in the splits. How fast we've moved through each section of a level, and keeps our time for us by the end of it. And this is going to watch the screen and do the splitting for us, is the idea. So, back to my class. Looks like we got rid of the dude. Is it a thing to automate timing your splits in a run? I understand. You have these things to cover all the possible cases. And it's just, I'm trying to simplify it down to the basics. So there's only really two actions that ever, take place here. You look at the test object. We've got a match send, and we've got a no match send. We don't have an unmatched send. But we've got a match send and a no match send. So when we make a match, then we'll fire a message to live split. We send a message to live split telling it to do a thing, if we want to. We don't have to, but so when we hit the level complete screen, we send a message to live split saying split, because we just hit the level complete screen. We actually tell it to split and pause. So it'll fire the split and it'll pause the timer. And then when level complete gets through its unmatched cycle of trying to find where there's, when we fall out of it, when it falls out of it, if it doesn't find something else that was listed in its unmatched tests to go to, then that's a no match state. And in that event, level complete will now send this test, will now send the signal to unpause. Because if we were on the level complete screen and we fell out and we didn't match any of the other tests, that means we're running again. Yeah. So would these objects have different match and unmatched values? Like the test object itself doesn't have a global match and unmatch value, but the images need to. You know, each image is going to have its own match and unmatch percent. So either I would have to load all that data in, and this is why I disagreed with CG on the idea of moving these things around. Either I'd have to patch in like the image object would have to have the images that I pull in would have to be the image and its percent and its unmatched percent. And I would have to do that for each one of these images that get, laid in here. Instead, I build the qualities of match and unmatch into an image object, and it's a tight little object that's just got a name, where the file is, match, unmatch, go. And if you need the same image with a different match percent and unmatch percent, you duplicate it in the config file with a different name, and you reference that one. Instead of packing all this information in, which in your user's config file that they're trying to build would end up being like, I'd need the match images. Best case scenario, I guess you do match images and then like 84% match value, 52% unmatched value, and then image LC like the next test, and then its value, and then the other value, and it's not user-friendly that way. So here's where I'm going. All right, so back to the fucking object now. CG. Self.scale image, is that what we're loading in? Self.scale image is not none. Image equals cv2 resize image, self.scale image 0, self.scale image 1, interpolation, inter area. We're always going to use inter area interpolation. I'm not going to leave that option open to the user. Does this get it done? I hand in the image object. We do the image. We don't return the image, though. Right? We need to process the image. We need to store the image. And we either store the image in the image object, which I don't, because that's going to be a master file. We store it locally as a local image thing, where we store the image and the name. Because this is my problem with this. I end up having to have like a list that I check through of the images. It's not that hard. Yeah, actually, so instead of returning an image, will we though? Just make this a simple process, return the image. Will there be a feature to save the screenshot of the game? No. So I make an image list. Image objects. Now imagine this code without any comments. I hand in a single image object and tell it to process the image according to this, and then should I just dump it into a list? Yeah. I don't see why not. So we'll need another value here, and it will be self dot image list, and it's going to be an array, and we'll instantiate that probably when we get image objects, but we'll come back to that. With the image list, we need, once we're done with this, to push, like image list dot, is it push on an array in Python. There's code, it's been so long. It's been so long. There's code to just like push something onto the end or just add it to an array. What the fuck is it? I don't remember. So we'll push onto the array, and that is not it. Image list is equal to the image equal to, fuck, how do I do this? what I want to do, and then you go through them and you check the 0, 0 of each. Yeah. So it's going to be image object dot name, and then the image that we've just generated for it. Yeah? You should just have an index and use that. For a list, it's append. Yeah. Yeah, we can just do append. List.append, and then append works like this in Python, right? Image list.append, image object.name image. So what it's going to end up being is we'll have a list, and the list will be a multi-dimensional list, and we'll go through it, and we'll go, you know, the 0, 0, 0, and then 1, 0, and 2, 0 when we have to search the list. Is that how it's going to be done? It's looking like it's going to have to be that. List.append.image object. So image list.append, and then the object. Yeah, I've done that correctly, I think. Is it true that bool is a subclass of int and that 0, 1 is false true? Bool, a subclass of int. That's my only problem with that. 0 is false and true is 1. But bool is a subclass of int. I think that would be like that. Write array to file, append to file, load array from file. That's how pros do it. Yeah, when we load it in. We could do this with a library or a dictionary. We could do this with a dictionary in Python. I never got my head completely around dictionaries. But then we could just access it by its name. And then we wouldn't have to search. Yeah. Your screen is black and you cannot see Mr. Ronan's face and it makes you sad? Well, I can't cheer you up. I just feel like I've been derailed already. Python dictionary. I like W3 schools, but they're not very good on Python usually. Yeah, so I think this is what I usually do with dictionary, or try to do with dictionaries, and I find out later, yeah, you can't do that. Because what I want to do is basically store the, use the name of the image as a thing in the dictionary, and then, but then later I can't access it that way. Is that right? God fucking damn it. I feel so tilted. There's CG butted in with the thing and then just, pieced out before we could fucking figure out what the hell he was talking about. Because I looked at his code and I couldn't make any fucking sense of what he was talking about there either. Make the name of the file the key or something else. Yeah, that was my idea. I feel like I run into problems in the end when I'm doing that. But, like that, and then how do you, append to a function dictionary? How do you add something to it, at runtime? Del removes, clear, empties, copy, nested dictionaries, dict constructor. Here we go. Here's the methods. Clear copy from keys, get items, keys, pop items, set default, update values. So can I just do this then? Image list. You would need a list with the values. Yeah, because we got the fucking image objects coming in. Dict key object. Yeah, okay, so that would be image list, and then image object.name is equal to image. We'll put that in there. God damn it. This is like a fundamental problem here that I knew we were going to, I felt we were going to run into the moment when we first started looking at the image objects. I was like, well, I could just pass them in as objects instead of as the names. And we have the objects, but the objects are, they're what we're going to test for. So we just loop through the list of them. Yeah. Do we need to know which is which? No. You don't ever need to know which is which. Once we've gotten the image in, do I never need to know which is which? This works better. No, it doesn't. Because we've got the image object, and then the image, pull it through, we pull it out, process it, and then we're trying to match that image. I don't ever need the fucking reference to where it came from again, do I? Yes, you do, because you need the match percent values and shit. So you need the image associated with that, which means if you put it in a dictionary like this, and then you just go through the dictionary one by one, but a dictionary is not accessed the same way unless you use a list dictionary, at least in the version of Python that I'm building on right now. I think they changed that so that the default version in later, so that the default was that dictionaries could be accessed like an array or like a list. If each image has its own match, no match values, yes, and that's the problem. That's what I'm going to need. I'm going to need that information next to the image, along with the image. I could just store my own local list based on the match and unmatched values. I mean, once these values are in, they're fucking in. Use .keys, then look for the name that you want. Dropsy Jones, dictionary of .values returns a list of all values. Just work with a list to cut out the middleman. Dictionary only makes sense if you need to read only one thing at a time. Yeah, we're just going to be dropping through this, and we just need to be able to access the match and unmatched percents that are associated with it. But I'm now trying to think about this in the wider scope. We instantiate, we bring it in, image objects. If I am handing in the whole fucking object, which seems to make sense, I am handing in the object itself, the reference to the object, just so that I can then reference the image that's already been loaded into that object. An image object is going to be a list containing image objects. Unless it's not. It could be a single image object. So if self.imageObjects is equal to image objects, I packed it in a list. But if you send it across, you're going to send it in a list. If there's more than one. Right? I mean, it's up to me. Nobody's doing this but me. Create a custom storage class and create a list of those objects. Then it can contain the match, unmatch, and image object. You'd always have parallel lists. The image objects come in. How the fuck do the image objects come in? Like, I'm thinking this is the kind of thing where my thought is like this. You know, when you're instantiating this thing, you're handing an image object across. You got image object 1, image fucking object 1, and image object 2. And you're going to send both of those in, and it's going to be in a call to something, so, and in a larger list, so you're going to nest that in a list. Or in an array kind of thing. You get this list, and you're handing it across that's containing these two. And my idea was, could I then just do, end up with image object 1, and then my image that I needed processed, and then image object 2, and then, the image associated with that one. But then the problem is that if you're not handing in a list of image objects, then you might just send in that list, because it's a call to, instantiate something, just sending your only image object. Which should mean when I tried to attach, an image object on the end of it, it would be like, what are you trying to do? You're appending to an object? No, you need an array. So this would be... and then the solution is simply to test to see whether or not what came in is an array or not. And the only reason I'm stopping here, like a train that's hit a fucking brick wall, is that I'm just sitting here going, surely it doesn't have to be this fucking complicated. I just joined. What is overcomplicated? Just how I want to access these images, or rather these image objects. So I'm trying to create the class structures that will hold the data from like config files, so that you can program this Autosplitter to do what you want for whatever game you're doing. So this is basically how I see the data being laid out in the config files. Makes it clear and easy for somebody to write a new config file. But when we get to making this test object, I need to bring in the image objects along with their match and unmatched percentages into the test object. So I figure I'll just hand the image objects in, and if there's more than one, then it'll be in a list. What I then need to do is process the image that's been, pulled into memory from a file, from the image object, according to the test itself's processing, what the user has specified that the test should do to the image down here, and should we crop it, should we resize it, should we recolor it, that sort of a thing. And I'm trying to figure out a non-stupid way of processing that image down and then putting it somewhere where I can access it later that isn't stupid, and where I'll still have the linkage valid. I'll still be able to say, okay, this image is supposed to associate with this match percent and unmatched percent. And it seems to me that the simplest way to do that is to just force whatever comes in via the image objects declaration to be a list. If it's not a list, we'll wrap it in a list. You know, if you just send over an object, it's as simple as fucking if self dot now you're blocking my self dot image if image objects on the way in, if image objects dot type, no, it's going to be type. If the type of image objects is not equal to list dot type, or is it type list, then okay, so we could actually do self dot image objects is equal to image objects if it's not equal to a list, else it's just equal to image objects. You think that I wrote that right? Because I don't remember how to use type, and I don't remember how to check against whether or not it's a list. It might even just be is not equal to list. You know? I don't know. It's been a minute. Or boy, you're creating the next check in cluster truck speedrun API, except it's never a stable API, just like Minecraft. I think if you enforce a standard and document it, that would be ideal. Like, make sure they know the class's constructor is one way. Yeah, and it'll be up to me. It'll be, like, what I'm fucking with right now is I'm sitting here. It has nothing to do with the end user. I'm going to process everything the end user puts in here. You know, they're just going to put in match image, select one, image, LC1. They're just going to put that in, and then I'm going to process it. I just, you know, for the sake of my fucking sanity, I don't want to do this in a stupid fucking way. But if I wrap it in a list, and then we've got all of the image objects that were handed in as a list, then your mama. Then, once I've got that, I don't need this image list thing. When we send a process image through, we send in the image object, we process the image. I mean, the other fucking thing that we could do is just attach the fuck... No, we can't, because it's going to be a root thing. It's going to be a root image. You're not working on a copy, so you can't. You got to keep your own local things here. So then we've got self dot image objects. Double yeah. Scorpior99, subscribe for the second month, get laid, get paid, Gatorade. Welcome to the Big Dick Club, Scorpior99. Thank you for the subscription. I'm immensely distracted presently. Because if I'm just handing an image object straight into here, then I'm handing out... Like, I do need to just return the fucking image, don't I? Return the image that I've given, and then another process needs to call this process image thing that's keeping track of which, you know, image object we're working on at this point. So, you know, for each... Well, no. For range... Is this how you do this? How do you do a fucking for loop in Python? For x in range. That's how you do it. For x in range of 0 to the length of self dot image objects in increments of 1. Do this thing. For action range 0, length of self dot in increments of 1. Self dot image objects x 1 is equal to Or wait, x0. Could we do that? Because then you have the 0 plays and the 1, and then you're attaching it, so you're making it a second dimensional kind of a thing. Yeah. Self.ImageObjects x0 is equal to the result of self.processImage using self.ImageObjects x.image. Am I insane? I am insane because this is way too much fucking code to write without just testing, you know? Put all this shit in and you haven't tested it and you don't know where you're going wrong. I am insane. Thank you, Scorpior, again for the fucking subscription. What you need to do is just use serialized JSON objects, binary form. I don't know what those words mean, but thank you very much. So that would be, you know, at boot, we do all that kind of thing. You instantiate it, and that way I don't actually have to, like, call the front loading. The front loading actually just happens implicitly because we're instantiating the test objects at the beginning. The test object creates all the images that it's going to need to reference. Bada bing, bada bang, bada boozles. This is exactly why I prefer strongly typed languages. You specify in the constructor of test object image objects as list of image object. Then it's up to the method that calls it to make sure it passes in the proper type. To know how to do that in Python. Me neither. None of us have, apparently. Nobody knows. I'm feeling like that puts me back on track anyway. The process image thing is happening, like, fine-ishly. We're not using any. If I just started it up right now, we're not using any of these codes. So it's like, what breaks? Show me. Line 98 in module, right, whatever. Line 98. Oh, it's just that thing again, isn't it? Where sometimes it doesn't start? Yeah. We'll handle that later, too. So yeah, it still just fucking runs, because all these classes are just sitting here being unused right now. Let's actually try to put them into use. So, and then we can find out what's fucking broken and where the problems are and where my code sucks before I get, you know, any more lines deep and then have to look back and go, oh, shit, I fundamentally misunderstood how that works. So we're going to instantiate an image object. So, LC1 is equal to an image object. And the things that we want here are going to be, we'll call it LC1. We'll call it image LC1. We're doing this all manually right now, so there's the name. The file is going to be images/lc1.png. The match percent is going to be 94. We've been having very high match percents lately on these tests. 94 actually seems a little bit low. The unmatched percent is going to be 88. We've been having incredibly high numbers here. 85. We'll say 85 to start. So that should, right? Anything else needed? Nothing else is needed. So that should just, like, create that object, load the image in, everything's fucking handled. Bada bing, bada bang, bada boom, bada boozles. So there's... God, that's a horrible way to say that, isn't it? Let's say image object LC1. Okay? That'll keep me sane for a bit. So then once we've got that in, then we want to instantiate the test object for it. So test object LC1 is equal to a test object. It's going to be called test LC1. The image objects are going to be... Well, no. The image objects are going to be... We pass in the image So it's going to be image object LC1. Okay, we're going to make it as not a list. We can force our code to make it a fucking list. We could do that. The users are never going to interact with this shit. I'm going to make it not a list and see if it resolves itself. Match send. What? Match send. It's a string. Right, so match send is going to be equal to split slash, let's find out what it was actually in the original code. So over here in split, it's backslash r backslash n to send the, do this thing, backslash r backslash n. R backslash n. There we go. So it'll be split, and it'll be pause. That'll be what's sent there. What else we got? Unmatch tests. When we unmatch, I would say none. So I would leave it there. No match test. Would ultimately end up being none. But we would have a no match string. A no match send, rather. And that would be equal to unpause slash r slash n. And that's all that would have to do. And then we'd have a crop area. Is equal to, and I'm just going to say the crop so that I can define it here for now. We're going to have to wrap this at this point. So, boom. Crop area is equal to crop. And then the scale image is equal to res. And then the color proc is equal to, I believe, 6 is what we saw in the master list. So that creates those two objects. Let's just run them without using those objects for anything. Okay, now we're into the errors. Let's go. So line 62, well, that's way down here, and it's just you're complaining that I'm something. What? Line 28, there we go. Line 28, and the complaint is test object has no attribute unmatched tests. Self.unmatched test is equal to self.name if self.unmatched is equal to if unmatched tests is none. We can't test against it because we haven't instantiated it yet. Okay, what do you got for me now? Line 36, 39 has no attribute image. Huh? Oh, the array itself has no attribute image. Okay, so I'm misaccessing it. 39 image equals np.copy image object.image. We're handing in, when we call the process image, we're handing in the image. We didn't want to hand in the image. We wanted to hand in the object itself. So there we go. Line 36, image object does not support item assignment. Huh? Another way to do it. That didn't help. print self.imageObjects. See what it's coming up as. What, you started? You started that time? See, that ain't right, though. That's not supposed to be. Print type of self.imageObjects. It's supposed to be a list. It is. Class list. Okay. Ah, it's because I did this, and I broke everything. A list is an array can use commas. Sorry? The problem with streaming coding is coders all have a different idea for implementation, and they like to talk about why different ways are better or worse. That's true. Also means you have a million eyes looking for where the bugs are, and new, fresh looks on the code constantly. Yeah, which is annoying as shit. Because my idea here was that the image objects, I wrapped them in a list, but I end up with 0 and then 1. And the idea was to, you know, embed them underneath. But what I really need is for each of the objects to, like, image objects is 0, 0, the first one in the list, and then 1, 0, and 2, 0, and 3, 0. And then that way I can attach 0, 1 to the other one. So self.imageObjects is equal to image objects and then down here yeah, you don't like that either, but why not? Because now I'm not referencing it correctly when I send it across. Index out of range. Gotta sleep for tonight. Good night, Zaldic. I will eventually have to sleep at some point. About 5 hours from now. It's like the stupidest things that you get hung up on. You get such a bunch of shit. You know, because the other way that I could do this is just extract the image, forget where it came from, you know, extract the match and unmatched percent at the same time, forget where that came from. Just don't worry about it. Just make my list on the fly. And we'd be fucking done with that. Certainly very educational, says David Sykes. You've been here since the beginning, haven't you? You sorry son of a bitch. For action range, do the thing, and then we take this out. We go 0 instead, and then you do those things. But then when we process the image, we do the thing that I had before, which was self dot, you know, and this would be a private variable, and it would be image tests is equal to, and it's an array of indeterminate length. And then down here, instead of returning an image, when we process an image, we would do self dot image tests append, and then we would append the image and the image object dot, what is it? Match percent. And unmatched percent. Alright, so append takes exactly one argument, 3 were given. Right. What I meant was that. Image object does not support item assignment. I'm not trying to assign anything to anything. What are you talking about? Ah, I am trying to do that. So instead, I could do a for each at this point. For each, X. For each image in image objects. For each? Or is it just for image in image objects, and that's implicitly a for each statement? I forget how this works in Python. KCCC187, thank you for the subscription. The number of people who have chosen to subscribe. Welcome to the Big Dick Club, by the way. Number of people who have chosen to subscribe while I am typing away at a fucking screen full of Python. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support. I promise you the next live stream will not involve me typing away at a Python screen. Thank you. And, you know, congratulations on the new 4 inches. The dick's it's a fair bit bigger now, isn't it? Give it a check. Like, but I'm a woman. I didn't have one. Well, then give it a check, because there's 4 new inches. You know, that kind of thing. You may have to use image, wait. Just for image in for, how do you do a fucking for each statement in this? For each image in image objects. Because image objects is a list containing all the image objects, and for each image is the image objects, and we just do process, we do self.process image using for object, we'll say object, yeah. Image object is not iterable. But image objects is a list. That's iterable. Is instance may have to be used for seeing if it's a list. That was the point of this. It should be forced to be a list. And when we did this, print type self.imageObjects, it says it's a list. So what is the program supposed to do when it's done? It helps, it's an Autosplitter. I'm sorry, I've had to explain many a time now. It's an Autosplitter. Speedrunning, we use live split, and this would watch the screen while we play the game. While we play the game, as I move through the levels, this would watch the screen as I'm running through the level, and then when I got to the end of the level and came into the goal, it would go, oh, that's the level complete screen. So I'll send a split to your Autosplitter and stop timing and that kind of a thing. That's basically what's going on there. But is instance. So like if is instance. I just don't understand why. I don't watch much speedrunning as Starbuck Gaming. Well, you should just take it up. Don't watch it. Just do it yourself. Just boom. Start. Any game that you enjoy playing, just, keep going try and find the fastest way to do it, the fastest path, the fastest route, the fastest methods, put them all together, and then eventually you'll be submitting to speedrun.com. It just bothers me. We don't have to sit here looking at this, but it bothers me. It says it's a list. If it's a list, then I should be able to iterate across the list. Even if it has only one object, then I should be able to pull that object out of the list and use it. But I can't, and it won't even get to this line of text because it says it's not iterable. Yes, image object is not iterable, but it's not an object. Let me just make sure that I still understand how fucking for loops work in Python. For Python loop, sure. Yeah, W3 schools tell me, is there something weird for X in fruits? So you got a list as fruits, then you do that, and then bing, 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 bing. For X in banana, print X, and break statement, and yeah. So I'm doing that right, technically. For object in image objects is a list. So how would this work with the whole line 37? The spelling is off. Self.process image obj. What? The fact that it's saying image object is not iterable, it's seeing the object there. Print image object. No, print self dot image objects 0. Did it stop at the same place? Yeah, so there is a 0 item. What the fuck? Oh, that's the fucking problem. I didn't do the self-reference, so I've been referencing the in that hasn't been forced to be a list yet the whole time. Derp. It's always something like that. Here we go. We did it. We loaded this up technically. Technically, it would appear we've loaded this up and it's running, and all the things are there. Now, fuck. Now let's try and actually get that data, use that data as what we test against. So, have I already done that? We've created these objects. So now the idea would be that I shouldn't have to do any of this. I shouldn't have to read that in, shouldn't have to crop it, shouldn't have to do the color, shouldn't have to do any of that. And then the screenshot, that's fine. To compare, we're going to enter the images in, the processing, that should be fine as well. And then down here, we'll call this shot. So the shot is equal to screenshot, and then we want shot equal to processing, shot. So we want to process it with a shot, but we want to use the information that we glean from. Ooh, this is a kind of a deep dive, isn't it, the way that this is going to work? Because what we need to do is grab the information out of the test object. So we've got test object LC1. What are we actually trying to get out first here? Crop. So dot crop area. And then test object LC1 dot color proc. And then test object LC1 dot scale image. I should probably just rename that to resize, but later. And then the similar percent will be to compare the test object. How are we going to get at this now? LC1, I need to write the fuller, loop here. But if we did test object LC1 dot fuck. We made it a private variable. we need to access these images, and I've made it a private variable image tests. All right. So if we just make it a non-private variable, where is image tests again? Image tests. So then we would do do for image in test object at lc1 dot image tests. Do the similar percent equal to compare. Oh, we're just taking the percent of the moment too, aren't we? Yes, we are. For each of those, and then it wouldn't be FG. LC1 dot, no, compare image, when we can't just call it image. I mean, we can, against shot. Run against each of them. You know, all of them. But it doesn't really matter. I'm turning in. Good luck with the rest. Looking forward to seeing the code on GitHub. Thank you, Dropsy Jones. And thank you for your help and finding all this stuff that I couldn't be bothered to track down my damned self. You the man. With the big 4-inch stick, probably. I mean, there's more than that. There's 4 inches on addition to the... Never mind. Good night, Dropsy. If I just ran that like that, I mean, it's not really doing what we want it to do, but it's a test. So what have we got here? Line 82, which is here. Absolute difference, because numpty didn't do, yeah. What's the thing? Expected. So we expected an image file and didn't get an image file, is what I think I'm getting out of that. Interesting that we actually, like, since we've done the processing on shot, show image shot. Show me that. Did that actually work? It fucking worked. Pulling the data out of there. That's lovely. Okay. So then what I'm handing in, though, for image in test object lc1.imageTests. So for each one that's in there, like, print type image. One of those. What do you got? It's a list. You shouldn't be in it. List. Oh, yes, you should. Because we've got the percents in there as well. That's the thing. Because I did. So we want the image itself to be passed along. And then we've got the test values separately. Yeah. Line 82 using absolute different because... error sizes of input arguments do not match. Okay, can I then... What if you showed me that? So, show image, test object lc1 dot image tests 0, 0. It should give me the image. Yes. So there's that. And then show image shot. Tell me these don't fucking match. Tell me those don't fucking match. Aha, one of them is still their color. So shot has not been decolored. But they're both received the same information in terms of processing. If color is equal to 0, then do a thing. Neither of them have. Aha! So you've been fixed. What we want here is if color is not none, then color. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it works. Hey, I was right. I took a gamble, but I was right. We are now actually using the data from out of these classes in order to get things going, in order to make things work. Yeehaw. Yee-fucking-haw, baby. Did it. So the classes are now holding the data and we're accessing the data. I'm not sure that I like the way we're accessing the data, but we actually got it working again. And if I move you over to here, just so that I can feel rewarded for my effort, when we go to here, boom, instantly 96%. Let's play the game, and watch those percentages come in, 1 per second, and wait for them to get real good right now. Suddenly up to 97.6%. Come back into the game and they drop back down. We run along through here. And back up to 97%. We come through. Oh, yeah, that's not how you usually run this level, is it? No, sir. Damn it. Okay, get low. Nope. To you. Low. Cross with lots of speed. And then, no. Whatever. Okay. It works. It goes ahead and it does work, and we do have the basics of class structures set up for it. Happy. I need another live stream break if I'm gonna go on. We've been here 6 hours. I'm still, I'm in it. Coding is something you do very fucking slowly and just, Jesus Christ, kind of a thing. So I can get rid of that now. I will leave that in there. Any other, So my question to you is, how is the user supposed to get the thresholds for the match-unmatch stuff? The user won't have anything to do with it. The user will put that all over here in the file. But we can access that here the same way that we've done this, during this. For each image that's in the image test list, I have now stored image 1. This will be the match percent. And there it is. So we've got it. Do they have to run the stuff first to do that, or is it automated? Everything that the user has to do with will just happen in the user actually won't fucking touch this shit. I will build the config file myself, but if somebody wanted to build a config file for another game, they would put it all into the text, into the configuration file, and then the user, like, if I'm gonna have the user be able to fuck with that, that'll be late development stuff. Considering that I've already gone all the way to this point on the old SplitRP, all the way to GUI and shit like that, I may not go all that way again. I might just, create something like this. I might just put in a small text area that feeds out some data and that kind of thing to let you know that it's running and to confirm that it's doing the things that it should do and not have a GUI again. Or I'll find a way to make this work for the new system kind of a thing, but that's a lot. That is far off and away, but I like the idea of you being able to configure things on the fly or being able to configure it in a user interface. I don't know. It's a lot of fucking headache. Or at least it was. I don't know. I've built all the systems that I built specifically to make it not a headache, so maybe it would be less of a headache now. But I mean, 6 hours has got us to 104 lines of code, and most of these are lines that we're going to take away later because we did it better or don't need it or don't want it that way. So where do we go from here? We got the test object, we got the image object. I think the next thing that we would do is actually start doing the test. So we'd have this little for loop, and similar percent is equal to compare image 0 shot, and then if similar percent is greater than image 1. We're not handing back an actual percent on the end of that, are we? No. If similar percent is greater than image 1, then print, hooray. Print level complete. And the thing is, we have to build like the structure of these cycles so that it does one and then it does the other and that sort of a thing. But this being this, I could actually drop the... Well, we can still do all that. We just won't print that. Yeah. So now it should just sit there and run, and it's doing something, but we can't see it doing anything. And then when I unpause, level complete. So I go back out here, start running. And then it should start scrolling as soon as we hit that. When I pause again, it should stop immediately. So that's what we would move on to next, is just building out the actual test and the flipping and all that kind of stuff. So, like, say they wanted to make a config file to run a different game, someone would have to figure out all the match-unmatched stuff, right? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they'd have to just test it and, yeah, see how it comes in. So, like, if I decided to do, like, this really simple fucking GUI and not build it into mine, then probably it would be built around making that easy. So it would, like, give you a constant readout in a single place, not a scrolling fucking list in a console, but in a single place it would show you, like, what your match percentage is at any given time, the last match percentage, and you'd at least be able to, like, watch those numbers as you're moving through a level and go, okay, so based on the image that I'm grabbing here and those percentages, I'll try this, and then they'll run on that. I don't know. I don't know where it's going in the long run, but those are some ideas. Yeah, I'm going to take another live stream break. I'm going to pee, and then when I come back, I'm going to try building out into the plan stage here. I'm going to start working on fucking Seek Loop. A little bit, just to, again, this is very much prototyping still. This is like that day one prototype build where in one sitting you get, a bare bones, it kind of functions version of what you had in mind. And if by the end of this live stream we have gone from, nothing, we've gone from what we had before in testing to something that's got all of these basic features going to it, then that's fucking awesome. That's like, it would suggest that getting a build completely functioning would be like another 2 days work. It wouldn't look pretty, but it would fucking do everything. That'd be fucking amazing. I'm thinking of a way to have a script to automate that. Yeah, all good. Okay, I'm going to take another live stream break, pee, step away for a bit, come back, work on this shit. If you gotta leave, feel free. We've been here forever. As long as it works for your purposes, yeah, it's gotta work good enough to be able to pass around, but last time I put all the effort into making a beautiful fucking GUI with all this error trapping and shit to make sure that, like, everything worked, and then I found out at the end of the day, oh, the engine sucks, and also this is, like, way too complicated, And it wasn't that it was bad, it was just the methods that were being used. Maybe I can build these premises into that? I don't know. We'll find out when we come back. We probably won't. But I'm going to be back, and then we will be back, and then we'll do things when we're back. In the meantime, please listen carefully. No, I see. 7 minutes, Paul, nada.
I had a system, a particular way that I put it all out there. With thoughts and words and pen and paper melodies. Was on a mission, a continuous wave of inspiration. With thoughts and words and pen and paper melodies. Such a breeze. But now I wonder what to sing, 'cause I can't think of anything. The time ticks away, blinded by an empty page. We don't fight, we don't break up. I'm kinda coming up empty. How do you write a song when you're happy? I'm not lonely, I'm just fine. I'm not insecure this time. I'm not angry on the line. I can't fake the calm inside. But now I wonder what to sing, 'cause I can't think of anything. My own cuts are bled. Is there anything left unsaid? There's no pain, there's no conflict. I'm kinda drawing a blank here. There's no drama, there's no sideshow, and I'm all out of ammo. We don't fight, we don't break up. I'm kinda coming up empty. How do you write a song when you're happy? I had a system, a particular way that I put it all out there. When inhibitions strip away, is there anything left? There's no pain, there's no conflict. I'm kinda drawing a blank here. There's no drama, there's no sideshow, and I'm all out of ammo. We don't fight, we don't break up. I'm kinda coming up empty. How do you write a song when you're happy? How do you write a song when you're happy? How do you write a song when you're happy? How do you write a song when you're happy? How do you write a song when you're happy? I've been fine and I've been wide. I even sailed to the seven seas, but I ain't never seen that something that's still not, still not me. Pack up my suitcase, head on down the road. And baby, when I come back, my damn, my love might have even sold ourselves. I don't want no skinny woman, a woman who's got no sense of style. I want a girl with a diamond ring on her finger, one who knows how to say nothing. I just can't find this girl nowhere. Until I do, I'ma stay alone. If we can learn to love each other, then the truth will set you free. Oh, maybe pain and sorrow, there's no tomorrow. Will take a hold of me, baby, baby, baby. All alone, baby, won't you come along and hold me? I ain't the seventh son, but I know where I'm from. Let's head on, dead on, dead on down the highway. And maybe when we come back, by then you will have seen things my way. I don't want no skinny woman.
Why not? Skinny women are great. Shut up, by the way. Welcome back. Twitch.tv/RunPaul live stream coding. No one cares. It's just me and IX. But here we are deep into the Python thing. And now that I have been... Alright, stop that. Now that I've been able to step away from it, before we get back into it... Hi, everyone. Oh, AI chatbot's here, too. It's nice to know that an AI is watching me code. I'm doing it all backwards, aren't I? Upside down. You'd have this rewritten in a moment. If similar percent is something, then print, well, then, Could I, I said before we get back into it, similar percent, I don't think you can do that. Can you do that in Python? Equal to, fuck. You're doing the thing, Pawn. Is this plus equal to? Could I just append equal to? Oh, fuck it. Just leave it, Pawn. Go back to your thought. I was gonna append the thing to the. Don't worry about it. Okay, so let me just think about. I am building an AI chatbot. Oh, okay. So you can hear me now. You're processing my speech and responding to me. So, CG, when I stepped away, I managed to go back to, like, the first thing that CG was saying about the possibility of doing this, as where the image objects contain this optional data about the image. And I just want to, like, run that through in my head a little bit more, because we didn't really get a decent argument. I was in the fucking coal mine and, you know, suggested this change. I'm like, okay, well, argue it, because I don't, you know, there are issues that I already know about that I think I've solved with other things, but go. And then his next thing was, we shouldn't be mining in this coal mine anyway, let's go to another one. You know, it was just like, let's rebuild the whole thing. No, I'm in. But, so, if the optional criteria here about the area that we are, you know, the cropped area that we're going to take from the image and the resizing the color, if that were built into the image object. So the reason why I wanted it as part of the test object was because I wanted to, I wanted to force people, if you're going to write for this, to use the same test crop area for the same test. You know, because if you're not, then what are you doing? You're going to have to, like, crop, you're doing extra cropping images and potentially extra processing on the area that you want to test. You know, if you can have a test object that says use image select 1 and image LC1, use these 3 different images for this test, and if any of them match, then that's a match. And then under the image object, you can say, look for the match in this area with this resize and this color, and then in the next image object, you can give it a different area with a different resize and a different color. It gives you more flexibility, but it also, you know, encourages you to write tests that are going to require a lot more processing power, because you're going to have to reprocess that screenshot to each area, each resize, and each color separately. So the reason why I wanted the these optional characteristics to be under the test was to force you to, if you do want to test against multiple images, then, you know, pick an area that is going to work for all of the images that you want to test on, just for the sake of, like, not consuming a ridiculous amount of resources and possibly bogging down your own code without knowing why it's doing that or understanding that, because, you know, somebody comes to this and tries to write something, a new thing for it later, and they start doing things, and certain things are slowing it down, certain things aren't. I can have documentation online, but one, they got to read it, and two, they got to understand it. So the idea of limiting it, that was the point. But if we were to put it in the image object, and I think that's just still the strongest point. Like, as I try to, like, argue the opposite thing, it's like, no, because then people can you could have a bunch of different image objects. They could be of the same image even. But then they're going to bounce around, and the potential for having the user create a test that's going to test against multiple fucking areas with multiple different, you know, processing to it. It gives them the flexibility, but it also encourages them to, you know, write something that sucks. Write something that's going to tear apart their own code. What do you think? Give them the option to make something shitty and then not understand why it's shitty, or restrict it to the area, resize, and color have to be a function of the test so that you're always doing the test in the same place, and in that way guarantee that you're not over-processing images. I think I fall on the side of the restriction. You know, it's not that big of a restriction, it's not that huge of a restriction, and if you need to do multiple tests, then you can write a test file that scrolls through different tests and things. Restrict it, says AI chatbot. And I think IXW saying, yeah, that makes sense, is on the side of restricting it too. Okay, I'm going to stick with that for here and now today anyway. Because, yeah, that's what makes sense to me. Let's look then at the seek loop. So we take the tree, we do all that stuff, but the seek cycle. So first thing we want to do is search for a match, and we're already doing that. We're searching for a match, and when we find the match, we can do a thing. What are we going to do? We would send a message to LiveSplit, but instead what we're going to do for now, because we don't want to actually integrate with LiveSplit at this juncture, we're going to print the test object lc1 dot match send. So that'll be our stand-in for as though we had sent the message. But when that happens, we want to fall into like a different loop. We want to fall into the opposite loop. And I don't want this to end up being nested loops at the end. I think what I want to do is sort of more of a, you know, similar to a case structure kind of thing, or just you've got a value that you can set to whether I'm supposed to be seeking or anti-seeking. You know, maybe it's even Boolean. Maybe we can make it Boolean. And then just based on the state of that variable, it will do one thing or the other on its loops. So, yeah, maybe we'll just fucking do that from this. So the state is equal to 0. We'll make it equal to 0. In fact, we'll make it equal to false, just in case, or no, true, just in case we can make it Boolean. I don't think we will be able to. I think I've already processed this in my brain, either yesterday or today, but we'll try. So the state equals true, and the idea would be that if state, okay, then for each image in the test, we do the image tests. Actually, we're going to do that every time regardless, I think. Similar percent is equal to, and then it would be under here. If state, then we'll check if the percentage is greater. And I'll make a note here that this is if seeking, if match, then do that thing. And then once we have a match, state is equal to false. And then under if state, we do else, it would be if it's what I've been calling the unmatched cycle, but if found, I'm just going to keep calling it unmatched cycle, and I'll change this to if match cycle. So if unmatched cycle, then if similar percent is less than image2, which is our unmatched percentage that we want to be lower than to fall out of, then print test object lc1 dot. Well, actually, we've got a lot of other things that are going to happen there, but for now, we'll do just for testing. We'll do no match send, and then state will equal true. Okay, so there's just some basic flipping there, and let's see how that works out. And I'm going to do this again. I'm going to tab that out, so we shouldn't get any output here until things start happening. We are currently seeking. We're in the match state. I go in, and I go to the level select menu. Okay, watch back here, over my shoulder, actually down here kind of, and let's see what happens. Get in, start running, and we should only see the output once. Split pause, that's what it's supposed to send, and then when we enter the level, unpause. Boom, baby. Boom, baby. That's exactly the behavior we're looking for. We would send those messages off to live split instead of just printing them here, and live split would be splitting, pausing, unpausing. It'd be doing the things. Okay, I don't know, did it just fire like multiples there? It might have just fired multiples. It scrolled really fast there. So we're on level 1-3, so we would have split pause, unpause, that's 1. Split pause, unpause, that's 2. Split pause, unpause, that's 3, and then split pause, that's 4. So it did fire a multiple. It did fire an extra. Make sure we're at the bottom. Right? Get rid of you. Don't need you around. Let's start it again. Back out to the level select menu and we'll come in. It would be good if they were numbered. It'd be easier. So we just did it several times. Split pause, unpause, split pause. Okay. So it's falling out, and that would be unpause. This would be split pause. That would be unpause, split pause. Yes, yes, yes. All right. So what that would tell me is that our similarity percents need to lower. Or our unsimilar percents need to... Something needs to change, basically. Something needs to change. So we're instantiating this object where? Here. So we got 94 to do the match. But what we had was a split pause, an unpause, and then a split pause. We didn't want the unpause to fire, so our unpause value is too high. Can I go down to 75? Load her back up, move it over here, back into cluster truck, level select. Let's go. Hit some of these. In fact, I should probably... Well, no. I do have to run it, don't I? Split pause, unpause. Whoa! Managed to stay alive. Split pause. Unpause. Split pause. Unpause. So now the question that we really can't get an answer to is whether or not we're getting the first frame of split pause and unpause that we could possibly get. Pause. Oh shoot! I started speed running and I didn't slow down there. I just did what I usually do, and I went for the next level button as quick as I could fucking do it. This time I will stop. Split pause. Unpause. It's working. It's working. Basic concept is working. All right. Got to here. Yeah. So next thing that, but we were skipping a whole thing here because the unmatched cycle has a whole bunch of other characteristics to it. And the other characteristics are, once we get into the unmatched cycle, we need to test against whatever other test that that the unmatched test is telling us we would test against. So basically, once we fall out of the successful test, there is a pointer in the current test that tells us what we should test for next and where we should go. We will only go there if we can actually match a test from that new test that we're moving to, if we can actually get a match off of the images that are listed there. Now this is kind of the weak part of this whole concept, because it means that I have to reach into the test object that is referenced within the current test object as the one that we should go to next, and then use its conditions and its processing in order to run tests against the current screenshot. Which means we have to reprocess the screenshot as well, potentially, all in the same frame. Which currently, the way, with the speeds that we're getting, doesn't seem like an issue. But it is kind of a weak spot. That said, I can't think of a better way to do it. Because we need to be able to test for not just an unmatch, but an unmatch that leads to another match. Because there's a big difference. When we're on the level complete screen in the game, like we are now, the way that we would make this happen is that we would test for this screen. And then, if I backed out, I'm on this screen, or a screen that looks like this. And that's a whole nother fucking bag and ball of wax, because the background images change each time you load the game up. So, But we need a test that from here tests to see if we moved back to here. We need to know if we came to here. Do we? Do we? What if you just had a test that had both of these in it as potentials? Well then, if I were to back out to here from that test, then I've got new problems. Then we've just started the run as far as the code knows. I'd have to have an image for every, and if I went to here, I'd have to have an image for all of these, and that's a moving thing, so good luck with that. The concept here is that from the level complete screen, when we find that we're no longer on the level, or the level select screen rather, when we find we're no longer on it, we test to see if we're here instead. If we are here, then basically I kind of just want to drop right through back to the test for this, and then once we come back to this, it's basically just an exit point. If we see this, then go back to testing for the level complete screen. And then once we're on the level complete screen again, if I jump into a level, we would get no valid test. There would be no test result that came back correct, which would tell us, oh, we must have started speedrunning. That's how we do it. Does Python have an OCR library? Use that to check for this screen. My first fucking build of this concept was all around OCR, and I put I integrated Google's optical character recognition system into my Python script and actually trained my own OCR with glyphs based on matches from Google's thing, and then I finally got to a certain point where it was like, this isn't going to work. Because I was going to base it off of the time in the lower right corner there, and just like, once we got to the end of a screen, see what that time was and take that out. That was my first idea. Python certainly has OCR libraries, and so I could take a screenshot but I don't want to. That's too complicated. It's too complicated because we want this to be usable by other, by other people trying to make this Autosplitter work for their game. So we want it to just analyze and compare an image that they can just take a screenshot. And in fact, while we're talking about that, let's do this. Get a screenshot of you. Back over to GIMP. Oop. Drop the selection. Drop that in. And let's do File. Export as. Select one. And I think that's where we'll go next. We'll actually integrate the, we'll make another image object using this. Jesus Christ, you're taking your sweet time, aren't you? Are you still running in the background? No, you're not? Alright, well then I have no explanation. But okay, let's do that. Because that's going to have to happen sooner rather than later, especially just to test all of the concepts of it being able to dump to another test. We need at least 2 tests. So we've already got the tests all built here. The class anyway. So we've got test object LC1. I'm going to duplicate that, except for we're going to call this cell1 for select. I hate that both of them have an L in it and a 1, and in this font, it's really hard to tell the difference. So this will be test cell1, and we will be using image object. We need an image object for that too, Pawn. Don't forget that. Okay, well, let's start there. So we'll make an image object for cell1, and it will be an image object. It will be called image cell1. It will use cell1, and the area that it will search, or rather we have no idea what these values should be yet, so we'll just leave them what they are. And we don't know where we're going to scan for it either. But then test cell1, we'll use image object cell1, and the message that it should send is nothing. It shouldn't do anything. It should, however, have a no match send, and that no match send would be start for live split. That would be the starting of the run. When we find that we've dropped out of the test for this level select screen, but we didn't land on anything, we had no match on the way out, that means we must be speed running, so start the speed run. And then crop area, crop, scaling, res, color proc 6, sure, we'll keep all of that. So now we've got both of those objects. Let's make sure that they all load. They didn't. What happened? Line 43 in process image, line 37 in init, line 66 is you. Too many indices for array. What are we doing? Test cell1, image object cell1, no match send, color area equals crop. Or no, crop area, like all this is copy pasted. Only thing I haven't done is defined that. But that shouldn't need to be defined if we look in the class. Match send is automatically equal to nothing if we don't define it, which is fine. Unmatched test automatically equal to none, which is fine. So why you give me all with the problems, brah? Comma. And crop area crop. Should be like a loop for nothing of significance, but I have no idea how you would implement that. Maybe it's just that thing where sometimes it doesn't take the first screenshot. It's not. Okay, so that leads to line 37 in the process image call, and then when we go to process the image, crop area 1011 from the crop area. Crop is equal to crop. Is this a problem of we didn't actually load cell1.png? Under images. Ah, it's select1.png. That's the problem. Select1.png. Okay. So we made those objects. Nothing broke. We're not using them for anything yet. Fine. Alright. So now we're going to need current test is equal to test object cell1. And then for image in current test, image tests. Basically everywhere that was. Yeah. So let's grab it from here. And we're going to change it to current test. Replace. Okay. Does that still run? It seems to. Let's check it. We get no response. No response. What was I expecting to happen, though? Not entirely sure, because it has no match message. So it wouldn't send a match message, but it should send an unmatch message. Let's give it a match message just so that we can see that it's working. So we'll say it's working. We do have a no match send, and that should have fired as well. So we're running again, we go here. No match, no match, nothing's happening. Okay. Okay. So check your other things here, because you were building for a very specific scenario there. So we do the screenshot, and then we process it according to the standards of the current test. And then for each image in current test.image test, similar percent is equal to compare image 0 shot. If state, then if similar percent is greater than image 1, print curtest.match send, state equals false. If similar percent less than, print like it. That all should work. That all should work. Okay, so then if we go to here, 91% match. Okay, so is it just the match values are too high for this? So if I said 88, and then, you know, drop it down to 70 or something. Restart it, actually stop it, and then let's comment this back out, start it back up, move you over here so I can see too, and then into cluster truck. It's working. It did not send the release number, or the release thing though. If I go in, there we go. So we need a different value. I'm having trouble wrapping my head around which way it needs to go. Up, right? That's not the right one. Up. Because it must have a very close match. And it's also because we're testing in the same area that we were, I would presume. Which is not necessarily helpful for this particular image. Like, let's do it right, I guess, before I go too much further down this rabbit hole. So where would we want to test to see, you know, if we've got sameness? You know what I want to do is if I make one of these and then I use these values. 725, 925. Or actually, no, it would start at 725 here and it would go for 200. And then the other one would be 244 and it would go for some amount. 244 and then 244. Well, that's the wrong way to do that, buddy. 578 minus, it was 578, wasn't it? 578 minus 244 is 334. So that's the area that's a pretty good area to be testing against. There's a lot of things going on there. I mean, for a small area like that, the reason I wanted to do that was, I'm going to fill that area. Something like that. Drop it down. And then crop it to the selection. And then we've got that area for reference in future. That seems like a decent place to have the fucking test, I would think. If I scroll over the back button, then that's a problem. If you use the full image for match, it would probably be more accurate, but that messes the numbers completely. Let's just find out. The way I should be doing this at this point is just letting it run like this and giving us the percentage matches. And then when we go over, well, I need it in a place where I can see it, don't I? So we get a 91. When I scroll over here, it's down to an 87. 92, 87, 81. So it's look like we want to match anything that's sort of above 90. At least for now, it will do, and then drop the match on anything that's below like 85. So let's update that. 90 and 85 is what I said, right? 90, 85. Yeah? Now let's comment that back out. Move you over here. It's working. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, those values are working for us right now and on that screen. Here's a curious one. What if I do this? Because it needs to not, it's working. It needs to match World 2 as well. I mean, I can take screenshots of every one of these worlds, but if we can make it more generic or something, it'll be down to picking the screenshot that you want to go through. But for today and for testing, this will be just fine. Okay. So, what's next, buddy? Now that we've got the two things there, can we actually get this to function the way that I've written it out in the plan? It's rather complicated, isn't it? It's a bit complicated. During the unmatched cycle, if we get a match, we just loop. If not, then we need to test for the place that we're supposed to go out of this match. Right. Let's focus on the no match state, I think. Or maybe that's already done. The unmatched cycle. If similar percent is less than image 2, then what do we want to do at that point? We want to, in the unmatched cycle, and we've just fallen out. if we ignore the unmatched state, when we fall out, we do the print, and then we set current test equal to current test dot. I wonder if this will work. Kind of nested reference, but it should just be like a reference. It shouldn't be, you know, inside out. It shouldn't make a knot. It should just point to the new thing. We want it to change to the current test no match test. And then state will be true. We got no match, so we fire the no match, and then we switch it to the no match test. State is true because now we're seeking for the match, and then when the match comes in, okay. Again, move you over here so I can see. Run it. Go into cluster truck. It's working, and then when we start the run, it crashes. No, it didn't crash. I'll carry on and we'll see what happens when I hit the level complete screen. Because it's still running. It fired an error, but it's apparently a runtime error. Yeah, it's maybe not a runtime error. I mean, it didn't stop. Now it's stopped. So what was the problem? Shot equals processing. String object has no attribute crop area. No match test. No match test. So where's the no match test? Did I actually give it a no match test? Cell 1, crop area, no match, send. I didn't give it a no match test, so there's your problem. Oh, there's your problem, Bong. You can't be doing with all of that. So actually down there, ooh, no, in the class, self.nomatchTest is equal to self.name. Instead of self as an object. Can you just reference self like that? Because that's kind of what I need to do. I've never done that before. I need to reference this object. It didn't immediately crash, but then it wouldn't, would it? Okay, it's working. And then... oh! It sent the start command. And then when we get to the end of the level... it didn't do anything. It didn't do anything. Oh, well that's because it's still on this one because we didn't give it a no match test. But so that's working. And then if I go here, then start, yes, yeah, yes, yes. That's all working. It's all working. It's doing exactly what I wanted it to do. Good morning from Europe, says Mosaic Task Force. Good morning. I'm just solving all of our cluster truck woes with a single stroke of the, well, several thousand strokes of, I'm typing it anyway. Kenneth is here as well. Hello. What if you make the B-box just at the back button? That might work for all worlds. Could do. It could. Use a No Man's Sky check instead. What's a No Man's Sky check? What's... oh. What's Rubma? What's Lickma? What's a Suckma? Sorry, what's a hammer for? So that's all working, and all I need to do then, I've checked that like it's now giving it in self-referencing works, and that's cool. But I need to give this one a no match test, and the no match test needs to be equal to test object LC1. Because that's where it's going to pass it along to. So now what we want to see this time is we want to see start, and then when we hit the level complete screen, yeah, When we start running, and then when we hit the level complete screen, we should see the message from level complete object. It should switch automatically while we're running if things are gonna go. So, okay, campaign, ready? It's working, and now we've started. And we should have switched to the level complete tests. Stand here. Yes! Except for it split and it paused immediately. No, split pause, that's exactly what it's supposed to be, and then when we exit the level, it unpauses. Brilliant. Brilliant. That's exactly what we wanted to happen. Now we're in the correct set of things, so it manages to start. So the match state and the no match state work with just that amount of code. Fucking amazing. Just fucking amazing. So it would be sending these signals that it's currently printing out to live split as we're running. It seems a little bit delayed to me, but then, you know, it's printing it in the console. I don't know. I don't know what to expect. Pause, unpause. I can't believe it's all working. Can't believe it's all working. Okay, I actually hit the fucking... out of habit, the fact that it's working so well, out of habit, I actually hit the reset key for live split. I reached down and pressed 3. Alright. Alright. The No Man's Sky check involves saying that you delivered a component that doesn't exist. Wait, you didn't make it click the next level button for you? Not yet. Not yet. Nope. I don't want it to. I need to see everything actually happening. But that worked. That all fucking worked. It did the handoff. That's the easy handoff, though. The match to the no match handoff, fucking simple. The rest of the unmatched cycle, very fucking complicated. Very fucking complicated. So, this is gonna be now, when we find that we are in the unmatched cycle, or that we've just dropped out of the unmatched cycle, we now need to test. I need to run a test based on the values that are in the unmatched test field of the current test. So how the fuck do I even do that? So what I need to do is shot, like, raw shot. Okay. And then raw shot current test, crop area, and all that stuff. It's not that hard, is it, Pawn? It's not that many lines of code because of all the work you've already done in the past 7 hours and 1 minute and 43 seconds. We don't want to take another screenshot there. We just want to update shot, and we want to reprocess it from raw shot using not cur test, but cur test dot. Well, we're going to have to do this as a loop, aren't we? Potentially. So for each test in cur test dot unmatched tests. No, we do the processing first. Oh, but that's right, if I want to support multiple tests. We'll come around to that later, so fuck that. So we will just do shot equals processing, raw shot, cur test, not cur test.crop area, but cur test. We could switch the cur test immediately, and then this would be valid momentarily, and then everything would fucking work. So, would it though? Would it? No, it wouldn't, because I need the cur test. No, nope. I gotta go deep. Let's see. Temp test is equal to cur test dot unmatched tests 0, because we've made that a list potentially. Have we made that a list? Wait, did we? No, we didn't. We didn't make it a list, so it's no, I don't need to do that. So, cur_test.unmatch test, and then I can just say temp test, and temp test. And then, now that we've reprocessed the shot, we need to also do the check again, which is going to be for this and the thing and the other thing. And this could all be like broken down into smaller like functions that could be called, but for now I'm just driving and pushing forward. For multitest, you could have a boolean per object for saying there is more than one test, defaulting to false. That's yeah, that would be a way to signal, and I could just check that in the object and then know how I should interact with it. Yeah, that's possible. So for temp image in temp test dot image tests, we want to do the temp percent is equal to compare temp image 0 against shot. I didn't make it temp shot. I should make it temp shot. Just follow along. Temp shot. Temp shot. It's just additional, but we're fleshing it out. We're just forming it. We're just shaping it at this point. There's no baking going on yet. Temp percent equals compare temp image against temp shot. So we get the 10% back, and then if temp percent is greater than temp images 1, which will be its characteristic for its match value, then do a thing. Print temp test dot match send. Okay, we do that. And then we do cur test equal to temp test. Yeah. And state equals, we don't have to set state equals false because it's implicit because it was false when we came in. Yeah. Else all this shit. No. Never. Because we don't want this to be an else to that. We want it to process all of the images that are in there. And if it gets through all of them, then it would do that, which means what? Like I could create a boolean to check against, but there's got to be a more elegant way of doing it. All right, we're creating a boolean. Unmatch match equals false. And then if it's greater than but wait, no, I would want to fall out of that anyway. Yeah, okay, so then like unmatch match equals true. And then break, which will break us out of this for loop. And then it would be if unmatch match, if not unmatch match, so if it's false, then do these things. Huh? That's a lot of fucking code to have shoved in there all at once, and not to have stopped test. So let's watch this break. That isn't broken yet. Move it over here. It's about to break. It's working, okay, and then when we start, we got the start signal. Did we switch to the level complete? We did. Okay, so it's still functioning the way that it was before. Now, in order to actually prove that it's doing what we want it to, you know, in the state that it gets an unmatch, we need an unmatch. And that means having like a whole nother fucking thing. It means that what I need to do is go back to level select, come over to here. We'll take a screenshot of this. We'll go in here. No, we'll just and here and then boom, and then file, export as menu1.png. Make that its own layer. Did that come in correctly? That probably didn't. Let's just re-export that. I think I did that very badly. Okay, and you're going to be testing over there. Gonna be weird, but, you know, maybe it'll fucking work. We just want to bang it in. Just bang it in. So now we need another object. So, test object menu1, which means we're also going to need an image object for menu1. So starting with the image object, menu1, and bear in mind, all of this shit would happen based on what's written in the config files, so none of this would be literal, you know, hard-coded in here. Image, menu1, images, select one, no, it's going to be menu1, I presume, and we'll have those same characteristics that we had for the last one, I guess, for now anyway. And then test object menu1 is built off of test menu1, image object menu1. Wait. Yeah? What is that? That's the name. And then that's the image object, yes. And then it's working will not be the, let's see, so menu found, we'll call it, and then this will be level select found. And then the no match test for this one would be, we want you to end up in cell 1. We also want an unmatch test for this one, which we haven't had yet. So in fact, show me that list again. Yeah, I can actually do it this way now. Unmatched test is going to be, wait, no, unmatched test for you. Sure. Doesn't hurt anything, does it? So you could be that, and then the no match test for you would also be that, because we basically just want it to land in test object cell 1. And then when you get a no match, you would send the pre-menu is what we'll write there, because we must have backed out of it to the pre-menu if we got a no match. Crop area is crop, res is res, color proc is 6. Okay. So now we start in cell 1, but cell 1, if we get the unmatch, which again I can take this out because we're going to add an unmatch, and the unmatch is going to be test object menu1, and then the no match is going to be lc1. And do things still work? They don't. Cool. Menu1 is not defined test object. Is that going to be a problem with me trying to... Yeah, so each one of them is pointing to the other before it's instantiated. It's a bit of a fucking problem right there. Bit of a large problem. That each of them want to point to the other one before it exists. Like if I put menu1 in here first, then we'll just get we'll get it the other way around. Yet. Are you stealing my code, Russell? Good luck with this shit. See, now it doesn't find the select one. Shit. Could be a major issue that we're hung up on for hours at this point. If I pass these things in not as their objects but as their names, and then what's that code that they tell you never to use in your code? The one that turns text into code again? What is that again? I'm not intimately familiar with Python, but can you declare the object before instantiating it? You, Drakari, K Drakari, thank you. Because what I can do is I can instantiate them as empty objects and then populate them with fields. Will that work, though? I should think. So I could instantiate them empty and then populate their fields later. So this doesn't work because menu 1 hasn't been instantiated, but if the first thing I did is... And the way that I used to do this when I was coding objects for my Tkinter fucking GUI project was that all this shit would very often be like, I'd have the init and I'd have just a couple of things that absolutely had to happen, which would end, I think, there. And then all this stuff would be in like a different process that would be called @init. But if I called this process @init, like that's fine. Yeah, but then I could like access that process as, you know, as a function, rather. I could access that function. So if I had another function down here and the function was, you know, update. I used to do this a lot, and it made for very ugly code that probably other people hated, but it'd call like update, you know, and then I would have all of these characteristics that you could change. Any characteristic that was changeable, I'd have all of this shit in here. And just kind of do it all again. Put you back here, because we got enough space for it this time, and then wrap you around down there. And then in here, we would do all this shit. And then I would call self.update using all the values that had come in from here. Ugly fucking way of doing this, I think most people would say. So it's just like passing it through. But it means that you have a publicly accessible method for updating all the values that also gets used at instantiation. This is a bad way to do this one, isn't it? I probably shouldn't do it this way for this one. Yeah. Not on this one, at least not yet, maybe later. But we will instead... I was just wasting your time for fun. I enjoyed it. Instead, this time, I just see a lot of problems that could emerge from that. So for this one, when we instantiate the object, it's a bit of a fucking nuisance to do it from out here. Test object menu 1 is equal to test object menu 1. It will be called test menu 1. It will be using image object menu 1. And everything else will just fucking figure itself out. No, it won't. I'm going to put in everything that I'm allowed to put in. I'm gonna grab all this shit. So, menu found. Capitalize that. Menu has been found. This one and this one won't go. But these can. And then the rest will be uninstantiated. And then that will allow this to reference test object menu 1. And then once that's been instantiated, then test object menu 1 dot. Oh, that needs to be like that. Test object menu 1 dot. That's what I was expecting to see, and that's why I id. What do I need to set now? The unmatched tests is equal to test object cell 1. The menu 1 dot no match test is equal to test object cell 1. No comma after that, you fool. Is that it? It's running. It didn't immediately break. So, into cluster truck. We don't have any test for this currently. When we go to here, level select was found. We back out. It went to start. It didn't find it didn't find the menu. Okay. So, stop. Go back. And let's put this back into place so that we can see like match percentages. And also maybe we print the cur test dot name. Like that. It should happen every 1 second. Test cell 1, okay. Go into the game. Level select found. Back out. Switch to LC1. Okay, let's do this then. In order to find out what it is that we're looking for, let's do the current test. We'll set it to menu 1 to start. We do want it to be cell 1 in the end, but for now, let's see what our match percentages are. Test menu 1. So that test works, apparently. And I need this where I can see it. And the match currently, 81, 81, 91. And then it backed out. No. Start again. And then it's this menu that we want to be on. And it says it's a 96% match. Okay. And I back out. And now it's looking for select 1. Okay. At a 96% match, that should have worked when we had it the other way around. Come back out. Come back out. Come back out. So maybe it's in the rest of it. But yeah, we're looking for a 90% match at least on that, and then we drop it on an 85, which probably be something else entirely. It is doing the fall through to select one that we want. But we need, when we're in select one, LC1. Test object menu 1. We need that. That's the unmatched test. So we're just failing the unmatched test is what it seems like. If temp% is greater than the temp image 1, rude coding is coding, man. I feel like you have no idea what you're doing. This is confusing. It should be. It's code. And you're not supposed to know what you're doing. You're supposed to have to Google it. So we're doing the unmatch cycle. Temp% is greater than temp image 1. Like, where is this breaking down, and how could I even get in here to fucking test it? That's what I need to figure out. So this is when we enter the unmatched cycle. If similar percent is less than image 2, then temp test equals current test dot unmatched tests. Yeah, that's fine. Then temp shot is equal to processing of the raw shot with the show image temp shot. Just make sure that that part of things is working. So that shouldn't fire until we enter into the unmatched part of this cycle. He was found. Okay, I think it did. It did. And it fired that. Okay. So we got into the unmatched cycle. It did the if it's greater than temp image. So we wait a second. I got in the unmatched cycle, and then temp test, temp shot, show image of temp shot. It's the same. It's supposed to be the same. And then unmatched match equals false. And then for temp image in temp test.image tests, temp% equals compare temp image 0 to temp shot. Okay, no, that's fine. And then if temp% is greater than temp image, the 10% we're getting out at that point be all like, like. I mean, it says 78%, but that's after several frames. That doesn't count. We definitely aren't printing the temp test match send. Are we? Or did we? Huh. I'm very confused. I'm going to pull this back out. And we're going to just watch its thresholds seem to work. Yeah. Watch its behavior again. So. Shit. Need to actually see. Back. Menu found. Okay. Now if I back out again, went over to here. We've switched over to searching for the select menu. which is what we should do when we finally see something, you know, we should drop into there. But the select menu is where this goes wrong. We found level select, okay? And the idea is that right now we should be searching for, you know, when we leave this menu, when the percentage drops low enough, then it should search for a match for menu, and if it's there, then, you know, we should snap to that instead, but what we're getting is, it starts. So it goes to the LC1 instead of the other thing. Alright, everything is working the way that it's intended except for, so let's put this back to cell 1. Because that's where the breakdown is happening. And it's happening in the part that we just wrote. We just added in here. Just somewhere down here is in this series of tests. Let's do this. Let's print the temp % when that happens. When it does those tests, and we'll see what it is. So we're looking for the select screen right now. We go into cluster truck. We get to the select screen. We're ready. Now I back out. And we get a match of 82.32, which isn't enough to qualify it as a proper match. Okay. So let's just adjust the match ratio, I guess, as a way of making this work temporarily and then seeing what's going on here. So for the menu 1, let's say it's got to be higher than 80, and then in order to unmatch, you know, something lower than that, fucking 70. 5. No, let's say 70. I don't know. So, start her up again. Into a place where I can see it when we do this. And then into the campaign, we got level select found, and then I back out. Menu found. Alright, so it was just a matter of like having, and it's weird because for a moment it's 81 and then boom, it's straight up to 96 again. Curious. Now if I back out, no, I go to the campaign mode, we're still in menu 1 because the match is still pretty fucking valid. So we need to drop out of menu 1. Wow. Very tight. Very tight right here. We'll say 80 and 78. Again, these are all things that we can pick different areas, we can, you know, do different color effects and all kinds of things to try and make this work better than it's working right now. But as long as we can prove the premise. We back out. We found the menu, so the game does not start yet. Go back over here, level select has been found, back out to the menu. The game is not started, back out to level select, and then, boom, we've started running the game. It's all working, friends. It's all working. And then we get to here, and it fires a split. And then when we click through here, it unpauses the pause that it just put in. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. All of the things are now working. It's as simple as those 80-some lines of code, whatever it is. Whoa, stayed alive. So there, another split pause, followed by another unpause. Wow. Wow. Huh? But wow, the fact that it works? I'm happy. I'm certainly happy. So yeah, that proves the basic concept. For that test for the menu screen, we would want to go to something that is far more definitive. I would say, you know, we want something from like in this area, probably, where we can see the letters. And the other thing is, as I mentioned before, this menu screen, the fucking backgrounds change every time you open the game. So trying to detect this, you know, The way that I did this before, too, was I had like I had two images, because if the game is smart enough to detect, if it loads in a background image that's light like this, then the text will be dark. If it loads in a background image that's dark, the text will be light. So having, multiple images to try and match for this back out menu thing was what I had to do last time I went to write this thing. So nothing unfamiliar to me, but everything's working. Everything's working. Kind of. Sort of, mostly. You know what we could do for fun? Is I could create a new live split file and we could actually fucking run on it. There's just 10 levels, right? So, are you tired yet? I'm not tired, shut up. Give me a new one. Give me a new, but a new, just file explorer. Thank you. New one, because I want that one to stay open where it is. So, under my downloads, is that where Live Split? I unpacked Live Split ages ago under the downloads directly. Yeah, that's what I did. Downloads, Live Split. And then layouts, because that's where I started putting things, and we will make a copy of World 1. And this will be a Autosplitter 10 test split file. And now I will open this from file, Autosplitter 10 test. We will empty out all of the times. So clear history, clear times, clear sum of best. And I'll even remove the whole desert world thing there. Just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay? And there's a lot more, but it shouldn't be that much, but there's a lot more that I have to do that I'm only realizing now that I've decided to do this. So what I'm going to need, in addition, is in SplitRP, I made a class for a live split client. And hopefully this just kind of handles everything for me. If I copy it, move it into this new SplitRP thing. Put it up here with the other stuff that's just kind of here. Because I needed it offhand. I got the live split client, and then we'll go see how it was that I actually worked with that fucking thing. Like, how did I start it up? Well, I think it would instantiate with Autosplitter. Is that it? If live split connected. Alright. Control F. Where do I start live split? At the bottom. Hold on. It's going to be at the bottom. Live split is equal to live split client. Okay. So I'll just throw you in there. Live split equal to live split client. And then, God, there's so much too for like trying to connect, isn't there? Can I just throw this in here willy-nilly like I think I want to be able to do? If live split dot connected window load. When I just instantiate this object, it tries to connect. False attempt. Yes, it does. Okay, so I'm going to start up live split server. And then all I should need to do is when I go to send something to live split, how do I do that? Live split dot send, and then what I want to send dot encode. Okay, I'm thinking that that's enough. So now, in all the places where we're just printing this thing, let's not print the temp% anymore. Where I'm printing that, what I want to do, livesplit.send. Ooh, do I need something for .encode to work? Do I need to import something for that? Possibly. We'll find out when we go to run it. It's like, what does .encode mean? We'll find out. All right, so that would be that livesplit.send that wherever else we print. That should really be it, right? No. No? No. Okay. Down here too. This is called just banging this shit in. Like a crazy man. He is taking them manually and just pathing to the screenshots. I don't know what you're trying to get at here. Is it based on detecting what files are loaded within the client of the game? It's just watching the screen. Just watching the screen. What if you just take a screenshot using Python when the game loads the first time? There's a library for that called PyAutoGUI, with a method called PyAutoGUI.screenshot. It's not particularly good. We're using a library for Python that was specifically built to be the fastest screenshot, to be as fast as it could be for like taking screenshots, just constantly taking screenshots. So I'm getting 58 frames per second worth of screenshots around there on average, and we're processing them at a rate of thousands per second. 1,000 frames per second or something like that. Sometimes 500 it gets low. This be the first auto splitter for cluster trick? No, we've already got one. This will be just an improvement. I don't know that this is going to work at all. Yeah, alright. Class live split client socket.socket name socket is not defined. Alright, that's going to be an import that we need. So we're going to have to import socket, which may also include the encode end of things that I'm going to need. So import socket here. Okay, well, it didn't immediately die. We'll see if it very shortly thereafter dies. Once it actually tries to start doing things. So, test 1, it died. Okay, what's your problem? Livesplit.send something.encode, name speedrun is not defined. If speedrun.leds11, oh shit. That's right, so there's custom code in here to interact with my GUI. So we just gotta rip that out now. So where is that? It's on line 46. Speedrun LEDs. Do we have any other speedrun references? No? Alright, let's try it again there, Jim. Load her back up, put her over here. What's gonna break this time? Okay, completely different thing broke. That's good. What do we got now? Super.send when error in operation was attempted on something that is not a socket. During handling of the above exception, another exception occurred. Line 49 and send window name window is not defined. Okay, where's the fucking window? Yeah, it's got a lot of things integrated around my GUI that are going to have to be pulled out. My GUI for the old program. 47. Super.send args. Send self, send args. I don't know. let's try the next thing. Well, it didn't break. It's also not giving us the inputs anymore. Okay, now it's gone to test menu instead of test cell, and now it's back to test cell. Okay, things are fucked. Things are very fucked. Okay, so can we get it to... There we go. It did not start the timer, however, but it also didn't crash on the attempt to start the timer. I mean, the fact that it's still running is just spectacular. I can't believe it hasn't crashed. It also didn't find its way into the level from the correct menu. So, yeah. It's actually not that complicated to connect to Live Split. Do I need to import a fucking Live Split client that I'm not using? Doesn't look like it, huh? It's just as simple as opening a socket and then communicating on the correct port and everything. Make sure that I have the correct ports still. (16.834). Yeah, 16.834. Oh, that's the other thing, but it'll be the same there. So self.host, self.port, none, self.connected, false. Last time self.attempt equals 1. If host is not none, self.connect host port timeout. Host is equal to none right there. So when I tell it to connect, did I tell it to connect? Did I give it a thing when I told it to, like, hit a from where do I instantiate this again? A little bit further up on, somewhere in this code. It was Live Split client, but I didn't tell it where to connect to. Is that really something that I need to do? Because at the bottom here... Let's do this. LiveSplit.connect. Do that. Aha. So Live Split host, Live Split port. Okay, wrong file. Settings. Localhost. Derp. So, localhost, I think it's going to be like this. And then, right? Host, followed by the port, which will be automatically what I want it to be. Connect. Maybe it'll actually work this time. I mean, partially. If we get a partial it working, that'll be fucking awesome, won't it? Level select. Back out. We got to the menu. Back to the campaign. Okay, now go. It thinks we're in the menu. Just trying to get it to recognize that we've left the level select area. Alright, well, maybe level complete will break it out of it. No. Oh, well, it's still looking for it now. We've got a 91% match. But it matched menu on the way out. Let's go back to level select. It matched menu on the way out, and then select. So the problem is that the menu match is too easy to make right now. So let's get rid of the menu. Let's lower it to, or let's raise it rather. In order to match the menu, you have to be fucking 90%. We'll try, I guess. Because we just need it to fall past the fucking, menu. So from level select, go. Okay, so it did do the thing. It didn't actually connect to lives or, say anything to live split as far as I know yet. Yet. Yeah, live split is not responding. The server is started on live split's end. Yet. This is more... I just wanted to whip it together and be like, all right, we'll connect to live split now. And maybe this object that I wrote, this class, but no. Huh? How about some no? So if host is not none, self.connect host port timeout. I've given it a host, and that's localhost. And if self.connected, self.close. Set blocking false. Window update status. That doesn't exist anymore. Self.connectx, host port. Ready to read, ready to write, in error, select self. If not ready to write, self connect. Last attempt equals time. Attempt plus equals 1. Connected equals true. Attempt 1, set blocking. Don't update the window. There's no window. Can I just search and there'll be no window anymore? Okay, there's no window anymore. I mean, maybe that's somehow blocking it from actually starting. Now, back in, level select, go. Yeah, it didn't fire it. Did not fire it. I'm gonna go to the level complete just to see if it fires that somehow. Some sort of response. No. Oh, I'm just scrolling through it to see if there's anything that's really obviously fucked in this code. Send, supersend, self.connected equals false, return false, out equals dead gem, out equals super, return out, return true. We could actually print the attempt is a thing. So, live split client, sure. Here we go. Is it live split with a lower L? Yes, it is. All right. Live split dot send. Print the return of that, and then maybe we get some. We can at least confirm that it's like, yeah, I can't fucking, it didn't work. Print that. Start it back up. Yes, it does flash the developer logo. That is correct. So, back into cluster truck. Select. So, false. False. So it's returning, it's printing out the return that it's getting from live split. And the return that it's getting from live split is saying that, I couldn't send it. So let's look at that now. You do live split.send, arguments, we return false. When we try to send it. This code works in the other program. So just having a little bit of faith in it and trying to see where there would be an issue. Stop. How about this instead? Where do I instantiate it? There it is. Live split is, what if I didn't do this? Instead, I started up the client, and then after the bootstrap, we did livesplit.connect. And then the host, localhost. Port will default to 16.834, but we'll give it to it anyway. And the timeout will default to 3. We'll leave that as it is. And then, whenever we print this, we will print livesplit.connected as well. And then we'll just be able to see right here whether or not we're ever getting connected. Select is not defined. Is that going to be an import issue? Yep. So there's a problem that we had. Just getting this pulled in. Socket, from select, import select to select. We're connected. We're fucking connected, people. Alright. This has potential to actually fucking work this time. Ready? Are you ready? Could you possibly be ready? Here we go. Yep, it sent the signal. Okay, we've got connection and go. It didn't work. It definitely didn't work. It didn't work. It's the thing that didn't happen. You know what didn't happen? It didn't work. Oh, now it's working. Now it's working. Alright, so I might be sending the wrong signals, but we'll see. Pop, pop, pop. Yep. It's working, except for it's not sending both of it. It sent the start, but it didn't send the pause, or it's not sending the split, or I hit it again, then I exit it. We're paused. We have no unpause signal. Ah, yes. Alright, it's fucking working. It's coming together. Alright, stop. No longer print the true thing. I don't want that every fucking second of my life, you mother. So get rid of that. And then we'll print, yeah, it will return that we sent it when we sent it. That'll be good. We'll reset the splits. I will delete that out of the code. So now it's a matter of when, because I hadn't thought about it, it wasn't important until now. What are the messages that actually need to be sending here? We have a split. Start. Is it start, though? Let's go over to the old files. And here, I'm sorry, I'm completely focused because I want to actually make this work. So I'm not really, I haven't read chat in a while, have I? So back up to here, and then split /r/n, pause game time. That's what we're looking for right there. So here's the action that we want. In the other file you get. So for LC1, I want you to send this. And then when you fall out, well, it'll be a different matter, won't it? Start timer and set game time. So that's how we want it to start. Just have to have the right codes for live split. So it's not just start. It was a placeholder. Okay. Loop that down a bit. And then for the unpause thing, I think that was hard-coded in the old version, which is fucked up that I did it that way. I shouldn't have done it that way, but that's how I got it to work. So unpause game time. Simple as that. We put the correct signals in place, and then things will happen, or they won't. Well, things will definitely happen. You really can't prevent things from happening. I've tried. They just keep fucking happening. You know? It's just... life goes on, and so do we. Just how we do it is no mystery, I guess. Start her back up. Hopefully these are the correct signals. Move her off. Boom. Live split, baby. Watch the fucking live split. Level complete screen, and go. It didn't do it. Fuck. It didn't start it like it was intended to. But fall out of here, it also didn't do that. What the shit? It's saying true. It's saying that it actually is sending the messages. It's connected, it sent the messages, but it's not getting through. I think I know why. Well, I've got an idea for why anyway. Stop, start it up again. Truck. Select. Found it. Go. No. No, it was working better just a second ago. It at least sent a split a second ago. No. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I don't know what the fuck's going on now. So, select one. We hit the level select menu. We want it to, when there's no match, we send the start timer and set game time 0.0 thing, and that should start things. And we know that it fucking was connected, and it's saying that it's connected too. Lots of codes. What's all this for? Timer stuff? It's, yeah, Autosplitter kind of a deal. I'm just, like, all this stuff was just slapped in here. The live split stuff, I just slapped it in because I already had it on hand. I've done this, you know, I've built this fucking program before, more shitty. So I'm trying to, like, wedge it in there real quick to be like, see? And now it's working. And it was working just a second ago better than it is now after I replaced the signals that are being sent to live split with the fucking correct signals. So split and pause game time. When you do that, we're not getting like a start is what we're not getting. We're not getting the start timer deal. What I want to do is I want it to, instead of printing that, I want you to go ahead and like send it, and then just confirm to me that you are sending it by printing the, you know, what you were actually sending there. Just want to know that you're sending the right things at the right time. So we'll print that. Print this. I mean, we have every reason to believe that it is, but it's one of the things that it will make me feel better once I have visual confirmation that the signals I expect to be going out are going out when I expect them to be going out. Restart it. Back into the splitter. No, you son of a bitch. I want you off screen so I can read you. Back into the splitter. You guys can read it over here. Back to the level select menu. B, level select found. There's your problem. Oh, here's your problem. I had all these little things that I put in here so that we could watch it happening. And live split, the way that it works is if you don't like clear out, it will just accept messages until you give it a /r/n return in a command. So you can like pile up just text for ages until it sees a /r/n. So what we've been doing is we've been dropping in these little like things like, oh, menu found and shit like that. That we were just using as placeholders and not giving a /r/n and it's not been, so there's at least part of our problem. I'm going to take out all these little like things that were just helping us watch it before we were trying to set it to live split, just seeing it on the console. I hope that's all of them. Get it started back up, back into cluster truck. I mean, that was definitely going to be a problem if that wasn't it. It went to Senta code and it didn't, there's nothing there in it. Here we go! We're running! We're running! It actually fired this time. And then we go in. Okay, that was very delayed for when it paused. It took a fucking second to pause. And it started back up on the right moment, but that was delayed as fuck on my side. Boom, boom. Get in. Yeah, it's delayed as fuck on my side. I mean, I can tell not delayed as fuck, but it's delayed. It's working. It's working. Yep. Boom. That was less delayed. That's getting better. Ah! Yeah, that took a fucking minute to click in. I think we need a lower match percentage figure. I think that's the problem. I think it's taking a minute to find the perfect match. Because it seems to be like dropping out of the level select menu really quick. But it's taking a moment to find it, and then when we drop out, it's like, boom, I'm out. Immediately. So let's try that. I can't believe it's working. Well, actually, Pawn, you should run it. No, don't. Yeah, go ahead and finish the run. Go ahead and finish the run so that we've got, like, splits, you know? We've already got splits in here that we can... Look, this level, if you're running it well, only takes a minute and a half, so I'm not, but... Okay, definitely not the ideal way to come through that level, but I got through it. Did not make that. Okay, pulled back, you know, found a backup anyway, made a backup out of it. Now we're gonna lean into the side of this guy. Ooh, didn't get it. Okay. Ooh, there is a truck. Fuck. There was one truck, but I just couldn't get there after they pillared like that. You guys gonna pillar again? No? Good. Good. Didn't want you to pillar. There's no reason for you to pillar. You don't need to pillar. Now, 110. And then we can have times.
Run faster, jump higher.
There you go. Alright, so we've got, you know, times now. And I will bank those times. And then we will stop this splitter. What was I gonna do? Oh, we were gonna lower the match percent. The first hit match percent on the LC1. So LC1, 94, let's say just 90? I mean, it could cause issues, maybe not, we'll find out. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. 75 steps sideways, 100 steps in a randomly chosen direction, 1 step forward, and it's technically working, so I guess we're done. The authentic coding experience. It's kind of working right now. If it is consistently delayed, it's alright, but if it's not, that's a problem. It's true. I think it's just, you know, it needed a lower match percentage. We'll see how this works out. So, get her started again. Get into the splitter. Get into cluster truck, rather. And we've found it, probably. I don't know. Oh, no, we haven't. There we go. Now we found it. And run. And we've started running, everybody. Ooh, and I've immediately fucked up the opening, so that's cool. Okay, I need to watch, you know, the timer to see if it splits quickly. Splits where I shouldn't even be able to notice the difference. That's not going in. It's not going in. I do need to actually pay attention to the running part of it. That's a little bit harder when I'm trying to do that. That was close. It was a lot better than it was before. Are we actually on split 3? We are. Okay, good. So 90% hasn't screwed us over yet. It may do shortly. This is a bit of RNGing. You can tell I'm not exactly giving it my all. Yeah, it's better. You can still see, you know, the difference. Myself, I can. Okay. I'm just gonna keep watching it. I'm gonna keep running and watching it. Okay. Just trying to get a sense of it. I feel like it's still like taking 1/10 of a second past. Possibly even more. I'm not sure. I need to lower that percent value even further. We're gonna beat our old PB, everybody. Fuck. Never mind. This is definitely not the way to do this. It kinda worked. Get out of here. Whoa! Where are you? Yeah, just put me into the goal. I can finish it out. Okay. Okay. Bank that. Stop it. This is fucking working, man. It's working already. Been here for 8 hours and we got a working auto splitter. I'm gonna try dropping it even more now. Would 89 be too low? We're gonna try going down to 88. 88? 88. Down to 88. We saw some high values. Some high value matches occasionally while we were running. We don't want to accidentally trigger it. We'll try it here too. I'm just now I'm just enjoying it. I'm just taking, this is my victory lap, everybody. This is the victory lap. I'm not even watching now. I didn't drag it over, so you guys are gonna have to watch it for me and let me know that everything's working. Hit. Boom. So there's our problem. Although, did all of those happen at once? Did they just go ba-da-da-da? Ba-da-da-da-da? Did they? I need feedback on this one from you guys, because I wasn't watching. No, they were at different times. They were completely different times, Paul. They were at once? But 3.1, 4.8, 6.7. I mean, they must have been at different times throughout the run. Yeah, so 88 is too low. Damn it. Damn it. We could have a completely different detection area. 90 was just barely keeping us in good stead. So it's not the dropping out metric, it's the, yeah, okay. Select, back out to here, go. God, I just love that. I can't believe how an 8-hour coding session has a technically semi-functional version of this. And what we're watching right now is live splits display of the in-game time timer, but it also is tracking real time. So if I turned that over, we would see my time with all of the next level clicks and with the level complete screens and everything. It would all be there. I'm just actually trying to run the game now and not pay attention to the timer. Didn't quite make it out, so going for a backup method. Didn't get it, so I'm just gonna walk it in. We're in 11.3. 6. Didn't get that either. Then I didn't really try hard for it, did I? 7. Good and low. Some speed. Uh-oh. Yeah, that truck was... that just doomed me. I'm just gonna bounce my way out. Did not make that. Oh, but I still managed to hold on to something to go. Right. A little bit of a jump here. Uh-oh. I had, at that point, I just had to do it for swag. I had to go up and over. Because I got a weird bounce. It's fun. And that's in. And then 110.
Run faster, jump higher.
Thing is, like, what needs to happen now is, like, observing the run. Basically going back and watching to see, you know, the responsiveness of live split. Looking at it in the editing bay to see how it's handling things right now. Because we're processing so many fucking frames, like, we should be catching all of this. Should be no fucking problem. We're wasting frames, wasting clock cycles right now, the way that we're working on it. Yeah. Let's have another run. Let's have another run for fun. because I am taking my victory lap, and I'm just enjoying that I've got this working. Can't believe, like, it works so consistently at 90, and then at 88, it's like, I'm fucking done, I'm out. I'm not doing this shit anymore. Go. Yep, started up just pretty much instantly. 6.8, you don't have to rush for the next level click spawn. Oh, that's right, that's right. Because you've got an IGT timer running now. You just finished building. But I'm still rushing for them next level clicks, aren't I? Okay, that'll do. 4. So fucking sweet.
So fucking sweet.
Uh-oh. Okay, messed that up entirely. Just gonna have to try and walk it in. Walk it in. You know, it's embarrassing, but what are you gonna do? I'll just try and zip up and walk it in and hope nobody sees. Okay. 7, get low. Low. Mind that truck that tried to hit me while I was passing. I managed to get past it on the right. That's... Jeez, that gold? In these splits, what isn't gold, Pawn? I'm just gonna walk this in because I've been having trouble getting that, that nice bounce that gets me out in the sub 8.0. At least, you know, right this second I have been. Hop. 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 Popcorn. And then 110.
Run faster, jump higher.
And that is the fucking difference of an IGT percent category right there. That is a 124.66 in IGT. You know what it is in real time? It's a 130.57. I lost 6 fucking seconds to clicking next level buttons across that run. Because I wasn't really trying for the next level, you know, get there, get there, get there. That is the huge fucking difference that IGT percent makes. Let me show you, for anybody who's unfamiliar with these categories and with the times that we have. Let's see, so there's, yeah, Steampunk World and Cluster Truck, level leaderboard, Desert World, no ability, which is what I'm running. My PB is 1 minute 27. It's actually a 126 point something, but apparently I haven't submitted it, I guess. Have I not submitted it? Why the fuck haven't I? But yeah, I've got like a 126, and I could definitely get up here to these 125s. We get down to the 120 and 122 and stuff, and I just put up a 124. So, yeah. That's the massive fucking difference. And a huge part of my game, a huge problem with my game, is those fucking next level clicks. I am slow at the next level clicks. I'm just not... I can't hit them massively consistently. So when you're running in the segments like this, where every microsecond counts, if you can't get to that next level button, you are losing time. Only way I can see delay being improved is in code improvements, mainly in the searching and comparison parts. I don't think that's any part of it. I mean, I guess it would be, it's the comparison. If it is delayed between when we hit it and when live split, you know, when we send the message, then that is all about the comparison of, like, finding the match. It's not finding the match quick enough. So there's a couple of frames there where it's like, this is an 88% match, an 89% match, still an 89. Oh, now we're a 90-something, and then it, you know, clicks over. But outside of that, as far as, like, processing speeds and shit like that, we got no goddamn problems in the world. I forget that you guys can't necessarily see it at this point. But, you know, look at the frames per second we're doing right now. That is how many tests that we are doing. We are testing the same image file, you know, while we're running 10 times, probably. You know what, I should check that now that we've got all this extra code going, because I haven't looked at that. So let's stop this. Let's bank that time, and let's start it up again. Go back into Cluster Truck and just watch how our frames per second dip while we do the run here. Okay, well that didn't fire. Oh, well you're on the wrong fucking map. There, okay. And go. And I'll just watch our frames per second. Can you guys see it over there? Let me also get the pie charm and then this. So there's the frames per second. I can't see exactly the thing, but there's only so much goddamn room on it. I'll move it up to here so you can see everything that's happening when it's happening. Restart. Stop. Nope. Stop. Restart this as well. Into cluster truck. Out to the level select screen. Go. And we're running at, yeah, we've got 600 frames per second on average is what we've got. Yeah, the frames per second are holding around 600. I mean, between 500 and 700, but the low end are, you know, we're getting high 500s and a lot of low 600s and some 700s, so I'm gonna say right around 600 there. 5. Attention. Made it. Ooh, didn't actually make it. Thought I made it, and then I was just a millimeter off of actually making it. 6. Oh, we have not split yet. Why haven't we split? We did the start, but we haven't gotten, what is going on there? Why haven't we fired any split signals? Oh. No, I don't know. That's odd. We didn't fire any split signals. Start it up again. Go. Okay, we start the timer. Get in, we're moving, we're moving, we're moving. Oh, I'm showing the wrong shit, aren't I? You're showing... No. I wasn't. We were showing game time. Yeah, it's not firing splits all of a sudden for some reason. What did I do? Did I fucking break something? Yes, I did. Did you see that? So, I pressed 1 at some point, and it turned into 901% is the match that we needed. We needed 901% for that to actually clear. Okay. Let's try that shit again. Back in, level select, victory fucking lap. We're still on it. Go. It's a nice 6.7 to start. I can do a lot better when I'm warmed up. We did split, right? We did not split at the right place. What the fuck happened there? Start. This again. So we're having some inconsistencies. It's a very early build. I don't expect it to be perfect. Okay, it might be that it never, like, got a perfect match. That it never actually managed to match the first time because I clicked through the level so quickly. Yeah, let's try that again. Let's restart it. Back into cluster truck. Go. Because the starting condition is working just fucking brilliantly. Then if I hit the next level button really quickly... No? No, that came through. Take my time. That was instantaneous split, I think. Fuck. Jumped right over it, didn't I? You kind of jumped right over it, Pawn. Is that what happened? Yeah. That was 20th of a second late. Oh, you're claiming you can tell? Yes, of course I can tell. A fucking speedrun. How could I not tell? Yeah, 20th of a second late. Shit. Just do that. There you go. There's the speed you need. Did that right. Fuck. It's a decent situation. I might have been able to get out with a sub 11. But I had a little bit more luck out of it. Damn it. Where'd all the trucks go? Here's a couple. It's working. I'm so happy it's fucking working. Ah. What do you think? Hey man, what's up? Browsing Twitch, hope things are going good for you. Demonic Pebble, hi. Just been programming a new screen monitoring Autosplitter for Cluster Truck, and we got the fucking thing basically working. I mean, all this live split shit is just hacked in, but, you know, hey, whatever gets her done. Couple of classes, things. But the basic premise is functioning, and in fact, what should also be functioning at this point would be if I start it up, put it over here again so I can see. It should be functioning. Why was I having a problem with it? So it does that. If we go back, it goes into it started. It started. Yeah, I remember. I remember. It was because, like, the match values were... It couldn't tell that it had entered... It was seeing entering the level as also menu 1, so I had to raise the standards for menu 1. I dropped them back down to 85 or something like that. Okay. And then we go in. Find the level select screen. Found it. Now back out. Now it's into the menu. That's working. Now, if we go into the actual game, it started. 85 works. Alright, let's restart it. And then let's try that again. It's so satisfying. Nope, it started that time. 85 was not low enough for that time. So that's what it's going to be. It's going to be stuff like that. Seeing about, you know, how low you got to drop these, and then when they start to interfere with each other, and then finding, like, the right place to take the screenshot from, and figuring out how big you want to take the screenshot. We have so much extra fucking processing overhead with these frames per second. We can do a much larger area, which will give us much more, you know, much more accuracy in determining that one screen is different than another. This is gonna work brilliantly, I hope. I think and hope. So back out to the campaign. We've matched the campaign. Now if I back out, it started. It started instead of going to the timer. Or instead of going to the menu 1. So that's going to be the issue. We're doing such a tiny, tiny little comparison area right now. We just need more area in there that has more, you know, differences to it. Especially on the level select test. The level select test should be a completely different sort of a test, which we can fucking do, Pawn. Just change your code. You built your code to accommodate that without having to fucking kill yourself for it. Have a good night, my dude. Thank you, Demonic Pebble. It's a lot of frames per second, right? Why you look 13 and 30? Because the hair? Thank you. 30? You think 30? Oh. So yeah, I can just fucking change that shit. Bitch. I can bitching change that fucking shit, bitch. Bitch. For this one, for example. Can I, though? The idea would be to take, like, fucking area like that or something, you know? Do like that area. Give me a new layer. Fill that with black. And then do the, crop to content. Berg. Yeah. So that would be the area. Can I do that in the code as I've written it right now? We need to wrap this up. It's 4 a.m. here. And my back is better than... Oh, God. All right, never mind. I need to have some food, and I need to lay down, and then I need to be able to get up tomorrow and do the things that I was going to do today until it turned out that my back was thrown out from shoveling snow. So where am I and what am I doing? It's a live stream, and you've been here for 8.5 hours. Okay, got it. On the menu 1, when we set up its options, we don't want to set crop to crop. We don't want to set res to res. We do want color proc to be that, so we're going to change these. The crop area is going to be, give me this, select you, give me the values of the selection, and then go back over here, and then I can just pull them in. Oh god, so the crop area is going to be 735. I'm going to make a crop area again. You're going to have to do it like this, like that. And then 735. Nope, you need the vertical first. So actually it's going to be 324. And it's 281. Which the way that I'm doing this right now, I should rewrite this so that it's just easy. I can take the values from GIMP that you guys can't fucking see because I moved this thing up. You see? You move things around, and then what happens? Well, everything goes to shit is what happens. So, what am I doing? It's a live stream, right? Got the calculator, and it's, what is it? It's 324 plus 281. It's going to be to 605. I think that's how I'm supposed to do this. 324 to 605. Because we're really feeding this information in the form of an array just being broken apart. 324, 605, and this one would be 735. And then the size is 450. So 735 plus 450 is 1185. Yeah, so there's our crop area. And then the scale image here is actually just going to be the size that it is. So that's also going to be one of these, but it's going to be just a single dimensional array. And yeah. Okay, nothing immediately broke. So then if I go into cluster truck, we go first here, we get this match, and then we back out. It just started the timer, so it did not make the match when it tried to. Now when I do this, I do take a new screenshot, temp shot, using the processing from raw shot, temp test, crop area, temp test color, temp test proc. Okay, so let's start by dropping the match for menu 1 down significantly. Let's just go down to 70 to start, and then we'll release it when we're at 50. Maybe. And see if that's the simple solution. So, back into cluster truck, back to the level select menu. What we're looking for is when we back out, it goes from test cell 1 to test menu. It did. It went to test menu that time. We have a 96% match. See, there's like this smudge frame is what's going on. There's a fucking smudge frame. No. We're processing the same fucking image over and over and over again because we're faster than the catching of the images. Our processing is faster than 60 frames per second. So the first frame that we find like a match on, and then we go into the unmatched cycle, or the first frame that we find on an unmatched, then we go into the match cycle, we're then testing the same fucking thing over and over again. That's part of the fucking problem. I need to do that restriction that we talked about so that it doesn't process the same frame more than once. And that will help considerably. But that worked. Now if we go back to the campaign thing, okay, we're at a 75% match on this, so we need our drop this match ratio to be, well, it's got to be 78, which is weird that the match is and then the thing, but it's it is. That's how it's going to be, because that's what just worked. So we'll do it like that. Cluster truck. Okay. Back out. It did menu and then it fell straight back into select. It did it again, menu and then straight into select. Which, I mean, is fine. That's fine, so long as it makes that first match, and then the next match, that works out fine by me. Because it means that we'll never actually start the... Okay, we made it into menu for once. Then we go back to campaign. We're now back into looking for the level select screen. Brilliant. Brilliant. So we're now looking at sort of this area. Oh, that's the other thing, is that I'm changing the percentage that it can possibly match by having the mouse here and changing the which one's selected and stuff. It's always higher than 90% apparently. Okay. Okay. So then when we do that and then we come in, that should have started the... It didn't. Because we matched... We matched the menu. Our menu conditions are too weak. Menu matching. So it needs to be higher than the other, I guess, is the thing. We get it restarted. Restart that. Cluster truck. Back out. Yeah, it just fucking dropped to the timer. It's gonna be... I think this issue is gonna resolve itself once I, figure out the, once I restrict it. I think that's gonna be a big part of it. Big part of it. Once I restrict how many processes it's able to do per frame, so that it's just one set of processes per frame. We could restrict that right fucking now, actually, without significant difficulty, and that would be as easy as... returning, if I just turned the capture off, and instead I did D3D dot screenshot. I will have you out, and then I will just do that. Well, it won't like that if I do that. Just take them all on. Can I don't remember how that's done. Just bing, 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 bing. Okay, so we're doing screenshots again, which should massively affect our frames per second. Yeah, major fucking dip. That's what it's supposed to do. And... on the cluster truck again. Next, we back out. Started the fucking timer. God damn it. So it didn't match at 80%. It's crazy. It's using the same fucking image. Yeah, that's insane that it would work that way, that it wouldn't. Oh fuck, it's 803% again. I keep hitting things. I keep fucking hitting things. It keeps catching, like, when I go to reset something. Alright. Maybe that was the problem. Probably not, but maybe. Pane, match this, we go back out to the menu. No, it just started the timer again. Okay, so stop that, come back out. And then we need a lower thing. We need that, and then we need like a 77. Pretty fucking close, isn't it? Pretty goddamn motherfucking close. We should be restricted to about 1 frame per not 1 frame per, but, we're doing the cycles. It's frames and shit with you, and go up there. You see a little bit more of it. Campaign. We got a match. And we back out. And it starts. Means that it... See, it had a 69. The first one that it reported there was a fucking 69. That's... I refuse to believe that, is the thing. This is the unmatched cycle. Temp shot equals processing raw shot, temp test crop area, temp test color proc, temp test scale image. And for temp image and temp test.image test, temp percent equals compare temp image against temp shot. If temp percent is greater than temp image 1, live split.send, and print. Let's add in an else for that if statement, and then we'll print here, we'll print F here, followed by temp percent. So when it's not falling through, we'll get specific, like, figures for what the percentage was when it didn't fall through. Back over. Yeah, just like that. Just fucking like that. Monster truck. Into the campaign. And then back out. It was a 75.4. 75.4% match, which we know if we actually set it to 75 will, like, in the next frame, it'll be a fucking 90-something. It'll be a fucking 90-something. So let's set it to that. Set it to 75. And then we'll drop this to 70, even though we'll probably never get out of it again. Start it back up, into cluster truck, into campaign, then back out. And it put us into menu, so the first frame is a 75% match, and and everyone after it is fucking 96, once we get in there. That's fun. I need to know why. But anyway, then we go back over here, and we don't go down below a 75% match on test menu. And it's testing this fucking area, and it's trying to match this shit. Go to here, it's still above 75. Get out to here, it's still above 75. If I actually start playing the game, it's still above 75. If I look straight up, still above 75. Straight down, I can break the code, okay? We got a here, though. We got a 74. It finally did a thing. And the error code we got was test object has no attribute, no match, 3 end. Because it caught another one of my fucking key inputs. No. 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 So we want you to release if it's... It's greater than, and if it's less than 77, should release again. That's a ridiculous scenario right there. So where was that 3? It's on line number what? 184. Can't believe we've got that many lines. Hi. My kitty's come to visit. Because he wants my attention or food or something. Hi. Bags. You look very sleepy. Are you tired? Why would you be tired? You haven't been coding for 8 hours. 9 hours? 9 hours? 8:43. 8:43. Cluster truck. Level select. Okay, we found the level select menu. We back out. We're in the test menu with the 96%. I go back in. Didn't drop. So we said 75. It's got to be lower than 75, though. And it's 75.4 on the screen. So it's 76 is what we need to set. Fucker. Okay. And this is just for tonight. These values are in no way permanent, but I don't know. I've been doing this so long, I've gone insane, and I'm wasting my time now, because why wouldn't I? So we've got that match, we back out, we find menu, we go back in, we drop back through to select. That is now working. Yep. Yep. And then we start running. It's still on the select menu. It didn't. It matched with the. It didn't. How the fuck did we end up with that? Because it's matching this as the level complete. So we got issues. There are issues. I admit there are issues. If we just want it to work, then we just set this to numbers that will never come into play, and then we just don't fuck around with that end of things. So we go back into cluster truck, and we hit here, and then we go, and what? Fuck. What? Oh, we set this to an impossible number. It's higher. We'll set it to fucking 100%, and then it will never come into play. It'll never be an issue. He keeps saying things. Reset the fucking timer. Take the 3 out of the fucking code that you accidentally just typed in. Back over to the cluster truck. Find the screen, and then it works. And it gets us started. And here was a 75% match. Or failed match. And that was a 69.03. Okay. Hop. Hop. Damn it. It's rather annoying when I just want to see the figures, and then I have to actually also, like, run the game. Pretty dead on time for that. When we drop out, we dropped out to a 68%. Okay. Whoa. Also, printing to the console, you know, it's slow. But I don't know if that really affects much. 4203. It starts going again. I'm gonna watch real close this time. Yeah, I mean, it fucking starts up like a motherfucker. I think we might be losing a couple of frames. What are you doing? We might be losing a couple of frames when we first catch it. And we see that there's apparently issues with that. But this is with no optimization, with no, like, working on these match images yet. No really considering them and thinking about them and saying, okay, where do we really want to be taking these potential match results from? So just with the shit that I threw in there real quick, this is the situation. Hold on, just put this one in now. I'm finally ready to wrap up the live stream. You know? Did I blow your mind? I should have blown your mind. Is your mind blown? 8 and some hours and we got a functioning Autosplitter again. I mean, you know, feature incomplete, lots of fucking little issues that needs to be addressed, no GUI or anything. But we're a completely different method for doing the splits than I was doing before, and already working. I'm happy. Enough. I mean, I'm never really happy, but I'm happy. If you made it show IL times instead of total time, wouldn't that help you see if it's accurate by comparing to IG time? How do you mean? Individual level. Oh, to see if the timer in live split is showing, like, yeah, instead of the cumulative time per level through. It actually wouldn't help. Because the in-game timer is wrong. The in-game timer starts before you are able to start playing the game, so those numbers would never match in the first place. Like, if I go on to the next level, the timer started now, and then you see all that time. Well, there's a delay in me saying now, but when I click, there's the load times actually get built into the fucking level time. It'd be like that sometimes, I guess. It'd do. First time I gotta watch it live, but thank you for getting me into Cluster Truck speedrunning. Oh, I'm glad that you found it, and this is definitely not the live stream to be watching. I don't usually do this. This is a project that I pulled out and blew the dust off of, and we're back, and we're fucking seeing if we can't get the Autosplitter working again. I'm very happy with the results that we have after one day here. I've put all of the, like, broadest strokes, very, it's all rough and just awful, but the broadest strokes of everything that I wrote in here, to have an image object, test objects, to front load things, to instantiate, to have a screenshot function, it's a discrete function that I can just plug things into. Same with a processing engine, a comparison engine, and then we laid out the strokes, the seek loop as well, and all of that packs in here with the fucking live split client and connect function into less than 200 lines. And if we take out that live split bullshit, test object, if I just take basically from my classes down, and we're talking about 129 lines of code, and we've got ourselves a functioning Autosplitter. Barely. But it functions, technically. So I'm happy, and I'm also done. Oh, I'm also the Ronin Pawn. That's another thing. I am the Ronin Pawn. It's true. I guess it shouldn't be that big of a surprise. I mean, I have spent months writing this program once already. So, getting a functional prototype in a day. Yeah, I probably should at this point, shouldn't I? Oh, we're just wrapping up. Hera's super cool. We're just wrapping up, but it's okay. I was doing Python coding. You didn't want to see that. Just wrapping up for the night after an 8-hour, 51-minute live stream. Thank you all for coming out. Anybody who's, watched any portion of this, you're a fucking trooper. And thank you for the many people who subscribed during this incredibly boring-ass coding live stream. Me sitting here scratching my head, staring at words, and trying to remember how an if statement. I did have to remember how a for loop worked in Python. So there's that. Thanks for coming out, everybody. I hope to see you back here on a day where we're just playing games and just having fun. I am the Ronin Pawn. On out.